Test. Test. This is such a cool view. Oh my god. Look at this.
Oh, there's Sophia.
Where's Sophia?
You guys gotta climb up. Sophia's just down there, trying to get in.
Sophia's coming in right now.
He did not pick up the phone. We might be hooked.
This one. Testing, testing. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Saturday at the Head of the Charles. We've got a beautiful day for you today. The weather's looking perfect. We had a great day of racing yesterday. And this morning, we have some very special guests here to kick off Saturday of this year's regatta, the Boston City Singers. They're in their 30th season. They provide high-quality musical programming and creative youth development for young people in the communities in which they live, with programs in Dorchester, Jamaica Plain, and Cambridge. And their programs really inspire personal journeys. They bridge opportunity gaps, celebrate diversity, and foster goodwill. And we're pleased to have with us this morning their artistic director, Jane Money. Jane, over to you and the choir.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Now over to our announcing team.
Good morning, folks. This is Jonathan Costello announcing for you this morning. First up is event number 9 at the 60th Head of the Charles, which is the men's club singles, starting at 7:45. So anticipate seeing our first boats at about 10 of 8.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name's Greg Benning. I'll be helping Jonathan Costello with the announcing this morning. Jonathan, good to be working with you again.
And you as well, Greg. Good morning to one and all.
So if you've caught our act before, we try to both inform you about what's going on in terms of the key boats and crews in the race. We'll make an effort to explain the racing format early and often. We'll try to give you a sense on what's going on out on the course at various landmarks. We'll talk a little bit about technique and style, and hopefully have some time to add some color and some backstories. The first race has actually started, and it's the men's club singles. The first 5 crews, typically the start time and the seeded crews is dictated by prior year finishes. However, if you win this thing, the club single, then they kick you up to the championship event. So there's no pot hunting going on. That said, occasionally you do have somebody that hasn't been rowing for a while drop back in and start here, because the Masters events typically don't start until you hit 30.
Yes, also on that note with what Greg was just talking about, previously, last year, this event was won by a George Lawton from Norwich. So because he won this event, he is not racing in this event this year. He came in with a time of 18:22, and second place was Jack Higgins from Undine. Now, this year, 2025, Jack has bow number 1.
So generally, these are people with collegiate rowing experience. Occasionally, you would see a junior pop into this and do very well, but the junior sculling interest got so big that it's now its own event, which is tomorrow morning, first thing. And what I understand, the junior single sculls is the most oversubscribed race at the Regatta in terms of entry interest, which is, I think, a great sign for the sport in the U.S., because picking up those boat moving skills as early as possible really helps you across your rowing career.
Yes, as I can speak from personal experience, that someone who did not learn to scull until later in life, those technical skills you learn as a sculler are invaluable.
So again, in terms of starters in this race, the first sculler will be Jack Higgins from Undine in Philadelphia. Second behind him is Victor Korha from Occoquan in Northern Virginia. And then our first international entry in the club single is Floris Lofen from Willem Dry in Amsterdam, which is a shout out to that club. Hosts a number of Cambridge Boat Club crews when we go over there to race in March at the Heineken Rover Comp. Bow number 4 is James Barr, rowing unaffiliated. James is the head coach for Holy Cross in Worcester. Got 5th in this event last year. And then from Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 5, Mike Wilson, who's a Boston native, was BC High 2018, and then did his undergraduate at Penn, graduating in 2023.
And bringing up the Heineken Regatta, Heineken is one of the largest sponsors of European regattas, and we would like to take this opportunity to thank them for being one of our new sponsors this year. Heineken is the official beer of the Head of the Charles, which we now have the newly revamped Riverbender, formerly known as Reunion Village, where we have Heineken and several other premium adult sponsors.
I will pile on to that a little bit and suggest that when you're going over to Amsterdam to race in the Heineken Rover Comp, that what you need to do is fly Delta Airlines to get there. And Delta is another longtime sponsor of the regatta, with plenty of nonstop flights from major North American rowing cities to Amsterdam. So if you want to go over and check out European racing, that's your airline, and I think they serve Heinekens on the flights.
Yes, Delta does have a premium viewing section right past the Elliott Bridge here that we had the opportunity to check out, and I believe they had a 10 years of Head of the Charles sponsorship banner on the side of their tent. Delta is a phenomenal sponsor, and definitely please go check them out.
Okay, so one thing I would suggest to people, if you haven't done it already, is to download the HOCR app onto your phones. And one of the things that'll give you is some interactive feedback in terms of split times. That we time splits at 3 places on the heads course. The first one is at the Riverside Boat Club. It's about okay. The official distance is 47:02. I would say that at Riverside you're about 1,100 meters in. So it's a little bit longer than if you're trying to just do 500-meter splits. It's a little bit longer than that. But we've had our first half dozen crews go through Riverside, and at this point, the fastest time is 4:12, which is Korha from Occoquan, followed by Lofen from Willem Dry, and then Higgins in 4:17 and 4:19 respectively. The crews behind them are all in the low 4:20s. It's really important to highlight that this is probably an 18.5-minute race for these crews, and a lot can go on between first split and then the second split, which is taken at the Weld Boathouse, and the third split, which is taken here. From here to the finish line, it's about 3 minutes. And I know that in a race I was in yesterday, the difference between first and second place between CBC and the finish line was 9 seconds. So that's probably about 3 boat lengths. So there can be a lot of transition. Single sculls can surge dramatically if somebody pours 10 or 20 or 30 strokes into them. You've got a lot going on the bridges in terms of how fast they enter and exit those turns. And then, of course, there's what goes on this turn with all of those buoys that are sort of extending down from the Elliott Bridge for about 600 meters to the 2-mile mark.
Yes, as Greg was just saying, the power to weight ratio of the singles allows there to be dramatic changes in pace and placement at any point during the course. And also it's important to note this year, due to the restoration project on Elliott Bridge, none of our crews have access to the Cambridge side arch. Previously, this was a emergency off-ramp. If we had 3 or 4 across and someone thought they might hit the abutment, they could continue rowing through the Cambridge side arch. But those of you on the bridge can't see this, but those of us on land can. There is a large barge blocking the arch. So we've barricaded that and informed all crews that it is off limits for this year's regatta.
So right now the first scullers are progressing up the powerhouse. They're crossing under the River Street Bridge and the Western Ave Bridge. The Weeks Foot Bridge is about 2,300 meters in, so it's roughly the halfway point on the course. When you come out of the entry to the straightaway, so you come off the magazine at 800 or 900 meters gone and you're approaching Riverside, you then drop into this 1,500 meter long straightaway, and ideally what you're doing is you're looking down the center bridge arches and you're trying to eyeball the entry to that Weeks turn, which is about 6 minutes away. So these athletes are all progressing down that long straightaway now, and then when they get to the Weeks Foot Bridge, they get to their first challenge in terms of, okay, how do you set up the turn, and how do you not lose too much speed going through that turn, and then last but not least, how do you avoid hitting the bridge?
And on the topic of Weeks Foot Bridge, my understanding is that one of our new sponsors this year, Dunkin' Donuts, has turned the Weeks Foot Bridge into the Dunkin' Donuts Bridge. So if you are thirsty or need a caffeinated boost, please go grab some Dunkin' Donuts.
I will confess that the early morning announcing crew runs on Dunkin'. I hit my favorite Dunkin' Donuts place out at Route 20 and 95 this morning, and they were like, "How'd you do yesterday?" Because they see me every morning when I'm coming into practice.
I am actually on my second Dunkin' Donuts as well. So This announcing crew definitely runs on Duncan.
I think it's particularly cool this year that every single sponsor we've announced is deeply integrated into the actual rowing experience of the Head of the Charles. So one other thing about announcing this race from the Cambridge Boat Club, we've got several audiences that we're working with here. The first is this is the feed that goes out to the internet. So the people on the internet will be seeing camera shots up and down the course, which if you have the app, I think those will also stream to you, and it should work particularly well this morning before you have lots of people on the riverbanks trying to do the same thing. Hello everybody out on the internet. Second, hello to everybody in the director's lounge, which has a kind of a new vibe to it this year, and it seems to be going really well. But yesterday wasn't really a director's lounge today, but today it's going to be a good crowd there. Hello to everybody at Cambridge Boat Club, the host club of the regatta. And last but not least, hello to everybody up on the Elliott Bridge. And we'll be trying. Can I have a shout out from the Elliott Bridge?
Hey, Elliott Bridge.
Now you got to make up, for the fact that these are single scullers. I mean, with eights, the crowds tend to be, come along with. So we need you to be doubly loud up there. But we'll let you know what's going on as they get about 300 or 400 meters away when they come into our eyesight. And I actually, in the last but not least, the athletes will hear every single thing that we say as they're coming by here. So we're going to be appropriately respectful and talk about what people are doing well. But we are not going to engage in active coaching, and we're going to really try to minimize what's going on in terms of race dynamics when the athlete can actually hear us.
Yes, we try to be impartial and supportive of our athletes. We cannot provide any feedback of technique or line or suggestions, and certainly nothing about any sort of buoy violations or anything of that nature. So
okay.
We're just here for fun and information.
So we've got about a third of the field through the Weld boathouse now. That's about 2,000 meters from 2,000 meters from the finish line. So they're about 10 minutes into the race, and first through Weld continues to be Korha from Occoquan in 10:05. The second boat through and this is one where the pop-up is coming up right in the middle of my race feed. The second boat through Weld is Willem Dry, Lofen in 10:16. There was a 6-second split difference between the two of them to Riverside, and another 6 seconds between them coming to Weld. So right now, Korha's lead on Lofen is about 11 seconds, and they should be getting here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Look for them as they're coming around this turn to try to stay as close to those orange buoys as they can. Every boat length that you go out adds 20 or 30 meters to your race distance. And if they're moving at about 4.5 meters per second, you can do the math. You can lose 6 or 7 seconds on this turn if you don't hug it tight.
Yes, which for those of you who watched yesterday, there was definitely some wind and current issues that were pushing crews very wide. Those of you who are not familiar with this race course or racing on the Charles specifically, you want to be hugging the Boston shoreline as close as possible without going over the orange buoys. So if you see those, looks like doubles warming up right
and
now.
we've got the first one starting to pop into view. So that should be bow 2. Yeah, so the crew that the bridge can just start to see is Occoquan's Korha, and then bow number 3, Willem Dry's Lofen, will be coming behind him. The third place crew right now is actually bow number 12. And this is when we start to get quiet about what's going on in the race. Yeah, so HOCR60 is doing a nice job on these orange buoys. As he starts to approach the Elliott Bridge, he'll transition over onto the next turn, looking for the sight line at Belmont Hill.
Which he did place third in this event last year with a time of 18:36. So he's very experienced on this course.
And this is Jack Higgins from Undine. And in bow number 3, the yellow boat is Willem Dries Lofen. And then comes bow number 4, James Barr, rowing unaffiliated but from Worcester. Now we have bow number 6, Clark, overtaking Mike Wilson from Cambridge. Mike's hanging tight. Good sculling from both bow number 6 and bow number 5. And
we
again,
love
these
to
crews
see.
are both thinking about the transition to the next turn already.
Yeah, I love to see fights like that, trying to get the better race line for the next turn. And coming in front of CBC now is bow number 8, Seattle Scullers. Bobby Murray. Can hear some fans up on the bridge there.
Now we have bow number 9, Penny. Bow on the Boston side, bow number 10 from Dominican University, Galsteo. And bow number 7 from Potomac with the white star on the blade, Weinstein. And side by side now approaching the Elliott Bridge are bows number 12 and 14. Bow number 14 is Riverside's Feister. Bow number 12 is another Riverside boat, Sparks.
Yes, holding side by side. They're training partners at Riverside. So I'm sure they're both very familiar with each other's race plan.
And very
and
familiar with his
strategy.
turn.
Oh, yes. Gabriel there actually has been training at Northeastern, so he knows this course exceptionally well.
Okay, here we have another 2 scullers coming up side by side. On the Boston side, we have 16 from London Rowing Club, Jackson. Oh, and bow number 11 is Eamon Glavin. Note the video rig on Glavin's Empacher. He'll be posting this, no doubt, post regatta with some fun commentary. Eamon's looking good as he's going through the Elliott Bridge. Nice tight line, trying to show everybody that what a perfect course looks like. And then bow number 13 from Wake Forest is Jonathan Evers, who was a golfer before he started rowing. There's actually a lot in common between the two in terms of a perfect stroke. Harry Parker always threw a set of golf bags into the back of his regatta truck.
21.
And then bow number 21 from Conshohocken, Nicholas Foley, who was a Delaware to Drexel transfer. And rode with Conshohocken for a couple of summers and did really well at all the racing down in the Mid-Atlantic.
As you were saying, similarly, I've also heard from hockey players that there's a lot of similarity between an excellent rowing stroke and a proper hockey swing. That it's all about getting that hip activation.
Okay. We have our first few finishing times starting to post right now. Occoquan's Korha is on top of the leaderboard with 18:15.
We have Jeffrey Arnott from New York AC crossing in front of Cambridge Boat Club right now. And behind him, we have Oliver Plank from Sterling Rowing Club. And in front of CBC right at this moment is Minnesota's Simon Barron. Yeah, let's hear from the bridge. Is coming next.
Impressive row by the Occoquan sculler. Right now, the second, third, and fourth place times.
In front of us now, joining us from Ireland, is Keelan Mannix from Skibbereen, rowing out of Cork.
Right now, the lead time of 18:15 is approximately 28-30 seconds faster than second, third, and fourth places. So we'll see if somebody deep in the pack can match that.
And approaching the bridge is Gentle Giant's Andrew Transky.
In terms of CBC split times, Riverside's Feister
Jack
was a
Perella.
little bit faster than Korha, so we'll see what happens there. He hasn't come through the finish line yet.
Paul Sweats approaching the bridge now. Trailed by another Irish rower, Gavin O'Dwyer from Neptune, joining us from Dublin. So we have a bunch coming across. We got red out in front.
Yes, and we've had, right now, unofficially, the Riverside sculler Feister, 2/100ths of a second faster than the Occoquan sculler Korha.
Bow number 29, followed by bow number 25 in green. Bow 30 going very wide. And somebody's either docking or is off course. So
All right, we've got bow number 25 coming in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now. That's from Ravens Boat Club, Alessandro Patrizzi.
33 on the buoy line.
And then 30 and 18. 30's having a very solid race. And over on the buoy line is bow number 33, Colorado State's Jacob Vicini.
35 dead middle.
And then bow number 35 from Three Rivers, Dylan Lucas, who was a coach at Three Rivers for a number of years. He's currently a cyclist on I think this is a semi-pro cycling team.
34, 31, 38.
And then bow number 31 from White Marsh Boat Club, Prufi Bangawar. Bow number 34 from Texas Rowing Center in Austin, Tristan Height. And bow number 38 from Occoquan, Ryan Galaliani. Got a little bit of a break here right now. You heard me kind of gasp a little bit about the margin in that first and second right now being 2/100ths of a second. That's basically a bow ball.
Yeah, that is taking a breath at the wrong time.
And, the Occoquan guy fought it all the way to the end. There was a half a second difference between them in the last split. Okay, now we've got bow number 41 from Athens, Georgia, Brian Smith, who's the last starter of the event. So he's passed a number of crews. And then we've got bow number 27 from Pittsford, New York, Brendan Kaiser, and bow number 39 from Potsdam, New York, Oliver Dolcino. Now we've got bow number 40 from 612 Endurance in Minnesota, Braden LaLoupe. Bow number 37 in black from Marietta Training Center, Brooks Spires, who's an assistant coach with Greg Meyer at Marietta College. bow number 20. That is from Cimarron Rowing Club in Minnesota, Ben Mertz. And there's a bit of a break now. So let's do a refresh on the results and see what we're looking at. Yeah, so right now unofficially in first is bow number 14, Gabriel Feister, and again he's have we switched over? Yeah, give me. We got a little bit of a break. So he's a Riverside rower, but he's. What happens is with Riverside is you have people move to Boston for graduate studies, and he's currently working on a master's degree. I actually may have just wrapped it up, a master's degree at Northeastern, but was a University of Illinois undergrad and course record, ERG record holder at that program. The second place crew right now, again, was Korhas, so he was third place in the club single here last year. So those two are about 15 seconds up on the third place crew, sculler Foley from Conshohocken.
Which they did all shave about 8 seconds off last year's first place time. Not quite the record.
What's the course record in this? 17:55?
That was an exceptional year. 2023, most of the course records were broken.
So this was about 20 seconds off okay, and here we go. We're into the next event already.
So this is event number 10. This is the men's masters and senior masters, so that's 30 plus and 40 plus respectively.
Yeah, and this is Alex Twist. Alex was the winner of this event last year and has also raced internationally at the Heineken Regatta we talked about. He was a medalist at the World Indoors for the lightweight men in his age group, and won the U.S. Indoors at the Masters level.
In order.
Then we got bow number 2, Brendan McEwen from Maritime. This is his 22nd year in a row racing ahead of the Charles, and he's won this 4 times. Bow number 3?
Yep.
Bow number 3 from Crabtree in London, Adam Randall. He moved to the UK so he could train for the head of the Charles by racing at Henley.
As you should.
glad we've got that. There is an order to the universe. And bow number 4 in the Yellow Boat Cal Yacht Club's Matt Schaefer. Matt won the Senior Masters single in 2024 and the club single here in 2018. So the first 4 crews here are very, very, very pedigreed in terms of race results.
So that's bow number 5, but coming up is Andrew Morgan, who is a para rower.
Okay, and bow number 5 now coming up.
In front of the bridge.
In front of the bridge is, where's the bio?
Florian.
Oh, sorry, it's Florin Carl. Flo's racing the head of the Charles for the 5th time with his single king flip. He's a French rocket scientist turned quantum physicist, so I think he's into the biomechanics of the sport.
And now approaching the bridge right now is bow number 36 from Texas Rowing Center, the last entry of the previous event. Andrew Mangan, he is a PR1 para athlete joining us. He's a top sculler that moved to the inclusion double in 2024 and is competing with the standardized equipment.
Okay, we've got about half a dozen scullers approaching us at the same time here, so we'll see how. This should be clean on the bridge with this group. They're spaced out enough, but they're all interacting with each other, trying to figure out, what people are doing for lines. And yeah, you can see that there are 2 scullers right now that are going a little bit wide, where the inside sculler is basically pushing the outside sculler.
6 by us, and then 10 on
and here's bow number 6 from Union Boat Club, Jeff Toto. He's a rowing coach at BC High. And then bow number 10 from PNRA in Princeton Junction is PJ Caputa. PJ's a U.S. rowing referee and a Crash B champion. Half a dozen children, and he's married to a coxswain. So there's a rowing family. And then bow number 14 from Undine Boat Club, Jonathan Dalba. And this is his first race in 15 years, so re-entry. And then bow number 11 from Union Boat Club, Alexander Zazul. Alex is a regular here. He's got a handful of medals in his pocket from prior events. And then bow number 15 from Crabtree, Nathan O'Reilly. He's a Kenyan-Irish athlete living in London. He's also a winner of some hardware at the Henley Royal. He's won the Prince Albert Challenge. And, yeah, fun fact, once completed 7 Irish national erg records in 7 days during the COVID lockdown.
Wow.
I think that's a gold standard.
No new record.
Okay, so in terms of times.
Preliminary result, we have an 18:35 from bow 1. Out in front, bow number 12. Approaching the bridge right now, that's bow number 12. That is a Oxford University Boat Club alumni, William Cahill.
Yeah, so the course record in this event is 18:14, and the winning time is 18:36. And I know that Alex can go sub course record when the conditions are right. So I think we're looking at about 20 seconds of conditions time here. And bow number 21 from Amoskeag, Daniel Forget, placed second at the Textile recently and is a top 3 time at the Head of the Fish. And then bow number 18, New Orleans, Will Cuckrow, who's the president of the rowing club there. Bow number 17 in front of the Cambridge Boat Club from Gulf, Ontario in Canada, Dean Rasso, who's another one that's back after a bit of a break, 15 years. Bow number 26, the San Diego Rowing Club, Tom Pesic. Tom's a national teamer alum who was on the team in London. And, well, he was on the team all the way through 2021, so his fitness is still quite high. It'll be interesting to see how Tom places. And then bow number 22 from Rocky Mountain is Brian Rogers, who's from and then bow number 13 from Aix-les-Bains in France, Bierry-Geoffroy. And then bow number 27 from Vesper, Greg and Sola Bahir. Bow number 16 in front of the boat club from FRG Germania, Wolf Bussain. Bow number 24 in the Blue Hull from Fairmount Boat Club, Patrick Rufo. These are all name athletes, so it will be interesting to see if Alex is able to hold. Then bow number 25, Potomac Boat Club, Jason Hughes. And bow number 20 from Narragansett, Sasha Korda. White blades with the blue stripes. And in the red hull, bow number 28 from Union Boat Club is Christopher Storm. Chris is also a Head of the Charles Medal winner. And in bow number 29 in the Empacher, Pete Morelli, he says he's just out here trying to have a nice little Saturday. Pete's got a bunch of medals in his pocket from this regatta. So again, we're going to be interested to see how these splits shake down. Let's go look. Yeah, okay, so right now Alex is still hanging on to first place. 7 seconds behind him is McEwen from Maritime in 1843, and then Randall from Crabtree in 1855. Boy, that field came at us fast. I was expecting a little bit more of a break to do some background for the crowd.
Normally, in years past, we do have a bit of a break. We have the club singles who come
Yeah.
flying down the course, and then our very respected elder statesmen in the 30 and 40 group, they take their time a little more. But
And
no,
here-
this
here-
year,
here we
it's
go
a
again.
competitive
We got a batch
group.
of another 6 scullers coming at us.
Out in front,
In the
is
Whitehall coming at us now
bow
is
number 32 from Riverfront Recapture. That's down in Hartford, Connecticut. Rowing on the Connecticut, that's Matt Dreyer.
Matt Dreyer, yep. Team boat guy that's switched over to the single.
31.
And in the white boat with the black shirt,
That's Timothy Whitney, rowing unaffiliated, but he's coming from Brattleboro, Vermont.
yep, bow number 31. And then bow number 30, all the way from Uganda, the Kampala Rowing Club, is William Mwanga. Has competed in a number of the African regattas, but then looks like he moved to the Mid-Atlantic and was in Philly for a while, and he currently coaches on Lake Victoria in Uganda.
And right on his tail is Brian Bosch from Occoquan, down in Virginia. 23.
And in the
orange.
orange shirt is bow number 23.
23, that's Patrick Ballantyne, joining us from Buffalo, New York. He's rowing with 2 different blades. One is peace, one is love, because rowing is peace and love to him. Now, joining us in approaching CBC, out in front in the high-vis hat,
And the
That's
red boat.
bow number 35,
White blades.
Magunta Cooks, William Shatsky?
And then on in the center of the course in the red hull, also with white blades, white shirt.
38.
Bow number
That's
38, Travis Simon, as a former Columbia lightweight.
and 41.
And bow number 41, moving up a bit, Nereid's Greg Silverberg, and 39, Potomac's James DiFilippi, who's another Columbia lightweight.
Oh, and then
And then bow number 42 in the Vineyard Vines single scull.
yes, our sponsor, Vineyard
let's hear a
Vines.
shout out from Cambridge Boat Club for Brendan Mulvey.
Yeah.
Brendan is the head of the Charles race director, so he's out doing some course inspection.
Joining us from China, approaching the bridge now.
Bow number 37 from the Huron Rowing Club, it's Junji Dong. And then we've got bow number 36 in the red top with the CRI blades. That is Jonathan Bernblum. And bow number 33 in the with the white blades. Is Michael Spillane from Quinsigamon Rowing Club.
And I believe that is all
now
of
we've
our
got a
competitors.
little bit of a break.
The event 11 women's club singles started had an anticipated race start time of 8:12. Wind and traffic at the basin can do funny things, but we try to start things on time.
You can tell from doing my Tony Romo kind of like ooh lead change in the senior masters single. Now this race that just went by had 2 divisions in it, so we're the 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds. Now we're going to sort it out.
That is a new record by quite a bit.
Tom Pesic,
10 seconds.
the acclaimed national team alum, just took 10 seconds off of Tom Graves' course record, who took 1 second off of my old course record. So congratulations to Tom Pesic for winning the Senior Masters single unofficially at this point in 18:05.5.
That is a
That
flaming
is
hot time.
30
that is-
seconds faster than second place Alex Twist, who won this event last year.
Not
So
only is that
he dropped a bomb.
Not only is that a senior masters record, that would qualify as a masters record as well.
Yeah, that would be the 30-plus record. In the 30-plus, First place right now, unofficially, is Maritime's Brendan McEwen. Yeah, there you go, our first course record of the regatta. Yeah, that's cool. He did he was 5 seconds faster from CBC to the finish over anybody else in the field. Did it in just under 3 minutes, which is kind of champ single.
Ludicrously
sort of splits.
fast.
Yeah, yeah. So if you can see the weather vane on the Cambridge Boat Club, it's a sculler, and the bow of the sculler points in the direction of the wind, so the wind pushes on the blades. Right now it's showing east-southeast, which basically means you're getting a little bit of a push from around from the BU, well, up the start to the magazine turn, and then again from the Weeks footbridge all the way up to the apartment building below the CBC turn. So southeast is probably the fastest wind. We might have it shift that way by this afternoon. That's what the forecast showed. So yeah, if you're a course record junkie, I think the conditions are heading that direction. So we'll see what the next few events bring. But that's cool to see Tom drop that. That was impressive.
With minimal wind and a decent amount of current too, since we did have that rain last weekend.
Yeah.
So that is a significant record to drop today.
Yeah, and I know probably the guy that's most fired up to see that, because when you hold one of these course records, I mean they're there to be broken, and you know what it was like when you did it. But I'm sure Tom Graves is probably watching online if he's not, on the regatta site. And yeah, I'm sure he's got a lot of respect for what Tom just did.
Don't quote me, but I actually think there's a Graves family boat rowing later.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there is. Yeah. He is. Yeah, he is on. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take a look at the next race. So should be coming around the bend very soon are the women's club singles. This is another decent-sized event, so we'll try to keep the scullers front of mind as they're coming past the Cambridge Boat Club through the Weld check mark. First place is Rowe from Riverside, followed by Boteril from San Diego, and Spiegelthal from Occoquan, and they cranking through there in some decent times. So the river seems to be heating up a bit. Here they come. Okay, so coming around the Cambridge Bend, and we'll just give you the first few bow numbers as they're coming. Bow number 1 is Lake Washington's Megan Northey. Bow number 2 is San Diego's Claire Boteril, who's a Canadian who moved to San Diego for the sunshine.
Coming in order, it looks like. So they're coming in order, and it looks like just based on how the starting pacing goes at the other end of the river.
Yeah.
Looks like bow number 2, that was Claire Boteril, has closed the gap a little bit between her and bow number 1 and added some space between her and bow number 3, which is Hannah Wayment-Steele, joining us from UW-Madison as a biochemistry professor. Side by side, it's 4-5.
And now we've got bow number 3, Hannah Wayment-Steele, volleyball player that switched over into rowing. Bow number 4, White Marsh's Christy Bushman, in the light blue blades with the black sort of style W on them. And then Lake Washington's Carolyn Newbert, who's a German U19, and then came over here to row in the club on the club side of things. Now we've got bow number 7, Occoquan's Valerie Spiegelthal, who wants to give a shout out to Coach Dad. And bow number 6, the green blade with the white tips from Minneapolis Rowing Club, Renya Kerschel. Bow number 8 in the white blades with the black circle with 612 in the center of it is Morgan Robinson. She's a Wisco alum, class of 22. Started racing the single here in 23 and 24, so starting to have a, kind of an intuitive feel for the course. Although they just seem to move the buoy lines around a lot. It's sort of one of those things in the single, you're never quite sure exactly where they're going to be.
Well, that is the thing that's a little special about the Charles, that this is an active waterway. So the buoy line is placed the week of the regatta. The buoys are not
day
here
before the regatta,
yes.
yeah.
Otherwise, there are no buoys, so we have our members come out. They drop the anchors and hope they're where they're supposed to be.
Yeah,
which we
generally speaking, it's stay to starboard, and if you're out in the middle of the river, you have some negotiated conversations every now and then.
But depending how strong the current is, there's always a little bit of drift.
Okay, now we've got bow number 13, Riverside Sarah Rowe.
9 and 10. 9's overtaken 10. And in front of us now is Nicola Lawless, bow number 9, joining us from Potomac in the red unisuit. And right behind her is Julia Rodriguez from 612 Endurance from Minnesota.
And Rose out of earshot now through the Weld boathouse. She was 4 seconds up on Boterel. I think what you saw happen with bow number 1 and 2 here was Boterel left a gap at the start so that she could, get as much clean water as possible. And generally speaking, the starting line officials will be cool with that kind of stuff. They try to start you with 10-second gaps, but sometimes people will just squeak it out to 20. And that's 10 more seconds of race course where you don't have to worry about, where's the bridge abutment or where are the buoys. So we'll see what Rowe does in this last 3 minutes of the race.
I think the starters may have been a little kinder to you than they have to me in previous years.
Well, yesterday apparently there was some interactive dynamics with event number 2.
Bout number 4 is approaching CBC in the Elliott Bridge now. That is Los Gatos Emerson's Adams. She's joining us from Los Gatos, California. Emmy was the stroke seat of LRGC, so Los Gatos Rowing Club's junior women's coxed quad, the one head of the Charles in 2024. She is 18 years old. So that's what we were talking about with the men's event, that sometimes you see youth athletes or recent departures from the youth category joining us in the club category.
Right. Up?
15.
Louder? Okay.
15.
We're good? What? They said they want the volume up.
Better?
Better? Louder?
That's as loud as it goes.
Yeah? All right.
Approaching the bridge now, bow number 15, MIT grad Loretta Trevino, former MIT lightweight rower from the class of 07.
We got bow number 21
and
20. That is CRI's Kelsey Best, who was a CRI junior rower and is back to sculling 3 years later. Bow number 21 from Lake Union, Janet Chen, who's hailing from Boston but learned to row from Seattle.
16.
And bow number 16 from Capital, Morgan Craver. This is her first year actually participating in the Head of the Charles, but she's a coach from the DC area.
She's rowing in the blue hull there and using a race mirror, which we were just talking about earlier. Race mirrors are very helpful for singles on this course because of the buoy drift.
And now we've got another 5 crews coming at us. So far, we've been this bunch has been steering the course quite well. Bow number 18 from Lake Merritt, Oakland, California, Alexis Ayalo. First time racing at the head. Go, Alexis.
23, Boston side.
And bow number 23 on the Boston side is from Middlebury alums, Erica Sloan, followed by 11 Cambridge Boat Club's Avril Freemark. First raced the Head of the Charles in a parent-child double event, so she's moved up. And then bow number 22, Riverside's Hannah LeBlanc, who learned how to row at Mount Holyoke.
12.
And bow number 12, CRI's Emily Greven, who would like to thank her number 1 cheerleader, Coach Mom.
Oh boy. Big pack coming up. 31 in the Empocker.
And in the Empocker yellow boat, bow number 31, Steel City's Suzanne Madama. First time back to the Head of the Charles in almost 20 years.
We have quite a bit of traffic coming around the corner now, so we'll just try to identify the crews as we see them.
And in the blue hull on the Boston shore, bow number 27 from Great Britain, Kelly Jones. Bow number 24 from Ratsburg, Germany, Emma Komorowski, who was who podiumed on the German team during her junior years.
26,
Bow number 26 from Ireland, Tralee Naima Graney, and bow number 32 Vespa from London, Rachel Granger. Bow number 33 from Switzerland, Belvoir. From Belvoir was Aced Balsunate. And bow number 17, Litchfield Hills, Becca Kadoff.
29 under the bridge.
And then under the bridge, bow number 29, Riverside's Victoria Rojo.
35 approaching us now. Looks like
Bow number 35 approaching us now from Philadelphia, Undine's Anna Bruce, who's a Williams alum. White blades with the blue and yellow chevron.
38 in black.
Bow number 38 in black from NYAC, it's Emma Leary.
25.
Bow number 25, white blade with the blue and green stripe, New Haven's Cecilia Thurmer.
36 is
And bow number 36 from Cascadilla, white blade also with the green and blue stripes, but different pattern is Cascadilla's Allie Arndt.
34.
And then bow number 34, Sarah Savendler, who is an assistant coach with Georgetown. First raced the Head of the Charles 15 years ago in high school. And then bow number 19 from CRI, Mu Go, who's a kind of an all-around water sports enthusiast and a free diver. Just
And approaching Elliott Bridge now, Amy Anil from Dominican University. She's a nursing major at Dominican University in New York. Senior walked on to the rowing team her sophomore year. 37, Gentle Giant Saska Solotko joining us here. Gentle Giant, one of our sponsors. I can hear some fans up on the bridge. Let's make some noise on the Elliott Bridge.
right now, through the finish line, Unofficially in 2023 is San Diego's Boaterol, followed by Riverside's Row, 2028.
And in front of Cambridge Boat Club now in high vis pink, bow number 40, Maria Woth. Cornell alumni, graduated in 2020 and are now recreationally rows.
And then in third, Northy from Lake Washington, 1 second off of Riverside's Row.
Bow number 1. And
now we're into the next race, which is the 30-40 Women's Masters, Senior Masters Single. Bow number 1, Shannon Kaplan, catching up to the race before. Shannon's a contender for this one.
Yes, she did place first. Again, reminded this is the Masters/Senior Masters event, so we have two different categories racing simultaneously. She won her race category last year.
Now, we do have to say that when you look at the splits through Weld, right now, Bear Island's Chow is leading Kaplan by 2 seconds, but deep in the field on this one,
under the bridge,
is one Jevy Stone.
Bear Island Athletic Club. 28.
And if those of you who are on the bridge aren't familiar with Jevy, for a period of about 10 years, she was the dominant women's single sculler in the champ single. Tokyo Olympian, back in Boston.
Approaching the bridge now.
Getting in enough training to be respectable.
Is Aisha Rafi, an Olympic rower from Singapore, representing Hydro, one of the newer companies in the rowing scene.
But again, this is one of those events where there can be people deep in the pack that if you're up there in bow number 1, 2, 3, you've got to worry about what's going on with the unseated athletes, because as we saw in the last race, the Tom Pessicks can show up and drop 10 seconds from a course record.
Yes, everyone is rowing their own race. You might have boats around you, but that does not mean there isn't somebody faster.
Bow number 5, Mary Caleta from San Diego, who has overtaken bow number 4 from the Olympia area rowing club, Eleanor Ayalo, who rows out of, works for the Pocock Foundation. And then in the Cambridge Blades, we have bow number 6, Jenny Withcomb from Willamette. And we'll be doing a refresh on the results here because, again, this is one of those ones where things can move around. Through CBC, Kaplan has moved into first place. We talked about the difference in splits between Riverside and Weld and CBC. She's 2 seconds ahead of Chow from Bear Island.
Joining us from Austria, that is Heather Moon Vogels at bow number 7, going under Elliott Bridge.
And now with the Union Blades coming in front of us in the pink shirt and the yellow Empacher is Catherine Infantino from Union. Catherine's 49, racing in the 40 plus, so next year she'll be in a new division. So she's racing as much for her time and her bow number next year as anything.
It's number 9.
And now we have bow number 9. Sorry, this is Infantino. Bow numbers, we're getting the glare off of the sun right now.
Approaching us now is bow number 10 and bow number 11. Bow number 10, right in front of Cambridge Boat Club, is Ilana Zeef from Riverside, and she is holding off Libby McCann, unaffiliated, but is a UVA alumni.
Yeah, and Ilana is definitely lining up the Belmont Hill dock right now. She's looking way up the course.
Sounds like we have a couple of Libby fans down here on the dock. And in the high vis yellow and high vis pink, that is bow number 12. Grew up rowing on the Charles. Parents met on the dock of CBC.
Okay.
And crossing in front of Cambridge Boat Club now in the red hull, joining us from Vancouver, Canada, is Haley Clark, rowing for Vancouver Rowing Club.
And Kaplan has gone through the finish line in 2027, which compares to the course record of, Jevi, 2027. She's senior master. So she, 1943. So
Yeah, that was an exceptional year.
yeah, that was an exceptional year. That was 2022. Both records for the 30 plus and 40 plus were set that year. So Kaplan is through in 2027. That's the bar for the rest of the crowd.
In the high vis green,
Chow finished in 2027.6.
Palmer Racing, which is Louisa Palmer, has overtaken Riverside's Brina Mocanardi.
The margins in these races are so tight. It's a 20-minute race, and it comes down to less than a second.
And in front of CBC now is Lori Criado, bow number 16. Jeffy.
And now in front of Cambridge Boat Club. Let's hear it for Jevy.
That would be Jevy Stone, bow number 23.
Jevy's course is just impeccable. She knows this. Yes. She knows this river like the back of her hand.
Phenomenal form. Riverside's Libby.
And bow number 19, Cambridge Boat Club's Elizabeth Avery, who just for fun did a 2.5-mile cross-channel swim between Nevis and St. Kitts earlier this year.
And she's overtaken Jessica McAllier, who joined Catawba Yacht Club out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
Elizabeth's another one that travels internationally. She was over at World Masters in Bagnoles earlier this year, and I know she's racing in November in Italy at the Silver Skiff. And now bow number 20, Narragansett's Megan Delaney, who's a lax player who crossed over to rowing and started rowing at Narragansett a few years ago.
And then approaching CPC is Sally Mackin from Stonington, Connecticut. She graduated BU in 2010, another person who will be very familiar with this river. She has since started coaching for Stonington High School and picked up sculling during COVID.
Top three continue to be Penn AC's Kaplan, Bear Islands, Chow, and Hydro's Rafael. Actually, Rafe is in the master category, so Rafe is your leader in the masters race. With the younger masters, 30 to 39, still to finish. It's interesting in some of these races, the older athletes are the ones with the higher seedings. 40 to 49 and 50 to 59 are both really competitive divisions on both the men's and the women's side.
Yes, well, rowing is one of those unique sports where you can stay competitive for decades.
Yeah.
As your cardio conditioning improves and your strength improves.
So much of it's about the efficiency. I mean, we haven't really gotten into a lot of technical discussion yet just because they've been throwing races at us nonstop. But I think, the longer you spend in the single, the more you just learn how to move the boat better. And, on the one hand, you're getting older and your biomarkers are getting worse. But on the other hand, if you can figure out how to not slow the boat down, net, you can get faster for a long time. Okay. We've got is this the next event?
No, we still have like another 10.
Okay.
I don't know where about 25 through 30.
Next event would be doubles. Yep. Okay, good. Sorry, we're about halfway through the field. And now we've got bow number 25. It's Minneapolis's Katie Cartledge. First year racing a single. Has done some team boat stuff here before. Green oars with the white tips. Actually white oars, but the green Minneapolis singlet.
Brendan just docked if you want to say anything.
And on the dock, race director Brendan Mulvey. This is an opportunity for us to give a shout out to Vineyard Vines. If you can check out Brendan's boat, it is exceptionally Vineyard Vines looking with all sorts of pink whales on it. If you get a chance, get over to the Vineyard Vines tent and get your Head of the Charles gear before it sells out.
Approaching Elliott Bridge is Beatrice Sims from Wayland Weston. She rode for Brown, learned to scull on Quinsigamond along with her mom, and has rode on the Charles for the last 10 years.
The Vineyard Vines has been a sponsor of the regatta for a number of years now. I think it's a pretty good fit with the crowd, and we really appreciate the support.
Yes, I believe this is their 7th year,
Yeah.
8th year as a sponsor.
And bow number 31, which is a French entry from Brut de Fleur in the Rhone region of France. Virginia Roussel, who was on the French national team 20 years ago and has been staying in touch with the sport ever since. So long-time sculler. And now we have 7 or 8 scullers coming at us at once. In the yellow boat is bow number 34 with the Cambridge blades. That is Emily Regan, who last raced at the 2023 regatta. That's sort of a familiar name. I think she might wind up doing fairly well.
28 Cambridge side from London.
On the Boston Shore, bow number 39, which is Penny C's McFetridge, Catherine McFetridge.
Who has taken over bow number 28, Marjorie Plack, joining us from London.
Yeah, so there, we'll watch that bow number for the final split. And then bow number 33, Riverfront recaptures Jill Hardy.
And in this next pack here, out in front is bow number 30, Constance Chang from Narragansett. This is her first time competing in the Head of the Charles.
Yeah, who has overtaken bow number 26 from Riverside. That's Julie Seifert. And on the far side, bow number 25, Seifert in turn has overtaken the Australian sculler from Leichhardt, Wendy Miller.
And then in the tail of this pack here with the striped hull, that's bow number 29, Saratoga of Saratoga Springs. Kelly.
The Saratoga sculler is rocking the Saratoga chevrons all over her deck. And bow number 32 from London Tideway Scullers, it's Zoe Gullen, first raced here in 2023.
It's up here with the binoculars. We always appreciate the teams that bring the custom gear, decks, blades. It's always easy to spot who's who when you're not using rented gear.
And with the Narragansett blades, bow number 38 is Kelly Gusto, who's been racing here every year since 2006. Who has it on her bio that she's raced here. All 3 of her baby girls raced in utero. So there's some of that going on in this event, which is unique to this particular event. Well, maybe probably the same age groups in the sweep events too.
It was worth noting that earlier we were talking about Javy Stone being a multi-time, decade-long champion. She did have a kid within the last year.
Oh yeah.
So that might be why she is at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's functional strength training. The bigger they get, it's like carrying a 30, 40, 50-pound dumbbell around. Yeah.
She is currently in 3rd on the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's really a compliment to the quality of Kaplan's race, because Jevy is a fierce competitor. I think actually holds the course record in this event, right?
I don't think it's close to the record. I'm pretty sure they were all under 20.
Oh, no, Senior Masters, Shannon's record. Jevy has the Masters record. So Jevy has the 30 to 39 in 1910, and Shannon's record in the Senior Masters is 1942. Again, both set in 2022. In the age divisions, right now, last year's winner was Rafael from Hydro, who appears to be defending with a 9-second margin over Riverside's Zeef. So it looks like Aisha is going to take home another big medal.
We have one more person in this event, and then a doubles approaching. So our next
Okay.
event, as we can see a crew coming around the corner,
We've got
is
two
event
events
number
coming
13,
back
Women's
to back
Master
here.
and Senior Master doubles. Course record set in 2008, 1849. Last year, in the Masters division, we had Riverside's Graf and Armstrong with a time of 1939, and Senior Masters, Vantersteel and Snef Belovsky, also from Riverside, 1930.
And rounding out the prior event is bow number 40, which is Ravana's Personic. And here we go with bow number 2 in the next event, who have obviously overtaken bow number 1. So that's a pretty good indicator that this one's going to be a fast one.
So that would be Ridley graduate from rowing on St. Catharines up in Ontario, Canada, Laura Brown and Caitlin Pauls. So they came in, or this is their second time rowing at Head of the Charles.
Yeah, they were second here last year, right?
They came in first at Henley Royal Masters Regatta and rowing Canada Masters National Champions.
And here's Riverside's Alexis Snef-Belikovsky and Tina Vandersteel. This is a pretty fast Riverside boat, so that says something about how Ridley's moving. And bow number 3 from Vesper, we've got Veronica Jones and Ellen St. Clair. There's a big Vesper family name. Flower Power Double, Be Kind. Followed by bow number 4 in the Cambridge oars, Megan Wheeler and Elizabeth Sunshine, who are both CBC members and have rowed together since their time on the national team when they were training for Tokyo. Bow number 5 is Capital Rowing Club's Emily Crowley and Jody Heidmus, who have raced this event the past couple of years, and actually slid up, I think, into a new age group. So that's an example of rowing last year for your bow number this year.
That's bow number 6 there in red.
And then right on their tail is Temple, Lindsay Clark, and Linda Grzybowski. So 2 friends from Philly. Rebecca is the coach of the Temple women. Tight on the buoys is bow number 10, Saratoga's Marie McAuliffe and Lauren Schnall.
Cutting across to correcting is bow number 7.
And cutting across to correct is bow number 7, Station L from Portland, Oregon. That's Tara Jones and Leslie Spencer.
Yeah, there we go. We have some boat racing going on here with them being neck and neck entering the bridge. And in the high-vis pink, bow number 9, that is Auckland from New Zealand. Anna DeLong and Carolyn DeLong, they're sisters from New Zealand who currently live in Germany and England, joining us for their first Head of the Charles. And next to them in black is the Riverfront Recapture crew, Laura Kristoff and Sandra Fair, joining us from Hartford, Connecticut, rowing down on the Connecticut River.
Right now through CBC, the first place crews in the 30 to 39 are Cambridge's, the Sunshine Double, and on this in the next category up in the Senior Master, the Ridley Grad Paul's Double.
Well, that's a record. Ridley by, actually, no, it's not. It's just.
Where we got bow 37 from the prior event. And passing under the Elliott Bridge right now from the prior event is Wilmington's Christine Henkin, who has been rowing since '01, but this is her first head of the Charles.
And Philadelphia girls entering the bridge now, Molly Bybee and Amelia Popovich.
And in the orange shirt on the green buoys is bow number 36 from the prior event. That's Elizabeth Crowley.
That's definitely our toe. And out in front here in the white hull, that is bow number 12, Occoquan's Emily Cleveland and Amanda Shivers. Emily and Amanda are double partners last year. They've traveled from Northern Virginia.
The Vandersteel Snef Belikowski double from Riverside put on a fierce finishing split, but it looks like Ridley Grad's Senior Masters double is still on top of the leaderboard in the 40 to 49.
So that was our international crew, Catherine Erickson from Great Britain and Frederique Winter from Germany, and this is Boulder's Zoe Gentz and Catherine Shiro joining us from Colorado.
Yeah, the pixels on this are too. Pixels on this are it's not worth anything. And here we have bow number 25 from Seattle's College Boat Club. It's Lindsay Dorman and Julie Dykma, first head of the Charles racing together.
19.
Followed by bow number 19, which is Lincoln Park Boat Club's Celia Wolt and Laura Wolt.
16 in red.
In the red shirt, it's bow number 16?
16.
15?
16.
16. From Shelton, Connecticut, Great River, Monica Keel, Benitez, and Marinella Hanovich.
21.
Followed by bow number 21,
Whitehall.
Lake Union, in the Whitehall, Jacqueline Watanabe and Bara Safarova. Followed by bow number 23, Oregon Association's Penny Long and Kate Marcy.
By the green buoys, 15.
And by the green buoys, we have bow number 15 from New Jersey, Passaic River, Katie Rogers and Ellen Garvin.
By the orange buoys, 27.
And by the orange buoys, having a very good row, bow number 27 is Minneapolis's Victoria Tobin and Alyssa Kunau.
24 in the
And now we've got bow number 24 from Austria, Elita Vienne. So Vienna, that's Ivana Bakanovic and Maris Schmidt.
13 in the kind of burnt orange unis.
And bow number 13 in the white hull from Dallas, it's Emily Franco and Lauren Centeno.
26.
And on the orange buoys approaching the bridge, bow number 26, the unaffiliated crew of Kelly Johnson and Andrea Fortney. Looks like they've got some Seattle Puget Sound, Alaska kind of rowing club affiliations.
Whitehall 14.
And bow number 14, making its way through the Elliott Bridge from China. It's the Shanghai SAIF Rowing Club. Let's hear it for the crew from China. That's Yinging Gu and Shangsan Cheng.
29 and then 28.
And then bow number 29 has passed bow number 28, 29 from Georgia, Lake Lanier's Deanna Walters and Melody Hunley, followed by 28 Green Mountain Rowing Club's Jessica Shriver and Meredith Brineland. Okay. We get a breather.
Yes, a little bit of a breather here. Our next event is the men's master and senior master doubles. So the same event we just saw, but the male version. For our spectators here locally on the Charles, whenever we announce our international crews join us, we'll ask you to cheer a little extra loud. We love to see our friends from around the globe joining us here in Cambridge.
Okay, and we still have some crews on the course, but right now there's a lead change in the 30 to 39. It looks like right now Toga's crew of Lauren Shaw and Maureen McAuliffe, and they rode a 1942, which compares to, sorry, I'm just flipping pages back to the course record page. 1942 compares to
About a minute off the record.
Yeah. Well, that was a fast one. That was two national teamers. That was Teresa Zarkesny Bell and Sire Remler.
The record for that event is sub 19. So that
was epic. And then in the senior master single, it continues to be the Ridley grad crew of Lauren Brown and Caitlin Pauls, who were second here last year, but right now are leading by a good margin over Capital, bout number 5. So I think they're your two winners. And returning.
Because they're inside the buoys.
Yeah, generally speaking, in these races, if you're launching from Cambridge Boat Club or BBNN, you have to go down to just above the Harvard Boathouse, and they hold you when you cross the river when there's a break in the action. You can proceed up the Cambridge shore, but you need to keep the green buoys on your port side. So we have there's a single sculler on the course right now, and then there are several that are coming up the very far shore.
That might be bow number 39, but she doesn't have a bow card. I could see kind of hair was covering her number. But I don't think we saw 39 from the previous night. So we'll see in a minute. But she's dead in the middle of the course.
So I think you've seen it a bit this morning that the starting line job and the seating crew, seating volunteers for the head have quite a job on their hands in terms of figuring out the orders for these crews and how to space the events, because ideally everybody gets a clean shot without being overtaken, but sometimes you have an extremely fast person starting in one race right behind another one, and you will get into a place where I guess in track and field it would be like getting lapped, but where the one event will catch up to the next one. And they come through. Middlebury?
24. But she has no bow card. At least with the bow card, because they're color coded, we could tell what event it is. Yushen?
Okay. So I think this is from Regatta Rowing Club. This is Yushen racing from Shenzhen. So she's been rowing for a decade now, and rowing is a sport that she's very passionate about. And participating in this regatta has been a long-time dream. So, Elliot Bridge, can you give a big cheer for Yushen? Now we've got the first men's double coming up. So Yushen on the next turn will want to be going a little bit wide, because I think these doubles are going to be coming up hard and fast and going on an inside line. So buoys on hull, and here comes the
Numbers folded over, but I assume it's not number one.
yeah, so this is the men's master, senior master double. Bow number 1 should be Jake Watkins and Nate Kelly. They've been rowing together for 4 years, and there's a fast master sculling group down at Maritime these days. They actually hold the course record in the senior masters.
Which, great course.
Yep, solid course, good line, nice margin on bow 2. Decent chance they've pushed out. Let's go check the results at Weld.
And side by side on this CBC side, we have the Long Beach Junior crew of Peter Graves and Tom Graves. That is Peter Graves, whose record was just toppled earlier.
Tom Graves.
Tom Graves.
Yep. So these are the Graves brothers from the Graves family from Trinity College.
Then in the yellow hull, Union Boat Club's Brian Wetosh and Christopher Massey.
Yeah, that Union Boat Club is also a fast entry. So there's some quick crews at the top of this event.
And approaching the bridge now, Fairmount's Matthew Henwood and Vincy Ivanov, as well as Fairmount, Steve Krajewski and Ross Anderson.
So right now, through Weld, Fairmount is leading Lake Washington by a 1/10 of a second, and up on Maritime by a couple of seconds. Union is right there with them. So you've got 4 crews that are fighting it out, and they're split across the divisions.
Number 7. So that was number 6, Mojack and Occoquan's Matthew Thomas and William Meeker, who just went under the bridge. And now approaching the bridge is Westside Rowing's Jesse Clark and Zachary McGurk, both from Fairfax.
And this is another event that could have some sneaky fast crews in the back of the field. So we'll be keeping an eye on splits at Weld versus splits at CBC. And now we've got a group of 5 crews approaching, but first we have Potomac. Bow number 8.
Yeah, Hudson and Potomac.
Hudson River Potomac combo. I've looked for those red oars with the white stars. That's Joshua Hooter and Dyer McCabe. As these boats get bigger, the steering through these bridges gets a little bit more intricate because there's just less room to move around between the boats. And here we've got bow number 12 from Riverside. That's Nicholas Santes and Alex Barat.
11, then 13.
Bow number 11 from Steel City. That's Sander Klein and Jesse Egler.
13.
Bow number 13 from Austria, also from Vienna, is Mislav Bobek and Max Lehrer. Bow number 14 from Nashua, New Hampshire's Independence Rowing Club, Andrew Rato and Michael Carenza. And bow number 15, Lake Washington's Cody Jenkins and Kelton Jenkins.
And then bow number And then bow number 9 in the Whitehall West Side Rowing Club from Buffalo, New York, Andrew Savagu and Chase Crimmin,
Yeah, so
former Cornell rowers.
a few of those crews did some passing before they got here. I'm sure bow number 9 is very thankful for the clean water through the Elliott Bridge.
16 approaching us.
And now we've got bow number 16 from Austin's Texas Rowing Center. It's Nicholas Vantfort and Keith Kimber. Texas Rowing Center with the blades with the colors of the Texas flag.
So the maritime crew with Kelly and Watkins has finished their unofficial time. No record, unfortunately, but they are the first crew to finish out of many, so there may be another crew deeper in the pack. That's the kind of the wonder and mystery of all these events.
And the maritime crew of 1734 in the senior master, in first place in the masters group, which was Massey and Wettock, that they were 2 seconds behind them in 1736. And looks like there are 8 to 10 second margins up on the next crews, inclusive of crews like the Graves brothers.
And in the yellow hull, approaching the bridge, that is Colette from London, Nicholas Downing and James Clark. And bow number 19.
Yep, from Switzerland in Geneva, Michael Hennessy and Paul Brewster, who train on, I think they train on Lake Geneva.
It is interesting that this event, that 3 of the top 4 rowers all rowed at Trinity at the same time.
And on the bridge, you can see the activity on the Cambridge dock. Typically, the crews that are competing launch about 45 minutes before their next race time. So what we're looking at now are men's masters 4s, and they'll probably be going off near 10 o'clock. And we have a few more doubles to come through CBC, about a half a dozen of them. And then you can tell that the 8s are coming because the crowds on the bridge are getting bigger. How many of you over on the bridge are here for the 8s races? Yeah.
That's what we thought.
So, you know, and we've got a couple doubles coming right now. As I mentioned before, the thing about the big boats is if you get a cluster of them, a cluster of singles can figure out the Elliott Bridge. A cluster of doubles, it's a little bit harder. The big boats, if you're looking for bridge action, these are your events. 4 more doubles that in our line of sight. We'll call them to you as they come into view.
The first one here is Gentle Giant, which I will take this moment to thank our Head of the Charles sponsor, Gentle Giant Moving Company.
I think Gentle Giant has been a sponsor of the Head of the Charles for upwards of 40 years.
Yes, almost the entirety of the regatta has Gentle Giant has been one of
the
our
entirety
sponsors.
of the regatta goes into storage at Gentle Giants in the off season.
This regatta literally could not happen without Gentle Giant.
Yeah,
so we always like to make some noise for them.
And Harut,
Rooney and Kodeveran.
And the other thing about Gentle Giant is they love to hire rowers. So anybody that wants to come train in Boston, we'll put you in touch with Larry O'Toole at Gentle Giant.
Yes. Or if you're a high school athlete or college athlete,
high school
looking
athlete,
for some
college
extra
athlete,
cash,
yeah.
That is bow number 21. Joining us from China, Shanghai, SHUC, Ryan Dai and Jack Zhu.
I think Gentle Giant, when they're hiring people, actually makes them go do a stadium test. Like they have to run stadiums.
That would not surprise me.
Bow number 23 coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club from Mexico is Miguel Duran Castillo and Alberto Montiel. They're former Mexican national team members, so we'll see what they can pull off here.
And bow number 18, Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club, John Toner and David Sutherland.
And bow number 20, which is from Bergen County, that's Leonard Kim and Chris Root.
And we should have 2 2, maybe 3 boats remaining before our big loud 8s come cruising around the corner.
Yeah, and so we haven't had much time to talk rowing technique and all that kind of stuff, but the single sculls and the double sculls, generally speaking, are steered by the person in the bow seat. The single, that's obviously the same as the stroke seat, but you steer the boat by applying pressure to the oar, and you can connect it down into the footboard, and you can work the top half of the stroke. So you know the brain to oar connection is pretty direct drive. When you get into what we're going to see next, which are the 8s, you've got one oar per person. Generally speaking, the oars are, the stroke side is port side, and the coxswain is the one doing the steering with a rudder, but also using the athletes to apply pressure differently. So the coxswain can control the rudder pretty directly, but getting the athletes to do what you tell them to do is why they practice.
And approaching the bridge now is bow number 22, CRI's Kevin Vanesey and Jonathan Dorfman.
And watermanship, which is really, I think, why professional watermen were banned from Henley for so long. Watermanship is a skill, and moving a boat in and around other boats and moving a boat in and around bridge abutments is not something that most boats spend most of their time practicing. You know, a lot of it is, you know, side by side, and it's going straight. So, I mean, there are a couple of dynamics. One is, you know, what's the tightest line possible? The second is, if there are other boats around you, can they move out of your way if you are moving on them? Or when do you decide that you need to yield to another crew? And I think with this course in particular today, as you're sitting on the Elliott Bridge, look downstream at those orange buoys. The crews will be trying to hug those orange buoys, but look at that angle on the green buoys over by the Cambridge shore. And if a crew's coming wide in a big boat, that's going to be an extremely challenging steering maneuver to set up for the Elliott Bridge. The off-ramp arch with the barge in it on the Cambridge shore is not available this year. So I think you know, they talk about the head of the Charles being a coxswain's race. This particular turn, this particular year, I think is going to really be a showcase for coxswains that know how to handle speed and proximity to other crews and the pressure of racing. I think this could be a little bit wild.
I fully agree with that. I think taking away the safety ramp of the Cambridge Arch will be very interesting to see how these coxswains handle it. Most veteran coxswains that I know are very comfortable with three across the center arch.
Yeah, and here we go.
I bet we'll see 4 across.
So, course record in this event is held by Ex Nemo, which is code name for Harvard alumni. It was set a couple of years ago, and it's 1512. And bow number 1 is last year's winner, which is Marin. We won't have time to go through the names here, but this Marin has selection for this event. They train year-round for it, and this is an A race for them. The crew behind them in the yellow Empacher with the Harvard oars is the Ex Nemo crew. These are all Harvard old guys. But they similarly they submit erg times, and you know, the guys that train together, that's a reason to be, you know, selected for this crew. These are both highly competitive masters crews.
Yes, and for those of you who have the angle to see it, you can see that the coxswains are putting the orange buoys directly next to the port side of the hull.
Yeah, and the Harvard coxswain is revving the Elliott Bridge up.
Yeah, look at that angle. The coxswain is trying to aim so that they enter Elliott Bridge on the Boston side and exit on the middle to Cambridge side.
Now here comes our first international crew, which are the Irish Masters, and these guys race Spagnoles. They race the Heineken Regatta. That coxswain has been to this course before. He is coming off the buoys now to set up for Belmont Hill. He's going to go right under the center of the Elliott Bridge arch. Watch the technique. The blades go in together. The guys, they all press with the legs at the same time. The upper bodies are all moving in unison. These are all very, very good sweep crews.
Behind
now
them, we have bow number 4, and I assume bow number 5, but the bowman has lost his number, so we'll wait till they get a little bit closer. But in the Empauker and the Navy shirts, that's diesel rowing.
Yeah, and diesel has rules. I mean, there are criteria for being in diesel, and if you're ex-national team, that's a big one, but you're not allowed to talk about old races. So it's all about today.
And behind them, in the yellow Empauker and Harvard Blades, that is the second ex-Nemo boat.
Yeah, there's a lot of ex-Nemo here on the river today.
We have geese entering the course.
And next crews coming up are a couple of alumni crews, in particular a brown alumni crew in the black shirts, bow number 7, which appears to have overtaken a Dartmouth alumni crew of Evergreens.
Yes, this is the brown 50-plus alumni 8.
And right now through CMC, ex-Nemo A is leading Marin A by 2 seconds.
And in the yellow Empauker on the orange buoys in front of CBC, that is bow number 8, another crew who has lost their bowman's number. That is North Dakota. This is a crew out of New York.
Yep. See if
I suspect as it's warming up that many of our bowmen had their bow number
Yeah, there's
on
some
a
names
sweatshirt.
in there that are sort of familiar. There's one Stephen McKiernan, who I think is a Boston coach, and then there's another Conlon McCabe, who has some pedigree as a Canadian Olympian over several cycles. So some of these nom de guerre are now these are all official clubs.
It is noticeable that Colin McCabe, former Olympic rower, 35, but the average age of that crew is 50.
Yeah. And here's bow number 9, which is Riverfront Recapture. So the other thing about these age group crews is there's the concept of age makers. So on the one hand, you want your ringers who are recent national team alums. On the other hand, you need to make this average age thing. So it's usually you get this old, light, fit guy. And here's bow number 10, the Olden Bears. This is a Cal
Yes.
crew alumni boat.
Play on words, their mascot being the Golden Bears.
Yep, there's some familiar names in that boat too. And here's bow number 11, the Texas Rowing Center's 50-plus entry. And again, Texas Rowing Center is a competitive Masters program. They show up at Masters Nationals pot hunting for the overall Masters trophy every year. And their time trials and their erg tests and their seat races to get in that boat.
So while we have a gap here, the initial first results coming in, looks like ex-Nemo unofficially did win back over Marin by about 6 seconds. No records yet, but that is an initial placement of ex-Nemo A placing over
3 seconds
Marin.
faster from CBC to the finish line. They dropped it. I mean, they were 3 seconds faster than Marin, 7 seconds faster than the Irish. This is all in the last 700 meters.
In front of us now, that is bow number 13, Crabtree, joining us out of London. Crabtree is one of the more present international crews that join us here at the head of the Charles every year.
Looks like some equipment issues in the middle of this boat, or that could be the coxswain maneuvering things. Bow number 12.
Yeah, like lost his seat.
Oh, lost a seat, yeah. Bow number 12,
Death Barge.
Crimson Death Barge. Wow, sometimes the name fits.
Trying to hold off Bulldog.
And they're holding off Bulldog, which is Yale alumni.
15.
Crimson Death Barge is another classic head of the Charles nom de guerre. The one that kind of stirred it up, and there are ones like Dust Bowl crew from Oklahoma and things like that.
That is another Olden Bears crew approaching the bridge.
But one year, Harry Parker raced the single, and his entry was I Am Lazarus. And I think the Regatta cracked down on that one. And Harry was like, what? I thought it was funny.
I mean, it is kind of funny because it was Harry.
Yeah. Okay, bow number 17, Northeastern Alumni 8. This is another crew that takes it pretty seriously. Names in there that have been on multiple national teams. It's a legacy of IRA and sprint winning success. Getting faster, not fatter. This is another aspect of masters rowing that's important. I was talking about the marginal efficiency, but yeah, you can get stronger, or you can not get fat.
I'll let you do the pronunciations on that one.
Bow number 19, we've got the crew from De Lac in South Holland. So they're from The Hague, and stroking the pair is actually it's a French combination with an international pedigree, but it's a bunch of former lightweights who are trying to punch above their weight, hoping for a tailwind. So I think they're probably pretty happy today.
And now in front of us with the red hull, that is DeWolf, which is made of BU alumni. DeWolf being a successful real estate company in the Boston area, and donated the finances for their gorgeous boathouse downriver.
And two crews coming at us side by side right now. Looks like they're setting up pretty well for the next bridge. The Canada Geese staying respectfully on the green buoy line. And this is bow numbers 22 and 25. It's a Concept 2 employee crew, and 25 Curtin University. Concept 2, pretty much a sponsor of Regatta since the company was founded.
Yes, they're one of our official sponsors as well.
Yeah.
So we always like to give a shout out to Concept 2.
And I'll tell you, if you've ever needed on-site service, Concept 2 is one of your favorite companies in any industry, anywhere in the world,
yes,
anytime. These guys are so phenomenal with customer service on the Regatta venue. Bow number 24 is DWRK, apparently born on the misted Amstel with a long story we can get back to.
And Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover.
Upper Valley Rowing Club, which trains on the Connecticut River. So since they wrote it, we'll tell. Oh, nope, sorry, we got some action coming. We'll get back to that story.
Purple boat out in front is 18.
Okay, the powerful boat out in front is bow number 18 from Chincoteague down in Virginia. That's Avalon. And on the Cambridge shore in the Empire in the green shirts
In the middle, 21.
is bow number 23. Then bow number 21 splitting the middle, which is a challenging place to be with a boat right on their stern, which is bow number 26. So bow number 26 is a British crew from Tyrian who has obviously caught the crews in front of them, and now the coxswain has to figure out how to sort through the Belmont Hill turn. Belmont Hill Windsor.
That is one of the more challenging places.
Which is also, I think, known as Hell's Half Acre.
Yes.
That is the part of the river in terms of landmarks. I don't know where the name came from, but it is appropriate.
Yes, especially if you have gone a little too hard on your Charles race. That last stretch from the end of the Belmont
There
Hill
are
Windsor
trees
dock,
there.
Oh, you just want to collapse
Yeah.
and die and go to hell.
I mean, there are stories from regattas about Olympic gold medalists rowing into bushes and things like that. But yeah, like those trees reach out and grab you.
29 coming up.
And now we've got bow number 29. It's a California rowing club crew. So CRC is founded by Gary Rogers as an Olympic training center. So this lineup is a blend of CRC and Olympic pedigrees.
27.
Interestingly, rowing with Yale blades.
And in the Whitehall here, we have bow number 27, Commercial, which is joining us from Australia, Brisbane. Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland is a crew that has had the goal of joining the Charles to race here for the last 5 years.
Yeah, now hugging the line really well in the yellow Empire with the Harvard oars is bow number 30, which is listed as Warren. I'm looking at names. Yeah, I recognize a few names in there. So they've been rowing on the Charles since 1982. It's a bunch of Harvard former lightweights, and it's named in honor of Mrs. Warren's rooming house in Henley. So there's a shout out to Mrs. Warren if you're listening over in the UK.
And then I'm pretty sure that's the next event immediately behind them.
And this is
28.
bow number 28, which is the Husky Knight crew from Grosse Pointe, and it's former Rutgers and Northeastern alums. Nice to see everybody getting along.
And then in front
here
of
we
us,
go. Here's
that's
the next one.
bow number 1, event number 16, men's veteran 8. So this
Yeah.
is the average age of 60 plus and 70 plus.
So this is the 60, 70 plus. Course records in this one are 15:56. Upper Yarra set in that fast year of 2022, and that was Upper Yarra, which says they've won it a couple of times, and they enjoy racing against American crews.
Which, as we were saying before, some crews and coxswains do try to intentionally expand the gap at the start, but this is a sizable gap between 1 and 2.
Yeah, and the age range in that crew was 45 up to 67. So that's a blend.
They might be on pace for a record, actually.
Yeah, they're moving really well.
Here.
Yeah, and here's bow number 2, which is Marin. Marin's Masters program, as we mentioned before, is highly competitive. It's also very deep, so they can boat probably, I don't know. They'll boat things in like 3 or 4 of the 8s and 3 or 4 of the 4s.
Yes, it is wonderful to hear about programs like that. We are gifted here on the Charles to have many deep programs, but imagine you're in part of the country where there is only one game in town. So you get to have 12 8s and 16 4s all competing at once. In front of us now is bow number 3. That's Chinook rowing. Chinook is a composite team composed of athletes from the U.S. and Canada who train together and race together frequently. And bow number 4, approaching the bridge now, that is Palm Beach from Florida. Palm Beach has raced at the head of the Charles for almost 50 years. They have been a stalwart competitor almost every single year. And in the red hull approaching the bridge, that's USD alumni who have overtaken the Cornell alumni in the boat in the second red hull.
Okay, and I think Jonathan might have mentioned through CBC that Upper Yarra was running in first in the 60 to 69. They were running in first by 25 seconds. So we will see what we will see here.
Yes, we have our computers and technology here, but those of you at home or on the shores, if you download the Head of the Charles Regatta app, you can actually see the timing live as the crews hit the different checkpoints through
but they'll
the
need
regatta.
to do about a 2:41 between CBC and the finish line to break their former course record.
1980.
And here's bow number 7, which is the 1980 rowing crew. A couple of Cambridge people in this boat, Adam Ballow in particular, but also some 80 Olympians, Phil Steckel, and some younger guys, Chris Ives, younger. They're in their 50s.
So unofficially, Upper Yarra just set the record. They shaved off 6 seconds off the previous time.
Yeah, there you go. Wow. So they did a 2:36 between here and the finish line. That's screaming.
That is, of course, unofficial. You never know what happens, but from the information we have.
Yeah, in the split times here, it's not Swiss timing, so it's when somebody clicks a button. But the finish times are pretty precise.
And this is Riverside with those iconic stripes going under Elliott Bridge now. Bow number 9, joining us from New Haven, that is from Connecticut. New Haven Rowing Club rows on the Housatonic and hosts the head of the house, usually a week before the Charles.
Yep, followed by bow number 12. which is the Cambridge entry, rowing with the Belmont Hill Blades. So this is the CBC crew. Let's hear it for CBC.
And behind them is Fat Cat. You can always tell it's Fat Cat because they alternate their t-shirt or unis, so it's orange, black, orange, black. They are always comprised of Princeton alumni.
That's CBC sort of a sculling club, but it's nice to see a few of those guys getting together in big boats every now and then.
Yes, I'm personally a little biased towards sweep rowing. Those of you who know me, I was a bit of a hammer, so sculling was not my forte. So if CBC could get more into the sweep rowing, I would be very enthusiastically in support of that. Approaching us now is the second crew from Upper Yarra. Again, that is from Melbourne, Australia. I believe this is their 70-plus entry. Yes, this is their 70-plus entry, whereas the current race leader is their 60-plus entry.
Yeah, now, head of the Charles Big Boats race announcing, usually what you can count on with the collegiate and the championship crews is spotting people by their oars. So yellow boat, but what I'm looking at is the white over blue, and that says the Yale to me.
13.
And it is Bulldog crew. So this is an alumni crew of late 70s, early 80s guys. So there's some sprint winners in here. There's some Harvard-Yale race winners in here, and they've probably been racing every year since the late 70s.
As we were discussing before with the various names, nicknames, and clubs that have been created out of Harvard alumni groups, Yale has done similar. There's Bulldog, Bula Bula, at least 2 or 3 others. One that I know we can't announce because it's inappropriate.
Yeah, we're not supposed to get too goofy up here, but nice, like I talked about the Northeastern and the Rutgers guys getting along. I mean, there's a hybrid Yale-Harvard combo alumni group called the Rude Dogs, which is a combination of Rude and Smooth, which was a Harvard early 70s crew, and Bulldog crew, which is the Yale alumni crew. But yeah, you get one of those Rude Dog t-shirts, and people are sort of like, what's that all about?
And I see.
So there's a story there.
Well, I suppose after a couple decades, the tensions smooth over.
No, they don't.
This is Penn AC approaching the bridge here. That is Pennsylvania Athletic Club. They have a very competitive club and youth program. And this is their, well, we're not sure because we weren't given a roster.
Yeah,
so it's either their 60 or 70
we've got some good action going on between the Purple Rain crew and another Fat Cat crew. So Purple Rain is from Chicago. And
Fat Cat. Oh,
actually, Fat Cat is about 20. So they, yeah, that one's Princeton lightweights and heavyweights from the late 80s.
Yeah, they've jumped their seating by several spots.
And there's some coach rowers in that boat, so they're probably getting direction from both the coxswain seat and somewhere in the middle of the boat.
And approaching us now in the red hall, that is USD Alumni 85.8, just University of San Diego, host of the San Diego Crew Classic, which they won that event.
Here's you can see this Boston crew in the yellow hull on the buoys. That is a Boston coxswain, and those are Northeastern blades. In front of them with the Cornell blades,
BMA.
Bow number 21, BMA, which is one of those ones that we can't quite explain to everybody. If you know, you know.
They have large reds or bright red C's on their back for
these
Cornell.
guys race internationally too. That crew will go to Heineken.
18 and 17. So we do have a side-by-side battle here. We have 18 out in front. That is Northeastern University alumni. And in front of CBC, that is Wesleyan alumni.
So now we've got an international crew coming next. And again, you can't tell by the oars because they'll be borrowing equipment. So I'm hazarding a guess these Harvard oars are bow number 19. Nope.
That is, looks like 25.
Who is it? Bow number 25? Oh, they're hauling then.
23.
23? Still moving fast. Oh, okay, it's high uni. So that is a bunch of 80 Olympic team members combined with some 84 team members. And then some all-star friends.
And they have just overtaken bow number 22, Cambridge. That would be Cambridge here in Massachusetts.
But the explanation for the Harvard oars is the 1980 Olympic team actually trained out of the Harvard boathouse. I've been around a while. Yeah, when I was a walk-on, the 1980 guys were the guys. I was a walk-on fall of 1980 down at Penn. And that crew is hung together. You know, obviously they didn't get to go to the Moscow Olympics because of the boycott that year, but it was actually sort of a bonding exercise. They got to know the Russian crew from the same inch, and they've had reunions and they've raced off against each other a few times since then. They've had to swap in a few people since then. Some might call that Rolodex rowing, where you know, like when you swap somebody in, the person coming in is really fast. But that group's a special group.
Yes, I do think there is a trial by fire sort of bonding experience there.
Both on the men's and the women's side. That whole 1980 group has been long. They've kind of taken on this leadership role within the sport, and they're sort of stewards for U.S. rowing, and they really care about making it better for the next generation.
Well, I think we have a bit of a gap here. We have, from our head count, maybe 3 or 4 remaining crews from this current event. But the next event is event number 17. That is the Women's Grandmaster 8s, 50 plus. Start time of 9:34. The Holly Metcalf Trophy is awarded to the crew that comes first. Last year was Marlowe A with a time of 17:22, setting the course record.
Boy, it's been coming at us fast this morning, hasn't it?
Yes, I think they're releasing the crews a little quick at the start, or our crews are just faster than we anticipated.
I mean, generally we'll try to set up these events by letting you know what the course record was and who the prior winners were and all that. And I think if you've seen, it's just been bang, bang, bang.
And I also have a whole Rolodex here of sponsors that I'd like to have time to thank, but it's
right.
just been too busy up here with the action.
Like I think somewhere on that list I have to give a shout out to Teddy Peanut Butter, which every single morning I get up and I put some Teddy Peanut Butter with some honey on a slice of sourdough, and that's my pre-workout drill.
So this is Friends of Phillips Academy of Bethesda, Maryland, entering Elliott Bridge now, and I can see a couple more crews coming around the corner. I too am a big fan of Teddy Peanut Butter,
especially like the Super Chunk Unsalted.
Yes,
yeah.
I only wish they gave tours, because if you've ever rode up on the Mystic, the smell of the roasting peanuts as they create the peanut butter is impossible to resist.
Okay. All right, now we've got a bunch of 4 crews coming at us at the same time. What are we looking at here, Jonathan?
So out in front, we have bow number 25 in black. That is Avalon joining us from Virginia. And then bow number 1.
And bow number 1 from the next event.
And that is
So here we go,
Toronto
women's 50 plus.
Sculling.
That is Toronto Sculling. Let's see if we've got, no, they're all racing competitively all year, so that says something about why they are doing what they are doing. Bow number 1 with a nice tight line on the orange. Now they'll look to get a little bit of distance on the crew they're passing before they get to the next turn.
They are motoring.
As soon as those starboard oars clear the port blades of the crew being passed, that coxswain's going to cut in as fast as they can because there are meters involved.
In front of us now with the Trinity College blades, that is blue with the gold slash. That is Roma CC joining us from Italy.
That bow 1 is hauling.
But
oh, they're just busting it right now. That is incredible how many men's crews they've passed.
Then that is bow number 24.
Yep, none such. Yep, from well, they're listing it as Idaho, but some of the names in there are familiar. So it's Harvard lightweights from 68 through 72. Wow, here's a cluster. Okay, out in front with the Texas Rowing Center blades. That's obviously the crew from Austin. and that's bow number 2. And then hard on them on the inside is bow number 4, who's moved up. That's Capital Rowing Club.
And
then bow number 5 on the outside, which is Endeavor. Endeavor is a group that pulls together from multiple locations. So they're ones that do a lot of, get your erg scores in, and their seat racing and their training camps.
And in the rear of the pack, you have St. Catharines joining us from Lake St. Catharines up in Ontario.
Yep, some familiar names in there.
Those of you who know or have raced at Canadian Henley, they are the hosts of Canadian Henley. Fantastic facilities they have up there. Wow, that bow number 1 was just absolutely motoring.
They were hauling.
Direct view of the live stream. You guys want to see what camera is on at the time?
Oh,
okay.
Thank you.
FYI.
So right now through CBC, Toronto had, and these are all 50+8s, but Toronto had a 14-second lead on Endeavor, which they had sort of built out pretty evenly across the race. So we'll see what happens in the last 700 meters there.
And in front of us here,
bow number 6.
Marin. As we were discussing with the men, they have a very competitive selection process for the head of the Charles, so I'm sure their time will be very competitive as well.
The course record in this event is 17:22. Oh, yep. There's some buoy action. So when those buoys, if you whack them, can hurt.
So bow number 9, taking advantage of that is Sarasota County Rowing from Florida.
Yep, and the coxswain instructing her crew on how to manage through this. Bow number 7 now getting all 8 on again. So they're powering back up again.
7 there is Atlanta Rowing, and behind them with the coxswain and the high vis, that's some Mamish Rowing. I have taken one of those buoy cords to the chest at race pace before, and it is extraordinarily painful. It's not anything you want.
These buoys got swapped out. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. These round orange and green buoys. Before that, they were styrofoam.
Yes.
And the good news is with these that you tend to bounce off of them. The old ones occasionally would get wrapped around an oar, which would be another kind of like, okay, congratulations. Now you're dragging the concrete anchor for that buoy up the course.
And with these two crews here, we have bow number 10 out in front with the blue unis and bow number 11 with the black hull. That is Philo from New Jersey and Riverside, respectfully.
But every single one of these buoys, the course has been sounded for depth. And it can change a little bit because the guys at the end of the river can let water in or out of the river. So the river height can change a foot. But generally speaking, these buoys drop straight down to their anchor. And there's a cylinder of concrete that weighs about 10 pounds holding each of them.
Approaching us now, that is Ann Arbor Rowing Club. They are a master's program that row on Argo Pond in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
And
John Graves' champ single record time was destroyed because he got flipped by one of those buoys in like 2016, 17 when he was doing his Olympic.
Yeah, Radcliffe Alumni, bow number 13 under the arch right now. Actually, they're Radcliffe Lightweight Alumni.
And then BMA, a second Cornell alumni boat. And quite a gap here between our clumps and the rest of the pack.
There's always an interesting, parking lot dynamic because the Cornell course record.
By 1/10 of a second.
1/10?
Yes, the former record was 17:22.292, and the current time, unofficial, 17:22.14.
Woof! That's that last 5 strokes.
That is flying time. And that was with them navigating around the men's crews at the tail end of the previous event.
So I know there were like some social media things that were kind of getting into like announcer bingo and the stuff that we would drop. Do they have like animal sounds?
I don't believe so.
No? So all that Tommy Romo stuff that I'm doing isn't part of announcer bingo?
I think that's just you, not
that
the
might
announcers
that might
as
get
a
us a
whole.
shout out on some Instagram posts.
17.
Bow number 17.
16.
The Olden Bears. So this is Cal alumni. and they race around the world.
And they have overtaken bow number 16 in the blue hull. That is Old Glory. This is former lightweight national team rowers and from rowers from the Boston Rowing Center.
But you know, like when they convince you as a novice walk-on that it's a few weeks in the fall, and it's kind of like make new friends, see the world. If you stay involved in masters rowing, a lot of the cool regattas are actually all over the world. So they actually told you the truth back when you were a freshman walk-on. All you got to do is stick with it.
This is Northeastern Alumni coming across the course right now, and we have a pack of looks like half a dozen or so crews coming around the corner.
And just keeping things consistent. One of the famous Northeastern alums, Jim Dietz, who's been hanging around the sport for forever, one of his sayings is, if you put in the work, you can own the dream.
Now you're hitting the bingo card.
That was definitely a bingo item.
I believe it was talking about old-timey coaches as if you were personal friends with them.
Yeah, well, I know all these guys.
Bow number 23 is right in front of us. That is Minneapolis Rowing.
I mean, I Am Lazarus was definitely a bingo item.
Bow number 20, East Bay Rowing out of Barrington, Rhode Island.
Yeah, bow number 21, Upper Valley.
Bow number 27 is Black Sheep.
Wow, bow
from
27 is
Great
racing really well.
Yeah, high-vis hats have lost their bow card. I wonder if there's a little bit of action further upriver by the
There was a little
Riverbender.
bit of action. And bow number 19, which is Prince William from Virginia.
And we have bow number 22 with the, I guess those are
White
teal?
Marsh from Conshohocken and upstream from Boathouse Row. It's a younger Masters crew ready to make the statement.
Yes, those
Okay,
of you,
here you go, 700 left. Time for the statement.
Say Boathouse Row is just about as iconic in the sport as the head of the Charles. We have bow number 26 coming across in front of the dock now. That is from Three Rivers in Pittsburgh.
And then bow number 24, which is
Bula Bula. That is
Bula.
one of the other nickname
yeah,
crews.
there you go. Yale alumni.
Which I'm sure there's a long history of where that name comes from, but I did not go to Yale, so I don't know the history there.
Yeah. We're culturally uninformed.
I have been trying to assemble a spreadsheet with like all the alumni nicknames and then explanations of like whether or not you can talk about it or not, because especially with our novice announcers that get paired together.
All right, and bow number 25, which is Concord Crew out of New Hampshire. So it's a real club crew of a real river, and it's like I said, this race is a mix of virtual crews and alumni crews. So that's a true club.
Yes, some of these clubs, as Greg mentioned earlier, are quote-unquote Rolodex crews, as in you only know these people from your phone book. So the first time they may have rowed together was yesterday or this morning.
Or tomorrow.
Potentially.
Bow number 30.
That is Long Beach.
And bow 29, Rochester Boat Club. And bow number 32, from Saugatuck, down in Westport, Connecticut.
I can hear some Saugatuck fans up on the bridge.
And bow number 28 from New Hampshire. This is Great Bay. Yeah, Great Bay. Looking good.
Yes, they are the primary rowing club for the coastal New Hampshire area and southern Maine area.
Yeah.
And approaching us now, we have bow number 31, Ondina from Rome. And On the Boston side, by the orange buoys, we have PCRA from New Rochelle, New York.
Yep, bow number 31 is improvising a bit on the steering, using the stroke and 6 oars to drag, which will pull the hull over to the port side, and then having bow and 3 work it hard. So this is an example of the coxswain getting the rowers involved in the steering.
Yes, there's many different strategies and techniques coxswains can utilize to try to make this turn. Sometimes they have rowers drop out, extra power. Sometimes they just throw an arm into the river to add drag.
And we can have active debates about whether or not it's faster to steer with the oars or with the rudder. But generally speaking, whenever you're going off power one way or another, the boat's not going faster. There are tricks, though, that you can use.
So approaching us now, this is bout number 1. So that is event number 18, women's veterans 8, 60 plus, 70 plus. Bout number 1 is Marin. They came in first in this event last year with a time of 18:06. Following them with the bright blue unis, that is bow number 2, Endeavor, joining us from Arizona.
Well, they're all over.
Yes, they are all over the place.
There are a lot of familiar names in there. These women have raced here a lot.
The teams have to submit a home city and state, so our book has them listed as Arizona.
And right now, through CBC, Marin is 2 seconds up on Endeavor.
So Lucky Charms, the Lucky Charm colored T-shirts there, that is bow number 3. They held the previous record set in 2022 for this event, which was broken in 2023.
Lucky Charms is 2 seconds faster than Marin. So right now your leader is Lucky Charms.
I'm willing to bet Lucky Charms is trying to reclaim their record on the top of the leaderboard.
Mia.
Bow number 4, Chinook Rowing, is in front of CBC now. They're a composite crew as well. Rowers throughout U.S. and Canada are members of the Chinook Rowing Rolodex.
And looking down, we're about 20 crews through Weld, and I think the first 3 crews that you saw come through here were the 3 fastest through Weld, so nothing too deep in the pack.
Under the bridge now, that is Conabear Rowing. Conabear coming from Seattle, Washington. They were founded in 1984, and they've been present at most Head of the Charles since.
Boy, and those first 3 crews, Lucky Charms, Marin, and Endeavor, they were all like split swapping between Riverside and Weld and CBC. What happens in the next 700 meters, it's actually, I have no idea. So it's going to be really interesting to see what these women drop down in terms of a final around that dock, around that turn, past those trees. And then it's like 30 strokes to the finish line, and you just punch it.
And under the bridge now, that is East Bay Rowing from Oakland, California.
I mean, you really do train to like, okay, when do you start your sprint? Do you start at that apartment building downstream of the Elliott Bridge? Do you start it as you come by the director's tent? Do you start it at the Elliott Bridge? Do you start it at Belmont Hill, Windsor?
Well, part of that's conditioning. Part of that is how competent your coxswain is.
And like, you know, the International Olympian, it's all the same, whether it's the elites or the masters. It's can you hit your cues when the race gets hard?
Bow number 7 approaching the Elliott Bridge. That is the second Chinook crew. Bow number 8 in front of the CBC dock now. That is Texas Rowing Center.
Yep.
Again, joining us from Austin, Texas. Phenomenal rowing facilities down there on Lady Bird Lake.
Big trailer of boats making its way from Austin to Boston every October.
Bow number 9, Northampton from Northampton, Mass. That is a Western Mass crew.
It's funny, in these rowing cities around the country, the trailers make the rounds, and at every boathouse they put a few boats on. So it's Seattle, it's Oakland, it's Long Beach, it's Austin, you know, I think across the Midwest, coming up from the Southeast. And by the time they get to Boston, these trailers have boats hanging off of every single strut.
Oh yes,
and-
as a bigger man, I was always responsible for being in the middle of the trailer for that upper middle rack.
Yeah.
That you just hand over hand pass it through. Huge pain in the butt.
And then
always
when you
hated
get
it.
to Boston, there's one last challenge because some of the bridges are rather low. And there's a term here called getting storrowed.
Yes,
And it happens
those of
every
you
fall
local.
in September. Storrowed has to be on the bingo card.
Sturrowing, those of you who are not from Boston, is if you drive on Sturrow Bridge with a truck that is over, I believe, 9
like
foot
a U-Haul
10,
van. And the bridge sort of does a can opener thing on it,
Yes.
just rips the top off the back of the truck. But you don't want to do that with a boat trailer.
1512.
Okay, bow number 15, North Suburban, out of Skokie, Illinois.
12 in purple.
Followed by bow number 12, so 15 having a very good row. Bow number 12 is Intrepid Rowing. And that looks like they are based in Iowa, but they look like they're all from all over.
Yes, that is an experienced champ group, and they have overtaken bow number 11. That is another 1980 crew, members of the 1980 Olympic team.
That was a hard fight going through them.
Bow number 14 in the red hull. That is one of the various CRI boats.
Yep.
Anytime you have a race here on the Charles, you'll see a whole fleet of CRI.
The whole CRI boathouse is red.
Bow number 13 is approaching the bridge now. A crew from Queensland, River City Women's Rowing. They're from Brisbane, and it's a dedicated women's program. They seem to specialize in distance rowing.
And then it looks like an Upper Valley Blades.
In the high-vis hats, yes, that is correct. That is more Upper Valley rowing. The local crews, it's usually pretty safe to assume they will be using their own equipment. But if you're more than a time zone away, you either have a very dedicated coach who will drive your equipment here, or you're going to be borrowing equipment from somebody local. 18. And approaching us now is River City from West Sacramento, California. Oh, it sounds like we have some River City fans up on the bridge. Come on, you can make more noise than that. '16 Olden Bears. Again, these are Cal alumni, play on words of the Golden Bears.
Leader in this event continues to be Lucky Charms. It's 13.96. How does that compare? Ooh.
In the blue shirts, that is Ken Recke from Seattle, Washington.
Check that on the course record.
Not even close. 17:55. They beat their own.
That's the CBC time.
Oh.
18:16. Yeah. Okay. So if you're looking at this online, the times are at CBC through the finish right now. Lucky Charms in 18:16, Marin in 18:17, Endeavor in 18:21. So yeah, top three crews, 4-second spread. But congratulations to Lucky Charms.
That is bow number 17, San Diego Row Club. And then another Marin crew. Yes, the unofficial time right now has all of the top 3 finishers pacing faster than the 2022 record. So that really just goes to show you how fast the new record set in 2023 was.
Yeah. Yeah, you need a combination of things. You need it to be a relatively dry year, so you don't have a lot of water coming downstream. You need the guys down at the ends of the lock to not be opening the gates and draining the river. And you need a southeast wind.
Yes.
And you need a clean line.
Yes, having Charles River experienced coxswain particularly is important for the eights?
Although it's debate, I think some scullers on this river might say they could steer a better line than the coxswains because they're just able to be more precise with a single.
And approaching us now, that's bow number 23 in the purple unisuits and white hats. That is Intrepid Rowing. This is, as we mentioned before, Rolodex Club with athletes joining us from all over.
I mean,
and
I think
side by side, we have with the Temple blades, that's white blades with a red T on them. That's bow number 24 from Northern Virginia from Fairfax Station.
And bow number 20, which is style driven out of the CRI boathouse. And they are a crew that is out on the water every single morning. You see those turquoise blades.
Last one. And starting last in this event is joining us from Ireland, bow number 25, the Tribesmen from Galway. This is a crew from west of Ireland who have been rowing together for about 10 years on the River Corrib in Galway. They have victories both at national and international levels and home championships. They've competed at World Masters, Euro Masters, Brandenburg, Munich, Lisbon, Seville, and Valencia.
Okay, so we'll try to set the next event up properly. Grandmasters 4 is on the course. 3 crews are through Weld. The previous winner in 2024 was Crabtree A, followed by Marin and Potomac. The conditions again last year were sort of a slight wind from the southwest. The course record was set in 2023, also by Crabtree, which topped a time from another international crew, Wallingford. So the top 3 finishers from last year are back at it. Crabtree had a nice margin on the field, but Marin was less than 2 seconds ahead of third place, who start in bow 3. Palm Beach is at bow 4. They were 5th last year, and they're going to have some ex-Nemo guys right on their tail. So these are boats that are extremely competitive in terms of their training. There's some selection processes in some of them. You know, they've been racing the head of the Charles for decades. I think in particular the Palm Beach crew, I remember racing in this 4 back in 1992 personally. So they've been coming here for nearly 50 years. And we've got, let's see, a pretty deep field. There are 32 entries in this field, and that says it right up the top. And they will be coming up in just a second. So next up, men's Grandmasters 4, average age 50 plus.
And I'll take this moment now as well that we've mentioned CRI several times since they're hosting many of our crews, both for facilities, rental equipment, and also have many entries themselves. But they're also an official sponsor of the Head of the Charles. The Head of the Charles Regatta is happy to partner with Community Rowing to bring the sport of rowing to more than 5,000 youth middle schoolers in Boston and Cambridge public schools. This all happens through CRI's Let's Row program. To learn more, visit communityrowing.org.
And bow 1 is coming around the bend right now. Empacher hull, white shirts. Were they rowing with Northeastern blades?
Yes, those do appear to be Northeastern blades.
So this is Crabtree.
It's pretty safe to make the assumption that the crews are coming down in race order for the top half, since these are seated positions mostly.
Yes, and that's a big gap on bow 2.
This is
now you can't tell
gap.
if bow 2 just hung back or if these guys have driven out. Looks, I know they've driven out. I'm looking at the splits at Weld. These guys were up 24 seconds on the second place crew at Weld. This is an exceptional performance from Crabtree right now. They've got about 750 meters to go. Coxswain's lining it up for the next turn. This is nice technical racing from a crew that's been here before and has won before and has the course record. So they're clearly going for it.
Well, 2023 was a special year for conditions because we had so much rain leading up to the regatta. They had drained the course extra low, so there was almost no current. So there's a lot of records set that year.
Well, so that was a 14:28 through here. So they're going to have to do let's do the math.
It's worth noting the differential between Crabtree and Marin, our 1 and 2 seeds, from last year was almost 30 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to have to do like a 2:35 to break that course record. That's going to be tough.
Yes, your legs are on fire by the time you hit the Elliott Bridge.
Bow 2 coming at us next. Bow 3 hugging the buoys tightly, picking up a few meters.
Yeah, that's 3 out in front. So that's Potomac out in front with the red hats, red jerseys.
Oh, that's bow 3.
Bow number 2 is Marin in the black.
Bow 3 having a good row.
No, there's nothing labeled, but they were supposed to hook that up. I don't know how to switch that. I just have a volume up, volume down. That's it.
And here's bow number 5 with the Harvard oars. That's an ex-Nemo entry. It says Harvard HUBC, pretty old. Bow number 4 from Palm Beach.
Yes, that is white blades, white unis.
Okay, and here's Argonaut, bow number 6 in the white hull with the striped tops.
Yes,
They're out of Toronto.
They look very similar to Riverside when you see them on the river, only just with a teal filter. It's navy and a light blue horizontal thin striped unis.
And we've got some entertainment coming your way on the bridge. We've got 5 crews coming around the bend at the same time. Look to be pretty well sorted.
Red unis are 7, and then 8 is on the.
And the red unis, that's bow number 7, Atlanta Rowing Club, and then bow number 8, River City from California, West Sacramento.
And in the middle of this pack of 5, we have bow number 11. So that is a diesel crew.
So diesel, again, criteria meaning you were certainly fast once.
And on the outside, Gentle Giant Rowing Club, joining us from the Mystic up in Somerville. And on the buoy line, Evergreen. So that is
bow number 10.
Hanover, New Hampshire.
Yep.
They row out of the Dartmouth Boathouse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're a club program that rows out of Dartmouth facilities up in New Hampshire.
And here is bow number 12 from Portland, Oregon at Willamette. Jan Bird steering, knows the river really well.
I'm translating for him. That connector there is the inside one. They'd like the volume turned down.
How do we do that?
This column.
They want it down
well,
or up?
Yeah,
this one?
I don't know the board very well, so
I was just told this is volume for our microphones, and that's all I know.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're live with what you're saying, so.
Okay. Four crews approaching Elliott Bridge now.
In the green unis out in front here, we have bow number 14. That is Minneapolis Rowing Club.
Yep, rowing with their blades. The green and white oars.
They appear to have overtaken a Riverside crew, bow number 16, in the middle of this pack.
And then bow number 13.
Is Rockland from Nyack, New York. Rockland, known as the Jewel of the Hudson, just north of Manhattan.
And we've got bow number 15.
That is Capital Rowing, one of two very competitive rowing clubs that join us here from Washington, D.C.
So what was course record in this time? Okay, so Crabtree right now has a finish time of 17:21. Their own course record is safe. They're followed by Potomac in 18:06. So that's a 45-second margin.
Yeah, I
so
think
that was a dominant performance by Crabtree.
That Crabtree crew is particularly dominant in this event. Approaching us now, that is bow number 18, Ottawa. Ottawa Rowing, it's a combined crew of committed men's and masters rowers joining us from Canada. And out in front of these two crews here on the buoy line with the red shirts, that is East Arm, bow number 17, 50 men's plus program from New York. And then bow number 20, Union RC, not to be confused with our local Union Rowing Club. This is Union Rowing Club from New Zealand.
Yeah. We mentioned it earlier. If you don't have it yet, download the Head of the Charles app. It'll also have some live stream feeds, so there'll be stuff you'll be seeing before we do, and you'll know things we don't. Apologies if we play catch up on a few things, and then they will see stuff that that you may not have seen yet on the screen.
In front of us now with the Red Blades Whitehall, that is Wisconsin High Performance Program. They're out of Madison, Wisconsin. Made of crew members from the 1980s Wisco crew. And in the Whitehall, that's bow number 24. Another international crew from Lindisfarne, Australia. Which again, I encourage our bridge there anytime we have international visitors to please give them a good welcome for us. Here is York City from Great Britain approaching the bridge. And the Thames Tradesmen, also from Great Britain. I love this audience. I love how engaged they are with anything.
It's next to the battery on the red side.
Is gain volume? Because we could turn that down from the inside. I don't know. Like, I'm scared to mess with any of that. That's why.
10 minutes, okay?
Because I don't want to mess with treble or bass.
Yeah, it sounds good, Grant.
And this is Western Reserve bow number 29 from Cleveland, Ohio. They've had a good time and gave a good showing at RowFest 2025. They're followed by Concord crew, again from Concord, New Hampshire, local crew. And bow number 22, another international crew joining us from Italy. Tevere Remo, first crew from Rome to be competing in the Fours event. Welcome to the Charles. 2027, bow number 27, White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. And bow number 26, Rochester Boat Club from Fairport, New York. It's a crew that practices on the Erie Canal, celebrating 200 years this year. I was told to hand you this from the window.
You're working.
Yeah.
Bow number 31, Corvallis, that's from Oregon.
And one for you.
I'll make up for it later. Also, I've tried a bunch of the NA ones that I just don't like them that much.
Yeah. And that's bow 32.
Bow number 32, that is Los Gatos, joining us from Los Gatos, California.
And that's 28.
And bow number 28, Burnt Hills Rowing Association. We may have one or two crews remaining in this event, but that is most everyone. The next event is event number 20, men's veteran fours. So this is the 60 plus, 70 plus category. Again, 2 age groups, 1 event. First place last year, Molesey, their A boat, 1746. They did not return this year. They also set the course record in 2023 with a time of 17:30.
Yeah, right now through Weld, there's a middle of the pack crew that has dropped an extremely fast time.
So in front of us now we have bow number 2, Rocky Mountain, coming from the Mile High City in Colorado.
Yeah, these guys race year-round internationally. Good row from Rocky Mountain, nice technique. Watch the blades going down to the water. They're right in there, just super efficient.
They've overtaken Diesel, which is in the Whitehall with the Harvard blades during the bridge now, who also look fantastic coming around the corner.
Yeah, these top half dozen crews will all have great technique.
On their tail in the red and black, that's Marin. They'd like us to know that this is their favorite race, and they've actually staffed a very young coxswain for this event, which is I think personally surprising, but some of these young coxswains are extremely skilled. And in front of us now, you may hear the noise from the boathouse. This is bow number 4, Cambridge Boat Club. Previous president of CBC is stroking this boat.
So far, none of the crews have needed the Cambridge Arch yet this year, so that's good. They're all handling it well.
Yes, I think all the crews who had the time to practice making it around this corner made sure that they didn't have to use the off-ramp.
Yeah, and for those of you up on the bridge with the construction, that bridge was built in 1950, I think. So it's about 75 years old, and the city's been going through a series of renovations on bridges one by one. So it's the Elliott Bridge's turn. Okay, here's bow number 30.
So that's the last
prior
competitor
race.
From the Senior Masters
You've
Fours
got
event.
bow
That's
number
Pioneer
6 passing bow
Valley
number 5,
Riverfront
trying to figure out what to do here. So this is an interesting combination. Okay, now 6 is this is the coxswain's race, where the coxswain's trying to figure out how to get around bow number 30. Looks like they're clearing it fairly well. Looks like bow 30's cooperating a little. Okay, well rowed.
So we're gonna have a smoking alumni.
Yeah,
I was looking at the alumni.
I'm up next. Yeah.
Okay. We didn't
After
eat
this
your
event or the next
lunch.
What?
We didn't eat your lunch.
That's unlike you, Benning.
I know. They brought it to us. We were like,
They brought it to us at like 9 a.m.
this is when you joke around. Is this thing
Be in
on?
the sun.
Okay. So the bridge, they started renovation on it back in the spring, and they thought it was going to be fairly fast and move from arch to arch, and they were redoing the top surface, so people facing us, you can see what it looks like when it's done. It's very nice. Underneath the bridge, they started to find some unforeseen conditions, quote unquote. So things have been taking a bit longer, and that's what the barge under the Cambridge Arch is. It's all construction equipment.
11 out front.
Greg, do you want to keep announcing and I'll come back in an hour? Do you want to do that? Oh, you don't. Okay.
11, 9, 12.
Okay, now we've got 11 leading 9, leading 12. So 11 moving up nicely, both 11 and 12 moving up nicely. Bow 11 is Evergreen.
Yes.
Bow 12 is Chinook. So from Dartmouth and Chinook is Rolodex, and then 9 is Palm Beach.
And 14 and 17 are side by side.
14 and 17 side by side. That's Mountain Baker from Seattle area, and Monmouth. Monmouth is the one that I was mentioning earlier.
Yes, from Wales. They're right on the buoy line there in the red hull. And in front of the CBC dock now, bow number 8. That is another CBC crew. This is the 70-plus CBC crew.
I take that back. Monmouth had somebody click their split time prematurely. Right now, at the finish, the lead crew is bow number 2, Rocky Mountain, bow number 3, Marin, and then currently in third place is the Diesel A crew.
And in front of us now in the red hats, red shirts, that's bow number 13, Ancient Mariners, and bow number 10, CBC's A crew.
Want me to take over now?
Yeah, or after this one, I can introduce
Yeah, we got another 10 or so boats in this event.
Okay, we've got about another 10 boats to come through Cambridge Boat Club in this event.
15 USD.
Bow number 15, which is an alumni crew of University San Diego. Bow number 19 from the Ann Arbor Rowing Club. They row on Argo Pond there. Rowing well. Welcome to Boston.
And approaching the CBC dock now is bow number 23. That is another ex-Nemo crew, Harvard alumni. And bow number 18. That is a Swiss crew.
St. Moritz, yeah.
Yes, that's St. Moritz joining us. Let's make some noise for our international friends joining us here.
Bit of a lead change on the leaderboard. Rocky Mountain and Marin continue to be in 1 and 2. Cambridge crew, stroked by Tom Pounds, has moved into third place.
And in front of us now, approaching Elliott Bridge, that is bow number 20. That is comprised of Navy Masters. These are graduates of the U.S. Naval Academy and served in the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. Which, while we have a second here, the U.S. Marines are one of the official sponsors of the Head of the Charles this year.
I saw the chin-up bar. They had ergs and chin-up bars. So I think everybody's got a natural inclination for one of those two things.
This is Roma CC entering the bridge now in the yellow Empire, joining us from Italy. But yes, the U.S. Marines, one of the official sponsors of the Head of the Charles this year. I believe there is a prize for the pull-up competition. I do not have it in front of me, though.
It's a career option. You know, they're worth talking to. That's a good fit for rowers.
Lounge at the 2025 Charles Regatta Coaches. Stop by to recharge and connect with Marines who share your commitment to developing future leaders in athletes. That is 21.
About 21 and 22. Okay, bow 21 is the aging Aggies. Sounds like UMass Amherst alums. And then bow 22 is Minnesota Rowing Club, and the green oars, white tips.
And then Blood Street Sculls joining us from Old Lyme, Connecticut. Usually you don't see Blood Street Sculls in sweep boats, but maybe they're expanding into a larger boat program. I think we have one more crew left in this event.
I'm going to confess that this is when you look at the splits and you say unofficial versus official. So at the beginning of this race, I saw Monmouth's split at Weld, and it was significantly faster than the rest of the field. But then their time through here was incorrect. It has been corrected, and Monmouth is now in first place with a time of 18:15, followed by Rocky Mountain, followed by Marin, followed by Mount Baker, followed by Cambridge. So unofficial split times are always unofficial split times.
Yes, the officials and refs always review, make sure there were no violations, lane cuts, anything like that.
Well, and that's post-race. So
that is a smoking time.
Until these things go official, but I think a 45-second margin, they could afford a few buoys.
This is Penn AC joining us from Boathouse Row, and they are the last crew to start this event. So the next event, which has already begun, that is event 21 with a 10:23 start time, Women Grand Master 4s, 50 plus.
And let me just take this opportunity to thank everybody on the bridge. I'm going to be signing off for a few hours. I'll be back this afternoon for the singles and doubles races. But taking over for me is one of the outstanding longtime announcers of the head of the Charles, who knows a thing or two about boats, has a couple of course records, has rowed on an Olympic team, but the one and only Mary Mazzio. So Mary, here you go.
Sounds like Mary has some fans up on the bridge.
Oh my God. Thank you, Greg Benning, and thank you for my 2 fans over there on the bridge. We love you. Rock on. So welcome to the head of the Charles, everybody. Glorious day. We ordered it up special for you.
I'm sweating up here.
All right, exactly. Now, who do we have coming down? I got to put on my eyeglasses.
So just to catch Mary up again, this is event 21 that just began, the Women's Grandmaster 4s, 50-plus category. Marin A won this event last year, but the RCA alumni set the record in 2023 with a time of 18:29.
Fantastic. Now, where's the events? Is it right here?
Yeah.
Where's the women? Just so we can follow along.
You mean like?
No, so when bout 1 comes, we know who they are. Where's
Yeah,
that?
this.
Okay.
1,
Is this
2,
women's?
3, 4. Yeah, this is the coming
I
event.
saw George Hamill.
No,
That doesn't look like.
Coxon.
Over there.
19.
Got it.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
We have a lost wallet. So can you see if this guy's here?
Yeah, what's the name? Just if you hand me the phone quickly, I'll.
Sponsors to thank. And do we have the book? Is it this book?
Well, it's at the information board. So maybe just say.
I'm gonna do our shakuchi. Thank you for that introduction, by the way.
Found around here. So
Okay,
maybe just say
I'm gonna do our shakuchi too.
lot for a lost item or something.
All right, folks, before the event starts, I have a public address announcement, so I'd like everyone's attention. If you are named Alexander Bryant and are from New Hampshire, or you know someone named Alexander Bryant from New Hampshire, we have something of his that he definitely wants back. So if you could come to the information booth at CBC and provide some sort of verification of who you are, and we will return your lost item. Thank you.
All right, Jonathan, we see the first entry coming around the bow. This is looking suspiciously like bow number 2. We'll see, Pocock Rowing Club. And they are cutting a beautiful course. They're allowing the buoys to run underneath their port blades. This is textbook. This is a gorgeous course. Look at that, Jonathan. Now, can you read that bow number?
1 moment, please. I assume that's going to be bow number 1. Yes, that is bow number 1.
All right, from Marin Rowing, everybody. We got Janice Rittenberry, Kara Eichner, Sarah Vlachis, Carrie Cooper, coxed by 19-year-old George Hamill.
Yes, we have seen quite a few teenagers in these Masters events as coxswains.
We love that.
Allowed.
Well, look at the course that he cut. It was that's textbook.
You know,
all right, this looks like bow number 2, Pocock Rowing, with Trina Oltkan, Dana Manneling, Liliana Rettenley, Sarah Dukeman, and Lisa Oswald.
And coming around the corner with the buoys right under their riggers is bow number 3.
And that's Quinsigamond from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. But, we got a crew in hot pursuit that is having to pass on the outside. Is this from Alexandria, bow 4? Who's about to pass them?
6.
All right, we have bow number 6 from Narragansett that's really moved up in the standings. They are challenging for the best line of this course. This is Meg Wilson, Kimberly Worrell, Katrina Lukaski, Daniela Roop, and Francesca Bedwin.
5 in the red hats.
And then with the red hats, we've got bow number 5 from Sammamish Rowing, Amy Shotwell, Summer Taylor, Beverly Ashton, Lindsay Rindell, and Susan Cameron.
High Viz Pink is 4.
The High Viz Pink in Sartorial Splendor, bow number 4 from Alexandria. And then in hot pursuit, moving up in the standings from Saugatuck, is bow number 7. They're all going to be fighting for the line around Belmont Hill to hug that corner.
Yes, for those of you on the bridge who cannot see the other side of the bridge, the crews want to cut from the Boston side to the Cambridge side, and then you have a long arcing turn that goes past the Belmont Hill Windsor Boathouse. In front of us now is bow number 9. That's an Endeavor rowing crew. Again, this is a Rolodex crew. And it looks like we have a little bit of a battle going on between two crews. Bow number 10 out in front is Prince William Rowing Club from Virginia.
And then this crew in red, Jonathan?
That is bow number 8, Willamette Rowing Club, joining us from Oregon.
Wow, thank you for coming.
Yes.
Willamette Rowing Club, bow number 8.
Always thankful for our crews that are willing to travel internationally or cross country to join us here on our little river.
Exactly.
And, a bit of a jump here. We have bow number 17, Lake Union
from Seattle. This is Olivia Murdoch, Jessica Carbu, Margaret Green, Kathleen Pratt, and Elizabeth Jalengar.
If you watch them closely, their technique is flawless, and I have no critiques of that coxing line either, coming around the corner. That is
Did you hear that, everyone? Flawless. Hashtag.
That's bow number 12 in front of CBC Now, joining us from Baltimore. They always have the iconic Baltimore checkerboard pattern on their blades and unis, so it's easy to spot them.
There they go.
13.
And now rounding the bend, BMA from New Canaan. These are Cornell alumni.
As we were discussing earlier, Greg and myself, that is one of those alumni clubs that has a slightly inappropriate nickname that you'll just have to ask someone who's in the know who aren't being broadcast what that means.
Well, that's not fair, Jonathan.
It's just a little teaser. Get people interested.
All right. And bow number 14 has just gone past from Los Gatos, California.
Los Gatos always has a strong showing here at the head of the Charles. They tend to bring a couple dozen crews and staff as many teams as they can.
Well, and they got a 66-year-old in there, Mary Hayes, along with Grace Lee, Kate Martin, Amy Timpa, and Ubi Bundida.
And in the black and red in front of CBC Now, that is Hudson River Rowing Program. They're out of Poughkeepsie. They row...
on the mighty Hudson, Jonathan.
On the mighty Hudson. That is, I suppose, self-explanatory.
Now, this event is 50 plus, and we're noticing some really interesting lineups with 20-year-olds and 60-year-olds. So people are definitely playing the age game here, which is super fun.
Yes, the aged breakdown, it's for the average age of the crew. So you can have a couple of
ringers.
People, yes, introduced into the lineup there to bring the average up or down.
All right. Now, after a break in the action,
15.
We have bow number 15, Greenwich Crew. So this has Patricia Smith, Christina Wong, Joanna Willott, and Ann Waters.
And a big jump in the blue unis, bow number 23, Riverfront Recapture, joining us from Hartford, Connecticut.
Wow, they've really moved up in the standings.
That is a sizable change, and they just overtook bow number 21.
Bow number 21 from Indianapolis.
And bow number 22 in the blue hull, that is Pacific from Daly City, California.
Okay.
And in the purple unis with the white hull with the orange bow and stern
That
tips.
looks like bow 18.
That does appear to be bow 18.
That would be Holyoke Rose, which is located in Holyoke, Massachusetts, a stone's throw from one of the oldest women's colleges, Mount Holyoke.
Yes, and now in front of us as well, that is with the red caps, that is Pioneer Valley Riverfront Club from Springfield, Massachusetts.
All right, PVRA, known as they were back in the day.
I wonder if there's any friendly rivalry between the Holyoke Rose and PVRC.
I don't know.
Given that they are right next to each other.
There could be fisticuffs. We don't know.
16, 27.
All right, next we've got bow number 16 from Hudson River.
Yes, they're in the yellow hull, and then they've been overtaken by Concord Crew in bow number 27.
Nice jump from Concord Crew from Concord, New Hampshire.
And bow number 32, starting second to last in this event, the Olden Bears.
From Montclair, New Jersey.
Yes,
this is
Cal
the second
alum.
trip for them.
That is quite a jump for them. They must have a very
fire
aggressive
in
pace.
fire. It's fire, Jonathan.
Bow number 28, Rochester Boat Club, entering Elliott Bridge now. And in the orange unis, bow number 24, Greater Columbus, joining us from Ohio.
And this looks like bow 29 from Litchfield, Connecticut. Caitlin Cronin, Sue Edelstein, Dina Mendy, Frances Morrison, and Sophie Purdy. And I have to say, these coxswains are doing a remarkable job, especially given that the Cambridge Side Arch is unusable for this regatta. This is very, very nice work by these coxswains out here.
Yes, in front of us now, that's bow number 30, Newport Sea Base Rowing from Newport Beach, California.
And they've got a 17-year-old coxswain, Devin Costello.
No relation. And approaching CBC now, that's bow number 26, Bergen County from Ridgefield Park, New Jersey. This is a group of women who either rowed in college or learned to row briefly after college.
All right, and here we have something going on right here where a crew is attempting to pass. That looks like bow number
31 is out in front. That's PNRA/Mercer on the buoy line. But
they're making a play for the inside line here,
Greater
Jonathan.
Lawrence is trying to pass them on the outside, and that's the tricky thing about this course. You have a turn going one direction as you approach Elliott Bridge, but then the turn goes in the opposite direction on the other side of the bridge. So if you start a sprint before CBC, you can actually have a better race line on the other side of the bridge. And I think that's all of our competitors. We may have one or two stragglers for this event, but we will assume that is the complete event. The next event is event number 22, the Women's Veterans 4, 60 plus, 70 plus, with a start time of 10:36. So we'll take some time now to thank some of our wonderful sponsors.
So up first, Hudson Boat Works. They have a remarkable tent further down on the river. Hudson is built for efficiency and speed. They innovate. As a proud owner of a Hudson myself, I can tell you that they are wonderful, wonderful boats. Hudson also has generously donated boats to historically underserved communities around the country in partnership with A Most Beautiful Thing. And we applaud and thank them for this investment in the community. Speaking of which, if you have not purchased Arshay Cooper's new book, Let Me Be Real With You, he is located down the river at the Concept 2 tent. Arshay Cooper is the man behind the A Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund. He has put 15,000 young people on the water in the past 3 years who would never have been exposed to our glorious sport.
From the previous event, Event 21, Women's Grandmaster 4s 50+, we have a unofficial time. Bow number 17, if you remember, they had a big jump between their placement and where they were racing when they crossed CBC. Their unofficial time is 19:04. That is more than 30 seconds between them and the second place crew. They missed out on the record, which, as I was discussing with Greg earlier, the 2023 year was a very special year because of the wind and river conditions.
Oh, it was flying, like
yes.
the tailwind you can't believe.
And
today is a beautiful conditions.
They had closed the locks and drained the other end, so there was almost no current, so you could just glide forever.
Yeah.
So it will be unlikely for many of these records to fall, but those who do, those crews are doing something special.
Yeah.
We've already seen 2 today. Oh, and I think we see our either first crew of the next event or the last crew of the previous event.
19. I'm going to vote yes. This is from Burnt Hills Rowing Club from Apples, New York. And they seem to be perhaps closing out this Women's Masters 4, Senior Masters 4. Let's give them a little bit of a cheer. They're out there. They're doing it. They're over the age of 50. It's a glorious day.
Yes, it is. Yeah, microphone. Yeah. They're saying we're too loud on the inside.
On the inside of
the boathouse. This is bow number 1. It's this one that's the tab that goes inside, yeah. Yeah, but that's going to affect our input, so that'll turn down the speakers over there. What we need to do is modulate the output to the speakers inside.
All right, Jonathan, we got bow number 1 here. Let's see who we got.
We have 25 competitors in this event. Bow number 1 is East Arm from Greenwood Lake, New York. The women of East Arm Rowing Club are back at the head of the Charles, chasing their 3rd consecutive gold medal in this event.
And they've really, really opened up on the field so far. We've got bow number, well, maybe not. We've got bow number 3 who's jumped ahead from Saugatuck.
They set the record in 2023, and actually it looks like there's an error here that they broke their own record in 2024. So they are the record holders in this event.
What bow is that?
That is 2.
All right, now coming into view, Chinook Rowing Club. And these are athletes from both the U.S. and Canada.
And behind them is Quinsigamond Rowing Club, bow number 7.
Okay, this is great. They've taken a jump.
QRC joining us from Worcester.
Yeah, love it. You can see the two-seat really hauling on it in there. All right, now we have a bit of a cluster. This is going to be exciting to see who gets the best line.
Out in front, joining us from Skokie, Illinois, North Suburban Crew.
All right, and bow number 6 from Endeavor Racing. We've got Olivia Petrine, Angela Schneider, Ruth Suddeth, Cambridge Boat Club member, Michelle Kerr, and Katrina Fallon. Katrina Fallon, national team member.
And in the rear there, bow number 5, Narragansett Boat Club, joining us from Rhode Island, average age of 70. So that's the highest seeded member of the 70-plus veteran group. I would not be surprised to see them win this event.
In a sparkly purple boat.
Well, that's just free speed. I thought it was supposed to be cold today.
Oh my God, I am just...
Like, I have spandex on underneath these
Be,
lined khakis.
yeah.
I am... Like, I got a duffel bag with a change of clothes for later, but I don't know if I'm going to make it. And coming up now, this is Lake Merritt from Oakland, California. Lake Merritt's second time here at the head of the Charles with the same rowers in this crew. But they changed their seat order.
Beautifully done around the corner. Both these crews coming into view by both coxswains.
That is the German crew, ARC Würzburg. Make some noise for our German international athletes.
Yeah, they were all world championships. They're national team athletes. Cornelia Druitsky was selected for the 1980 West German, because it was called West Germany back there, Olympic 8. Really exciting.
And behind them was Vesper Boat Club from Boathouse Row in Philadelphia. And in front of us now, in front of CBC, the Australian crew, Melbourne Uni.
And one of them was a junior figure skating champ in Canada. Amazing.
And now in the white hull approaching Elliott Bridge, that is Avalon from Virginia. And they have overtaken Conibear, bow number 9
from Seattle.
Another transcontinental crew that made the trek out here
to
Cambridge.
With two 74 and 77-year-olds in that Conibear crew. How amazing is that?
And right behind them, that is Intrepid Rowing Club. They're one of the newer rowing clubs on our circuit here.
Their coach is Mandy Cowell, longtime coach, longtime national team athlete, extraordinary history in her own right.
And in front of us now with the red and black blades, that is Martha's Moms joining us from Seattle, Washington.
Yes, long-established club.
Yes,
Martha's Moms.
They're celebrating their 41st year as a competitive program.
Now we've got two crews hugging this buoy line in really textbook fashion. One crew has been pushed out, which is unfortunate because you can lose a good 5 to 10 seconds on this turn alone.
So out in front here, that's the Chargers from Liverpool, New York. On the buoy line, which, again, great racing line there. That is bow number 22, Orlando Rowing Club from Florida in the high-vis hats. And the Italian crew.
No kidding.
Rosa Remo, ASD from Rome, Italy.
Wow.
That is bow number 15.
All the way from Italy. Fantastic. Welcome to Boston, ladies.
Yes, we've actually had a uptick in the national of international competitors who made entries this year. Bow number 20, Northampton from Northampton, Mass, entering the bridge now in the dark hull. And they have overtaken bow number 19, Three Rivers from Pittsburgh, PA. Yes, we always pride ourselves on trying to make this an inclusive event, and we take that for every meaning of the word, including nationality. And this year we had, I believe it was a 20% uptick in international competitors.
Fantastic. We've got a couple more crews coming around. We also, I want to point out, many national team medals, world championships for the Michigan Wolverines that are about to leave the Cambridge Boat Club dock. We're expecting their bow number 23 in their event, and we're expecting them to charge through the crowd.
We have Riverfront Recapture approaching the bridge now, as well as Mont Lake Rowing from Seattle, Washington.
It's exciting. Huh? Oh, God. With my 2 pairs of glasses? Oh, shit.
And here comes another Conibear crew coming down the course. You can always recognize them. They brought their own equipment. They're not borrowing equipment. They have the yellow blades with the blue chevron on them. Oh, and I hear some Conibear fans up on the bridge. Make sure they can hear you.
All right, this is Lake Union approaching Elliott Bridge from another crew from Seattle. We've got Kara Twist, Kristen Sternberg, Ona Trichiotis, Amy Berner-Hayes, and Kathy Roach.
And then 23 is the last one.
And bow number 23 to bring this all home from Long Beach, California. Alexandria Pestalozlisis, Terry Luther, Valerie Miller, Sherry Ross, and Sharon Faustina, closing out this Women's Grandmasters Fours.
So some unofficial results, again, since most of the competitors have finished. It looks like East Arm will not have the three-peat that they were hoping to get.
Oh, dear.
They have slipped to 4th.
But you know what, Jonathan? There's no crying in Masters Rowing.
No.
Ever.
But the Quinsigamond Rowing Club team being 1.5 seconds off the record.
Fantastic. They looked like they were charging.
Might be a couple tears.
Well, that's just unfortunate.
All right, folks, so that is the conclusion of Event 22. Event 23 had a 10:56 start time, so we will see them shortly. This is the men's Alumni 8s. As we mentioned before, we can see the crowds getting bigger. You're here for the 8s, aren't you?
There are some sleeper athletes buried in these Alumni 8s. Olympic champions, World Championship, gold, silver, medal, bronze medalists. It's going to be really fun.
Yes, the record was set last year with a time of 14:07. Those of you who have rowed this course before know that is ludicrously fast.
So just to give you a preview, starting off, of course, UW, University of Washington alumni. They have refused to disclose the roster, but we know who's in that boat, and we'll recognize them and shout them out as they pass. Brown will be second, and that includes Will Legenzowski, U.S. team member, and Henry Hollingsworth, who was on the 2024 Olympic team and also national team member. Followed by that, from Old Dog, New York, New York, Jack Morton is 26 as part of that crew, and he reports he is well on his way to a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I know, right?
So again, I encourage all spectators to download the Head of the Charles app on your iPhone, Android, iPad, whatever device that you prefer, because we have live timing for all the checkpoints through the regatta. I can see that the Brown University alumni, bow number 2, was averaging a 131 split through the first 1,000.
Oh.
They had a time of 3:17 at the 1,000-meter mark.
What about UW?
UW is about 4 seconds behind
No,
them at
say
the
it
1,000.
isn't so. Okay.
So
we're gonna have
maybe
to
they're
see what
pacing
happens.
for a second half push.
Now tell me about Dartmouth, if you can see it. Dartmouth has Oliver Bubb. Okay, we have a Dartmouth contingent. Go green.
UW, Old Dog, Dartmouth.
Let me
and
tell you
are
first.
all less than a second apart.
You know what? Dartmouth's got Oliver Bubb. He was a member of the 2024 Paris Olympic team. So again, we're going to see some extraordinary athletes as part of this event. It's going to be really something.
While I have a second and all of your undivided attention, I'd again like to thank one of our new sponsors at the head of the Charles. Thank you, Dunkin' Donuts. Yeah, let's hear it for Dunkin' up on the bridge.
Right?
This regatta is rowing on Dunkin'. A big thank you to Dunkin' keeping everyone energized.
Where's your accent? It's Dunkin'.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Thank
whether
you to
you're
Ben Affleck and
caffeinating
Matt
before your
Damon.
race or cheering on your favorite crew, Dunkin' has you covered. And don't miss the action over at Weeks Footbridge, where Dunkin' is serving up row freshers to keep you fueled all weekend. So grab your friends, head to Weeks, and make sure you're rowing on Dunkin'.
And a shout out to Gentle Giant and our friend Larry O'Toole, who founded Gentle Giant years and years ago. They are the official logistics partner of the head of the Charles. They hire rowers, they move everyone, and just extraordinary company.
Yes, we literally could not put on this regatta without their assistance. And one other thing that I'd like to highlight is this year we have a change. We've changed the Reunion Village, and it is now the Riverbender. Some people thought maybe, oh, I didn't go to XYZ College, I shouldn't go there. No, the Riverbender is for everyone. Soak up this beautiful weekend at the Riverbender, where the vibes are as strong as the racing. Inspired by the Riverside revelry of the 70s and 80s, Riverbender is the spot to be all weekend. DJs, lounge seating, lawn games, and unbeatable views of the course. Swing by to enjoy a Heineken, long drink, Tito's handmade vodka cocktails, and Casamigos, as well as impeccable vibes, all while soaking in the energy of race day. Whether you're kicking back or turning up, make the most of your weekend at Riverbender, the ultimate spot to chill and cheer.
To chill and cheer, Jonathan.
Yes,
However, I will say it is only mildly evocative of the 70s and 80s, where people would drag down 50-year-old couches and bury kegs the night before the race. So it's
Yes,
a little less raucous.
It is inspired, not a direct copy. But we're trying to make the event fun.
Stop.
Oh, boy.
We got 2 8s coming around the bend. This is mano a mano, people. And the coxswain on the inside is just carving an extraordinary course. That is Brown, ladies and gentlemen, bow number 2. They've just gotten ahead of University of Washington. University of Washington is trying not to cede any ground. Look at how well they're hugging that buoy line. This is extraordinary.
So that is the tricky thing. If you are the faster crew,
yeah, this is where they've got to take right now. Brown has to take a power 10 to get the advantage right now.
Yes.
But with Henry Hollingsworth, Will Leganzowski, you've got Paris Olympians in that boat that are hauling on it.
wow, look at that
And
line.
I think that might be Chris Carlson, another Paris Olympian, stroking the UW boat. That's a stacked boat. This is really exciting rowing, guys.
When they first came into view, they were neck and neck. That was an incredible move that Brown put on.
Is that Dartmouth?
I think that's Old Dog.
All right, we think this might be bow number 3 with Jack Morton, who we reported earlier is well on his way to a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but these guys are looking terrific.
Oh, we got, and we, coming into view now, we also have a, looks like Harvard and Princeton showdown. That is Harvard out in front and Fat Cat in back.
Yeah, and it looks like they've passed Princeton. Am I
Yes,
correct here?
confirming that is Ex Nemo, bow number 5 out in front. And I
Yep.
don't even need my binoculars to tell you that that is a Fat Cat crew because they always, every year, wear
have the
their
same thing.
alternating orange and black.
Yep. That Ex Nemo crew may be coxed by the longtime amazing coxswain Travis Metz.
And joining us with a international crew for this event, bow number 7 in the purple unis, that is 1877 World
England.
Championship rowers in that crew. And right behind them, bow number 8, BU men.
Coached by Tom Bohr, two-time Olympian himself.
And they are trying to hold off bow number 9, Evergreen. The
Well, this is the
Harvard alumni.
Dartmouth
alumni.
crew that has Oliver Bubb, and that's another stat crew. That Dartmouth program has had an amazing resurgence over the past 5 years. It's just an
Yes.
extraordinary roster of coaches there, and it is seriously on the up and up.
They keep bringing in so much talent. We have bow number 6 in front of us now.
I'm not great in the sun, so I might need some of these.
I just literally asked her to.
That one's too big.
I just texted Ken to ask for one.
Because it's a lot
Can it
warmer
come
today.
soon, or?
Yeah,
I'll phone him too.
I'm cooking here as well.
All right, this looks like Northeastern, my friend.
Yes, that is bow number
Yep.
10. Northeastern, you know,
Huskies,
home crew. You can always recognize them with the red, white, and black blades. You know, I don't want to say there's an advantage of being a local crew, but they know this river better than any place else.
All
This
right,
is
that
bow
looks-
12.
Yep, from Baltimore.
All right, 13.
Followed by Purple Calf Boat Club from Wellesley Hills.
Yes, that is a Williams alumni
Oh my
crew.
God, these are, okay, they report their doctors, lawyers, investment professionals all clinging on to fitness for dear life. That's hilarious. All right,
Bow
Wellesley
number
Hills, take
16,
it away,
That's a
doctors
Marist
and lawyers.
alumni. Marist alumni trying to hold off MRA, which is Michigan Rowing Association. And on trying to take the outside, that is Syracuse Orange alumni. And they are overtaking bow number 15, Wisconsin High Performance. That is Wisco alumni.
This is very tight under the river. The coxswains are really avoiding mayhem, which is nice to see because that doesn't always happen.
And
this is a
approaching us
spot.
now, bow number 18, Butte. This is another Harvard alumni crew. This is the Harvard Lightweight program. And they have overtaken bow number 17, Hobart alumni.
Yeah, these coxswains are doing a nice job because we often see with big eights a fair amount of carnage. You
Yes,
know,
no
right in
matter
this very spot.
How
So
skilled
far,
you are, you can't overpower Newton's laws of motion. That mass has to go somewhere, and the little tiny rudder on the bottom of the 8 only does so much. You
or
need-
as our friends from MIT would say, E to the U, U to U, E to the U to Y. Go Tech.
Bow 19 is now approaching us now. This is the Purple Haze, which is a second Williams alumni crew.
These are classes of 23 to 25 from Williams College.
And I can
This
see
must
approaching
be
us
Vir-
now,
Big
Virginia.
V, Virginia, that's a hint.
Yeah, those are quite obviously UVA unis with the bright orange and V's on the back.
Is that a second Dartmouth crew?
Yes, this is a
Second
second
Dartmouth
Evergreen
crew.
Dartmouth crew approaching now with the hunter green and white fields on their blades. Obviously brought their own equipment down from New Hampshire. 22. Oregon State.
Another crew from Oregon. This is fantastic.
If I recall, that is the Oregon State Beavers. '23 is approaching us now. That's a Georgetown crew.
HOCR60 from Georgetown.
These are all young alumni. Average age of this crew is 24 years old.
Did you know that Bradley Cooper rode for Georgetown back in the day? Do we see him in this 8?
I think he would bring the average age
100%
up a little
true.
bit higher than 24.
True.
And bow number 24 is crossing our dock
In
now.
a bucket.
Blue Cheese Rowing Club. That's another Yale nicknamed crew. I am personally a big fan of the bucket for the head of the Charles. It gives you a lot more leverage coming around this turn.
And for those who aren't rowers, a bucket is when you see 2 oars right behind each other on the same side.
Yes, if you look at it from the top down, it makes the shape of a bucket because you have 1 oar on the right, 2 on the left, 1 on the right. This is bow number 25.
That looks Billy and Ian's homemade hot sauce. Well, that looks like Harvard Blades,
Yes,
so we know that's
this
a clue.
is another Harvard young alumni crew. And making a little bit of noise for themselves under the
which
bridge.
is hilarious.
The bridges do echo, and if you've ever been in a tight battle,
Oh
sometimes
boy,
the
talk about a
coxswains
tight
have
battle. Look at this.
let's say
coxswain
polite
from-
words. 32 is out in front, so they've made a big jump.
Yeah, this is the Golden Bears.
That's
Olden
Cal.
Bears from Montclair, New Jersey.
Yes, they are Cal alumni.
They were, Cal alumni. You knew they were going to come out
They
fighting.
just overtook Colgate alumni in the Yellow Empire.
Yeah, and the coxswain is getting ahead of Colgate to
then these
just
two-
dial in that turnaround, Belmont
We
Hill.
have bow number 27 on the Cambridge side, Aging Aggies. That's UMass alum.
And they're going toe-to-toe with Riverside Boat Club with their classic blue and white blades.
I think that was 31, St. Edwards from Great Britain. This is bow 28 in the black hull.
You are correct, Jonathan.
That is Yale Oldfellows, another Yale named alumni crew. This is bow number 34.
From Bucknell, forgive me, Delaware Men's Alumni.
And they are being chased by 35,
The
which
Blue
that is
Hens.
the Bucknell crew. And in the yellow unis and Empacher hull, that is bow number 29. I'm not sure who this is.
That's just ouch. 3 crews coming around this bend. One you can see has been pushed way out.
Yeah, Marietta College is 33 out in front. They have the best line at the moment, but it looks like bow 30. They're the crew taking the wide angle.
From Conshohocken.
Because they think they have the speed to take the outside. But
These are Villanova alum on the outside. But they were really pushed, I mean, kind of around that turn. That was just unfortunate sometimes. I see Harvard Blades coming around. Could this be the next event? Or perhaps borrowed equipment?
We have a lot of crews borrowing equipment, so sometimes you can't depend on just hull or blade design. This is bow number 41 in the Harvard equipment.
From Weston, Mass. Oh, Harvard 150s. Masking as BUTTE, Charlie Butt's crew. With the classic H on the back of those crimson jerseys. Harvard Lighties.
Yes, I'm sure they have the H150 on the chest as well, signifying that they are part of the lightweight program.
Of course.
Do we have a record? Not even close. Unless one of these lower pack crews has a blazing time, it looks like no records fell today.
All right, this boat right here. Who's this with the white oars?
Well, out
is
in
that
front here? We have bow number 37.
That's 37.
So out in front, that is Concall alumni.
We could hear the coxswain from here. That's an exuberant Conn College Coxon.
And then we have GVSU alumni, bow number 43. That is Grand Valley State University. Sounds like we got some fans on the bridge.
Grand Valley State. Rowing was Grand Valley's first sport, introduced in 1964. Fun fact.
47, big jump.
And 47, UND from South Bend, Indiana. This
Fighting
is a
Irish.
Notre Dame crew.
Oh, and we have two crews neck and neck fighting for position coming into the bridge. On the Boston side, you have 45. Boston side, that is St. Joe's.
And bow number 39, the classic Middlebury oars
Yes,
that
they
have a
cow
cow
prints.
theme, which is hilarious.
40.
Now we've got Westford Community Rowing from Westford, Mass. This is their very first alumni boat, bow 40.
44.
And we've got 44 moving up, Jacksonville Rowing from Jacksonville, Florida.
42.
Followed by Washington College from Chestertown, Maryland. All right, we got orange blades.
It's like 46 and 48. Wolverine. Well, we have some fans up on the bridge. We have bow 46 Wolverine Rowing Project, and they are trying to hold off the Blue Goose Boat Club. Blue Goose is Bates alumni, whereas the Wolverine Rowing Program, that's Belline Jesuit Prep School out of Miami. I love to hear this enthusiasm
And
on the bridge.
love the Bates unis. I mean, that's spectacular. Bright pink. Love that. Now, this might be our last entry. What do we think, Jonathan?
Yes, I think we have one, maybe two stragglers, but this is definitely FIT.
From Melbourne, Florida.
Yes, that is the Florida Institute of Technology.
And they've got, listen, these guys have a 72-year-old in here. Jeff Benez, they've got some 50-year-olds in here. Pete Paller. So this is a serious alumni's 8.
Yes, average
coming
age
by.
of this boat
I mean,
is
this
57.
Yeah, this is great.
Much of their competition has been in the low 20s.
And they're going for it. FIT. We think that's it? I want to preview the women.
I believe that is the conclusion of this event.
All right.
The next event, event 24, Women's Alumni 8.
We need to talk about this because this is going to be a grudge match between Stanford and Texas. Stanford starts off bow number 1. It includes Caitlin Kynast, who was a member of last year's national team. However, bow number 2, the Longhorn Legends, talk about being stacked. It's stroked by Kate Nifton, who was a Paris Olympian in the women's 4 and won a gold medal last year. Our Cambridge Boat Club's own Daisy Mazzio-Manson, silver medalist at the Worlds, Paris Olympian. She's in the 7th seat. We have Emily Froelich, who was a member of the 2023 national team and a spare for the Olympic team. Etta Carpenter, who was on the U.S. team last year. Coxed by Rachel Rain, who was on the U.S. team last year. I mean, this is a stacked crew. Also in this event, Brown. Brown always has extraordinary athletes. They fight. These women tend to be undersized that go and row for Brown, and they fight harder than almost anyone else, pound for pound. It's really exciting when Brown women enter a race. Let's see, we also have another UW alumni boat. We've got an Oxford boat from across the pond. We've got Radcliffe alumni. Let's see who else is buried in here, Jonathan. Several Radcliffe alumni boats.
Yes, it's always safe to assume that we'll have a strong representation of Massachusetts and New England alumni crews, but we always like to dig through the rosters here and see who our furthest crews are. We've had a bunch of crews from China this morning.
Very exciting.
And of the alumni, I think the Oxford crew, or possibly Dublin, depending how you're transiting, maybe further.
All right, so we're going to be eager. Can you see any results? Have they gone off the line yet?
My iPad died.
Huh?
My iPad ran out of juice.
What?
So that's why I was grabbing that. You'll have to give us a minute here for results, but
we're going to see if we can give you a little bit of preview of how the women are doing on the course.
The preliminary results of the previous event still had Brown at first.
Okay.
And then my device ran out of battery, so I have to plug it in now.
You don't want to admit that to a crowd, Jonathan.
Fine. They won't turn on me. They like me. I can check it on my phone.
Okay, great.
I'm
going to do a quick thank you to...
All right, so again, preliminary results have bow number 2, Brown, coming in with a time of 14:12.6. So unfortunately, no record, but that is the gold. And second place. So remember how we were saying how that Dartmouth crew looked great?
Yeah.
Bow number 9.
Well, they were stacked.
They came in second.
Wow, really?
More than 10 seconds behind Brown, but they pulled
you
this over.
You knew that they were going to be dangerous.
Oh yes, and then looks like the Old Dog Boat Club, bow number 3, has secured the bronze.
Wait, what happened to UW?
UW slipped down. Looks to be about 6th place.
Okay.
Harvard slipped in there. BU slipped in there.
Okay.
And 1877 Club, one of our international crews.
Well, you had a feeling that was going to be
they looked
threatening
real good
entry.
So again, event number 24 is underway with our preliminary results. Has bow number 2, the Longhorn Legends.
Did I just call that, Jonathan?
Yeah, they are out in front.
Yeah.
Not by much, but they've got an edge over UW.
Where are we on the course? Is that Riverside?
Yes, they are between Weld and CBC, so we will be seeing them momentarily.
Okay, this is going to be exciting.
But
Texas, of course, ably coached by Dave O'Neill, who won his first NC2A title, with 3 members of that crew that are racing today, Kate Nifton, Daisy Mazio-Manson, and Susanna Temming. So Dave O'Neill has begun a dynasty at Texas, which is just so exciting. And we can see them now, actually. That looks like Stanford, bow number 1, I believe. Can you tell me? Or is that Texas? Texas has passed Stanford. What do you mean just a little bit ahead?
Well,
look at the distance, Jonathan.
That is
a shellacking. I mean, they are cutting this corner beautifully. Rachel Rain is trying not to hit any buoys, but it may not even matter because this crew is just stomping.
I was just trying not to oversell it. They had over 10 seconds.
Oh, okay.
There
they go. Kate Nifton, Daisy Mazio-Manson, Susanna Temming, Samantha Schock, Emily Froelich, Etta Carpenter, Sophie Calabrese, national team members, world championship gold and silver medalists in there, Paris Olympians. They are out for blood. Hook 'em. All right, now we've got
that's bow number 1, I think.
Bow number 1, we believe. Hang on. That does not look like Stanford Blades. That is not
that's Noble Blades.
What bow number is that? That is bow number 1?
Yeah.
Okay, rowing with Radcliffe Blades. We've got the Stanford alumni.
Nobles and Greeno Blades.
Oh, they're Nobles Blades. Okay.
Yeah, so it looks like Stanford is borrowing equipment. It can be cost prohibitive to fly your hulls and oars across the country.
Yep. We've got Caitlin Kynas, just part of that crew. Isabella Battistoni. And then coming up now, bow number 5. That's a UW alumni boat.
They've overtaken bow number 4, Old Collegians.
This is an Irish crew.
Yeah, joining us from Dublin.
Amazing.
The Irish rowing program nationally has actually exploded since the Brazil Olympics when the
of the Irish team is just
yes,
extraordinary.
The double their
Heavyweight,
medals.
lightweight, and now you have
it's become a national initiative that the government is sponsoring many of these programs to try and get this program up and running.
Well,
and it has been very effective.
Well, Olympic gold medals are a testament to that.
Now approaching us, you can always tell when it's a brown 8 because they have the custom hull paint job of the bear.
They
on
do,
the front.
indeed. And again, as I said before, Jonathan, pound for pound, these women are fighters.
That is our Brown alumni crew entering Elliott Bridge. In the red hull, that is the Wisco alumni, Wisconsin red.
You got to wonder if that's Maddie Wanamaker, another Paris Olympian in stroke. We can't tell for Wisco, but looks it.
They've overtaken the Oxford alumni, joining us from Great Britain, another international crew.
Yeah, thank you for making the trek across the pond.
And approaching us now, Radcliffe alumni.
With their own blades.
Of course.
This has Bridget Kennedy, Olivia Farrar, Mary Colasar, Clara Duffy, Jordan Weston, Tessa Buchan, Calista Scoris, and Elsa Andrews. This looks like a Princeton boat.
Yes, we were just saying off mic here that this looks like a Princeton boat. I always appreciate the crews that have iconic colors, logos, symbols, because they're always easy to pick out.
Yep.
Fat Cat Rowing is one of those crews.
And
they
a beautiful
alternate,
course, by the way, by the Fat Cat Coxswain.
Yes,
I mean,
alternating jerseys, orange and black, of course, for the Princeton Tigers. Fat Cat,
Yep.
bow number 13.
And of course, the women are coached there by Lori Dauphiny. Extraordinary medal coach, has been at the helm of Princeton University for now about 20 years.
Now we have Big Blue, bow number 10, Michigan alumni. They are trying to hold off bow number 14, Bula Bula. That's a Yale alumni
That would be a
crew.
Yale alumni boat.
In the yellow hull, the Empawker, that's a Penn crew. And they are overtaking bow number 9, another international crew, a Crabtree boat joining us from Great Britain. Bow number 15 is in the rear of this pack. That is a Radcliffe alumni crew.
With their classic oars again. Now, I'm seeing Northeastern blades come around here, Jonathan. And they have, boy, we've got 2 boats coming wide around this corner. That is going to really impact their overall time.
12 on Cambridge side, 16 on Boston side.
All right. And they're passing Rutgers alumni on the outside. And that's got to be Northeastern, and in fact it is. Northeastern University. Go Huskies. And another entry from Blue Goose, Bates College coming around the bend.
This is another young alumni crew comprised of alumni from classes 15 through 24. We got 19 out in front there. That's Georgetown.
All right, we've got another Georgetown crew. Here they're coming. They're just a nice turn around the bend.
And then alumni, but they don't tell us what program they come from. That's 19, yeah.
So Georgetown, bow number 19, has passed bow 17.
This
the
is
alumni, they call themselves the alumni from Washington, D.C.
We are not sure which institute they're alumni of, but they are alumni of somewhere.
Hilariously.
In
All right.
the black hull, black hats, black unis, black blades. It's bow number 21, King's Crown. That's King's Crown Rowing Association, mostly Columbia alumni.
Oh, here comes a Dartmouth on the inside
Bow
here in the yellow boat.
22, that's Cornell. Dartmouth on the inside, bow number 25.
They're
the yellow
trying
hull.
to get ahead, hold their line, and then moving over is going to be a real
And
challenge.
that is Rutgers that they're trying to get ahead of. And
All right, we got Marist Red Fox Navy from Poughkeepsie, New York.
15:47, just shy of the record.
No, they beat them. 15:47, the record was 15:48. Did they beat the record?
15:41 was the record.
Previous record.
Yeah, that was the 27th.
So they finished 15:48?
15:47.9. And then the next crew is 16:09. That is quite a gap.
15:47.
Yeah.
We can confirm right now that the Texas Longhorns are in the pole position. We have to wait for everyone to finish, but they are right
Yes.
now in the number 1 position.
24.
All right, bow 24, Stanford Lightweight alumni.
27.
Followed by Brown Women, another Brown crew.
26 on the buoys.
And then on the buoys, we've got the Smith Alumni crew from Northampton. And then we've got another BU with the classic white and red oars coming through the bridge right now.
Bula Bula.
And this is a second Yale 8, another Bula Bula crew. Yale women have been coached for about 20, 25 years by Will Porter. Yale won last year's NC2A championships, which was stunning given the rise of the extraordinary and deep bench of talent that so many universities are developing. So that was a very exciting year for Yale.
And in front of us is bow number 31. That is a Radcliffe alumni crew. This is average age of 31, so this is more the middling alumni group,
Okay,
not the young
not
alumni.
the youngins.
And we have a little bit of back and forth here. Bow number 33 and 34. Bow number 33, the Northeastern alumni is trying to hold off the Purple Haze, which is another Williams alumni crew. That, the hot high-vis pink. They are trying to stay in the fight here as they approach the second turn on the other side of the Elliott Bridge.
Not sure they're going to be able to get by the Huskies.
And this is a Fordham alumni crew in front of Cambridge Boat Club now.
Look at these blue blades. They took the turn really wide. Somebody's passing them.
New tier.
All right, we've got New Trier alumni coming through, closest to Cambridge Boat Club, and they move to give way to the oncoming crew. This is an incredible act of sportspersonship. I'm going to vote for a Radcliffe alumni boat.
43.
Oh, and that's bow number 43, we believe they lost their bow number, but Crabtree Rowing from across the pond, Cambridge University Boat Club. This has women that competed in the Olympic Games, so that's why we saw them with quick catches.
That is an extraordinarily competitive program.
Well, and they had Liv Coffey, Grace Pendergast, who, by the way, is a double gold Olympian. They had Imogen Grant, lightweight Paris Olympian, gold medal. Claire Collins, a longtime member of the U.S. team, an Olympian. This was a stacked, but Megan Lee, first time on the national team. That Crabtree boat that lost their Baumarker was similarly stacked.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them sneak into the top 10 for the final results.
Don't know
here.
if they'll get.
Under the bridge here, we have Hamilton alumni. That is Hamilton College. And then entering the bridge, bow number 37, that is Lafayette alumni. Side by side in the yellow hull, bow number 40 is trying to hold off bow number 41. So that is Georgia Tech alumni and Rhode Island women alumni. So it sounds like we have some Tech fans up on the bridge. And approaching CBC now, bow number 38. That is a Tufts alumni crew. They have they're holding off bow number 44 with the blue hats and the blue blades.
Duke.
Now, it's always tricky looking at the results as we're announcing because we want to give you up-to-date information as we have it. But I think that Crabtree crew is a perfect example of why we can't announce results too early into a race. Because if you're a lower-seeded boat or a lottery-seeded boat, you may have the fastest team, and we just don't know. This is bow number 42 in front of us now. That is a Georgetown.
HOCR60 once again.
And they are being followed by bow number 45.
Yep. And we've got a cluster of boats here. That looks like from Williamstown, another Williams. Purple Haze type of alumni crew.
Strong showing from Williams alumni today.
Yeah, lots and lots of boats.
Marietta College alumni with the blue and white.
Bow 47, those
design.
blades look like UMass, and bing, bing, bing. That's UMass approaching Elliott Bridge right now.
48 behind them.
Followed by, from South Bend, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Oh, big crowd cheering them on. In the rear there, we have Drexel alumni in the green. University of Buffalo. This is the University of Buffalo alumni with the yellow blades with the blue slash through the middle. Oh, thank God! I'm. Look at the results and see how Crabtree did versus. Yeah. How much time? Okay. Yeah. Let me.
I'll bring it.
They got second. Yeah.
And as we suspected, Crabtree stormed through this crowd. First, we'll say, go green. This looks to be a Dartmouth crew right in front of us, bow 57.
Yes, right now there are two teams who have placed under 16 minutes for this event. The Longhorns, unofficial time of 15:47.9, and Crabtree, unofficial time 15:54.5.
Yeah, that's a sizable 10-second gap. However, the Crabtree team was a little bit older, but just extraordinary pedigree. And in fact, a number of the Longhorns yesterday said they have many idols in that Crabtree boat, which is adorable.
Well, what do they say about meeting your idols?
I don't know. What do they say, Jonathan? I have no idea what they say.
Coming up now to Elliott Bridge, that is Smith College alumni crew. I
Northampton.
hear some Smith fans.
The Smithies take to the river.
Oh, sorry, that is the BB&N crowd for the BB&N alumni crew.
What? Jonathan, how could you get that so wrong?
Oh, how could I get that
BB&N,
wrong?
everybody.
Local crew, our neighbors here on the Charles.
Love it.
Love to see high school programs fielding alumni eights.
That's extraordinary. We don't see that often, and we need more of it.
WJ crew, that's Walter Johnson rowing program. This is their alumni boat entering Elliott Bridge. And
I think that took us to the end.
we might have one or two stragglers, but I do believe you are correct. I think that is the end of the event. The next event is event 25, Men's Master and Senior Master 4, start time of 11:36. So we will be seeing those crews in probably about 5 minutes. Oh, thank you so much for doing that.
All right. Bow number 2 of this next event, we've got Porter Collins, Anders Weiss, former Olympians themselves, and they report, quote, back again, unquote. That's their bio.
So Minneapolis A won this event last year with a time of 16:42. Nothing like the 2022 record, though. That's a 16:35 set by Ex Nemo, which those of you just joining, again, that's a reminder. That is one of the various nom de guerres for Harvard alumni.
Okay. I'm just going to see what's in here.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but that sun is making me so nauseous.
Me too. And I'm still, look at it, it's still on
Yeah.
me.
Well, we can slide over more if you want.
Yeah.
Because I think we have enough room with the technology, too, that we can slide the whole
Can we slide
table.
over a little more just because I'm still in the sun? I don't know. Maybe we'll...
Yeah, we can move the table if that's easier. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. We didn't have the right tent this morning, so we couldn't set it up. We had like one of those tents, and they don't have the collapsible legs.
I'm just going to get a quick bite of this, I believe.
Hey, did you have a race this morning?
Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. Yeah. You got to fuel up.
Yesterday, hard conditions.
So your on-paper time is faster than the crew ahead of you, so you try to beat them to the gate and get around them before you pass the Riverside
You need
Boat
to be
Club.
very, very careful that you don't get penalized by BU Bridge, by the way, if you do that.
Yes. I may have had a couple of coxswains who were penalty enthusiasts.
All right, bow number 3, Wisconsin High Performance. They are hoping for the crown.
But I will say, just as a reminder, that we up here with the microphones, we're not here to talk about penalties or rules or regulations that are for current races. We're just here for color commentary.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bow
but,
number 4 with the high visibility shirt.
Right, from
shirts.
London. We've got Charlotte Robinson, Basil Ammon,
And 5.
Andrew Douglas, Tom Watley, and Alexander Virgo.
Side by side in the M.
All right, side by side, we've got Potomac. I would bet that's Potomac. And they're overtaking. Bow number 7 is overtaking.
Chicago. That is Chicago that is fighting for their line, but it looks like, at least from our eyeball test, Potomac might have a little more speed going into the bridge.
Yeah, but they're going to have to fight to get the angle coming around Belmont Hill. Oh, and then there's a big gap here.
Well, while we have the gap, would you like to explain to the crowd the yielding rules for the head of the Charles?
Would you like me to? You
Yes,
just said
please.
we can't talk about penalties or rules,
Well,
but we're going to
this
launch
is
right
not-
into it,
This
Jonathan.
is not for a current race. This is just for the spectators.
Yeah, and I think I remarked earlier about an active sports personship is if you do have an oncoming crew that is faster than you, you are expected to yield, to move over, to allow that crew to pass. It's a long-standing rule. It's important. It's important to adhere to. And sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But right now we are seeing crews, this one in particular coming around the bend, they are yielding for the oncoming crew. They have given up a very good line around the buoy. And that's just a classic example of good sportspersonship.
So that is bow number 9, Fairmount, with Rex Rowing Club from Great Britain on the buoy line.
Okay.
So because Rex has a slightly higher rate of speed.
Yep, they've moved up 2 places, bow 11.
They have the superior race line, but it looks like Fairmount's not giving up. Those blades are right on top of each other. They both want the better race line. And
All
right
right.
behind them, that's bow number 8.
Yep, from Daly City, California.
And then bow number 10 approaching the bridge now.
That's another crew from Portland, Oregon. This is another high school rowing alumni, which again is great to see.
And Cantabrigian,
Yeah.
another Great Britain crew, is entering Elliott Bridge now.
From across the pond, yet again.
Being
from Great
tailed
Britain.
by yet another Crabtree crew.
Okay. Watch out for the Crabtree crews.
They came out very strong this year. Palmer Racing in the high vis green and pink.
Yep.
That's Palmer from Newton, Mass, named for the Palmer family.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that fun fact. In that Crabtree boat, we did have a Beijing Olympian in that boat, buried in that boat. So we'll see how they do if they can move through the standings.
We've got to talk to you.
Alan has my contact.
Oh, yeah.
And, if you have a MIT guy that wants to just take my software and make it work for you guys, I don't care.
Okay.
But I've got all the data sources figured out and where to grab stuff from,
Oh, yeah.
by APIs from Regatta Master and all
That's the biggest pain in the butt. It's just pulling the data down.
Well, knowing where it is.
Yeah.
And it's not all in Regatta Central.
Yeah.
So it's a conversation. And I'm not pushing anything on you guys. I understand committees, so we can talk. Develop a prototype. You can say I don't like it.
No, it's been a full year of us actively trying to find a better solution than what we're working with. So.
All right, Jonathan, I need you to look alive here.
Okay.
We got a crew coming around after a large gap with a beautiful line on that orange buoy line. I mean, that was gorgeous. Okay, I need the buoy number, friend.
This is buoy 16. That is West Side Rowing Club from Buffalo. Oh, and we have a big pack of crews coming.
Oh, this is a
wide
cluster,
around.
yeah.
So this is what we were talking about earlier this morning, that we're worried about some of these 4s and 8s events as they have competitive speed coming around the corner. But you can fit, I'd say, 3 boats across the center arch, tight but comfortable.
I would not say comfortable. I'm gonna ask you to check your police work there
I'll
on
say
that,
you can
Jonathan.
fit 4 with an extremely experienced and confident coxswain.
That's a negative. That is just fake news right
4,
there. 4 8s.
I've done 4 before.
Yeah,
It's
with
not
clashing
good.
oars.
So that is bow number.
All right, we got bow 15 here, Jonathan.
27. 3, 4. No, I don't know who that is. 15.
Another
21,
Potomac crew
17.
approaching.
So, Bowdoin, Evergreen,
And Texas.
And Texas.
Texas Rowing Center.
Texas is another one of those crews that they are always easy to spot because it's a transformation of the Texas flag on all their equipment.
There you go.
22 and 19. Now approaching us out in front. It's a Turkish crew.
This is 3 of them are retired members of the Turkish national team. Their stroke was the gold medalist of the U23 World Championships with his partner.
Let's make some noise on the bridge.
This is
for our
very
Turkish
exciting to have a
visitors.
crew from Turkey. Thank you and welcome to Boston.
And right on their tail is Prince William Rowing Club from Washington. And they've overtaken the Newport Sea-Base Rowing Program.
And then this looks like a Cornell.
20.
Would that be a good guess, or what's
3,
the C
24.
here? Colgate?
That is Cornell alumni.
Okay, as I said. And then Rowe, New Jersey, from Lake Hopatog. Lake Hopatcong. Okay.
That's a tough one.
From Mount Arlington, New Jersey. We got another bit of a gap.
Looks like we have about 3, maybe 4 crews remaining in this event. Preliminary results, again, all preliminary results unofficial, have Minneapolis Rowing Club. No new record, but they secured first with Crabtree coming in second.
Wow,
So
no, okay, Crabtree.
Crabtree.
Dangerous entries.
Crabtree came out with a strong program this year. That is bow number 3. So that is the first crew of event 26. And they are
the men's
flying.
alumni 4s. Wow. This is BMA from New Canaan.
That is Cornell alumni.
Wow, they're
Average age of 23. So I imagine those are Cornell alumni who graduated in this May's senior 4.
and
That
they
is about
have
24 of the previous event.
from
Chargers.
Liverpool, New York. And this is bow number
1.
Okay.
So this is event 26.
Crabtree.
Men's alumni 4.
All of these lads went to Cambridge University.
You know, I think BMA, bow number 3, who we just saw, I think they're going to try to beat that Delaware record from 2022.
Well, that's what it looks like. We'll see if that happens. It's going to be hard today.
That's, I think, the biggest gap we've seen so far.
Bow number 2, Friends of Vanderbilt from New Rochelle, New York, approaching the Elliott Bridge right now.
We have 25 near us and then 5 on the other side.
Oh, boy. And then we've got bow number 25 of the previous event.
That's Genesee from Rochester, New York. And on the buoy line, we have Northeastern alumni. So, again, very, very experienced with this course. This is their home river.
Yep. And then Bucknell with those orange and black blades, bow number 7.
And they've overtaken the Friends of Vanderbilt rowing with the black and white checkerboard blades.
From Isla Vista, Santa Barbara, California. And they're trying to defend their quote-unquote beer garden crown. We don't know what that is, and we're not going to ask any questions.
We're also not sure where they're an alumni from.
other than Isla Vista.
We can guess, but it's just a guess. UC Santa
That
Barbara.
would be UC Santa Barbara alums. Thank you for the
Our-
fact-checking crew over here to my right.
Yes, the rowing channel, bringing in the vital information. So from the live time tracker, it does show BMA and Bucknell as 1 and 2. Will that stand? We're not sure because, again,
You don't know
these
who's buried in
seedings-
here. You do not know who's buried in here.
And when I looked at the rosters that were provided to us, there's a few very young crews in here. There's a bunch of 22 to 24-year-old average age crews. So this is bow number 8 coming across our dock now.
From
That's
Gordon College, from Essex, Massachusetts.
Now local club. And they have overtaken the
That looks
Belmont Hill alumni.
Those are Belmont Hill alums from right next door.
By our side of the river,
Middlebury
with the cow
Middlebury
print.
is actually cooking along. They're going to get a great inside line.
Evergreen Dartmouth entering the bridge now.
Okay. This looks like FIT, am I correct?
RIT.
RIT.
So Rochester. And bow number 15 is MIT.
E to the U to U to X, E to the U to Y. Go Tech. Well, my grandfather rode for MIT back in the day, so. Okay, next boat is 14 on the inside.
This is 18 here.
Approaching now from Canada, Brock Rowing Club. These are Brock University rowing alumni.
Yeah, that's 14 and 17, so 14 just overtook 17.
All right, Miami Rowing Club, bow number 14, just overtook Drexel. Miami is on the inside, but boy, this is tight here. Drexel does not want to give up their inside line.
Yeah, they are fighting for it, and looks like they are not going to give up yet. Which, from their positioning now, as we were discussing earlier, the race course curves away from the bridge on the other side.
It looks like Drexel actually just picked it up.
Yeah, they'll
looking.
have a very advantageous race line on the other side of the bridge.
Your checkered blades.
Bowdoin coming
All
up
right,
next.
coming around the corner, we've got Bowdoin College. Polar Bear Rowing.
And they are holding
then
off the Wisconsin High Performance crew.
Here comes, well, Wisconsin was further down in the ranking, so Wisconsin is closing fast.
Yes, and also interesting, they have a starboard stroke
Oh, and they've
4.
they've got a national teamer, Michael Nippen, who was in the 2023 8. So they got a ringer in there.
Yes, and just by looking at this gap between them and the next clump of crews,
That would be a clue.
That is a strong indicator that they are going to be on the top half of the leaderboard.
Yep. All right, who's got these BU blades coming around?
1, 2, 4.
All right, DeWolf, of course, BU alums in their own BU blades.
Now, the DeWolf Boathouse,
Yep.
their namesake. And
With
they're
a
making some
very
noise.
excited coxswain. He just gave a whoop, coached by two-time Olympian Tom Bohr down the river.
So we have 22 in yellow. That is Georgia Tech alumni.
Georgia Tech.
They have overtaken
Bow 16, which is
16,
Penn State.
Penn State.
The Nittany Lions. Followed up by Linwood Rowing Club out of Princeton, New Jersey.
Then we have friends of WPI, Worcester Polytech.
All right.
That is most of our competitors. I think we have 1 or 2
I see
remainders in
something
this
coming around.
event.
Yep.
That is bow number 1. The next event is event number 27, Women's Masters, Senior Master.
Okay, well,
4s,
that's
30,
interesting
40 plus.
because they are cooking if they're able to be so close to the men's event.
Preliminary results from men's alumni has, let's see, Brock Rowing Club, bow number 18, upset over the BMA Club.
Okay.
So
well,
Brock
right now.
Rowing,
Yeah. Wow.
no new record, but that is an upset considering how fast that BMA
I'm sorry,
crew
this is not bow number 1.
Oh, excuse me, that is bow 21. There,
Jonathan.
I think their coxswain's head was blocking the 2 for me. So that is Wolverine Rowing Project. These are alumni
from Miami, Florida.
Balin Jesuit Prep School. So
There
this
we
is
go.
another high school alumni crew.
Wonderful, a high school alumni crew. Yeah, that would have been stunning for the women to have been that close to the men. That would not have made sense.
So that is Brock Rowing Club, the St. Catharines Canada Club.
From bow position from 18.
Yes, bow 18. So they had to fight their way through the pack.
That's exciting.
Again, unofficial race finish time of 16:33.8. BMA, who we thought had it in the bag, was 16:36.5. So that comes down to what would you say, about a length, maybe half a length?
Yeah, I think that's about right.
So again, the next event, we have the Women's Master and Senior Master 4s, 30 plus, 40 plus category. While I have your captive attention, I'd like to discuss some of the hulls we've been seeing today, specifically Filippi Racing Hulls. They are the official supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Visit their space near the finish line. Thank you, Filippi. And just another reminder about the Riverbender, formerly known as the Reunion Village. It is now the Riverbender, located downstream from us over by the Harvard boathouses. Inspired by the revelry of the 70s and 80s, there's DJs, lounge seating, lawn games, Heineken, long drink, Tito's, and Casamigos. Go check out the Riverbender. Also, rumor is the Patriots, Celtics, Bruins, and
what?
Red Sox may be at the Riverbender at different points throughout the weekend.
En masse? Okay, catch your favorite Bruin at the Riverbender.
Much like how Filippi makes wonderful racing shells, you know who else makes great racing shells? Hudson. Hudson is an official supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Take a bite out of the competition with high-performance rowing, boats that are athlete-focused and technology-driven. This weekend, the regatta's apex predators gather with Hudson in the exclusive Shark Zone. Row a Hudson and be a shark.
Well, and as I mentioned before, an extraordinary commitment to the community with their gift of about $500,000 worth of equipment to underserved communities throughout this country in partnership with the Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund, an amazing partner, along with Concept 2. Thank you to the two of them.
Yes, they also have phenomenal techs and salespeople that if you ever need skeg fixed or oarlock tightened or a patch job, they will make your equipment work for you.
Wait, so if I need my oarlock tightened, I just call them up and
yes,
say,
that's all you need.
I don't get out my own toolbox.
No, you call up Hudson or Filippi or perhaps the people at Wintech.
Oh, okay. You go.
Wintech Racing and King Racing are an official supplier of the Head of the Charles. Visit their space near the finish line. Thank you, Wintech. Can't show too much favoritism. Although Hudson does make great.
Oh, you know, we forgot to point out CBC member Anna Mathis, who was bow number 14 with Yale University alumni. Also a BB&N alumna, hometown gal.
Oh, I think I see our first crew approaching.
Indeed you do. All right, they're coming a little wide around the turn. That's going to cost them because I can see somebody's in hot pursuit if this is bow number 1.
Yes, for those of you who are not experienced rowers or experienced with this river, if you take a turn wide, you're adding meters to the total distance. The start and finish lines are static, but how you get there, as long as you stay within the race lines.
All right, I'm going to say that's
totally
bow
up to
number
you.
1. Am I correct?
Yeah. That is bow number 1.
Okay, this is Pocock Rowing. And this boat features Lee Carroll, Stephanie Seaman, Alex Jaffett, Jenny Potter, and Sarah Smith. Oh, and a beautiful line right behind them
Like
in
St.
classic St. Kitts, St. Catharines from Ontario.
Their iconic unis.
Gear. Iconic unis, according to Jonathan.
Yeah.
They are in second position, so they've maintained 1 and 2, but we got 3 and 4.
4 overtaking 3.
Yeah. And this is Island Racing Team from New Haven, Connecticut. They all have ties to Hartford, Connecticut.
They're right on the buoy line.
Yep. And they are overtaking Samish Rowing Association from Redmond, Washington.
Ooh, looks like
This is
very
a
close.
tight,
Blade on
tight.
blade.
This is, nope, I don't think we're going to see blade on blade. Nicely done by the coxswain.
Yes, excellently navigated. But a big gap between these crews and the next few.
All right, these first few crews have clearly opened up a fairly sizable gap here, Jonathan.
Yes, sometimes you do see this with the Masters events where the age ranges can play a large factor in how these crews will
yes,
be competitive.
but.
Yes, but
I
because
mean,
it's
we
always
don't have
dependent on
60s,
who.
70s in this. This is 30s and 40s here in the Masters event. So, however, 30s and 40s, people have working lives, right? Fitness waxes and wanes depending upon the year, and so there's that.
This would be the Carolina Masters Rowing, joining us from North Carolina.
Yep. Speaking of which, you've got a 27-year-old in here with a 38 and a 61-year-old. So very clever stacking of that boat.
And they have overtaken bow number 5. So that's Minneapolis Rowing. They have had a strong showing this weekend. Small boats as well as the mid-sized boats.
Who's that coming around the corner?
10, and they've overtaken 8. 10 in red.
What bow?
10.
All right. Bow number 10 from Atlanta, Georgia. Coming into view right now, headed for the Elliott Bridge. And they're trying to hold off a really fast-moving, I'm going to bet that's the Irish crew.
Yes,
What
that
bow number
is
that?
Irish Masters Boat Club from Cork. Bow number 8, Kelly Green Unis. That's 13.
All right, and from London, we've got London Rowing Club from Great Britain. We've got Julia Norton, Saskia Gill, Catherine Grayson, Kirsten Luton, and Emily Waters. From across the pond.
High-vis hats are 7.
All right, coming around now from Boulder, Colorado. They row at 5,400 feet. They are a small but determined team, training at altitude.
And they are trying to hold off Ottawa that's taking a slightly wider line. So Ottawa may be trying to get the better position on the other side of Elliott Bridge.
For sure.
Oh, I hear some Boulder
yeah,
fans.
Exactly.
Approaching Cambridge Boat Club now, Riverfront Recapture. That is a independent rowing club out of Hartford, Connecticut, rowing on the Connecticut River.
And they have passed Capital Rowing from Washington, D.C. Capital Rowing with the red, white, and blue blades.
And 14.
All right, another crew from Ireland. Right?
Shannon.
Yeah,
Shannon
this is
from Limerick,
fantastic.
Ireland.
They began their rowing careers as juniors. And one of them has had on her bucket list forever to row in the Head of the Charles. Well, here you are, and welcome to Ireland.
And they've got a fight.
Welcome, Ireland. Welcome to Boston.
Welcome, Ireland, to Boston. They have a fight on them, though, because that is Riverside right behind them.
Yeah, the
and
blue
Riverside,
and white striped
Riverside
blades.
is a quick program.
All right, coming around the inside bend, beautifully navigated here.
Blue line 21.
Yep, this is bow number 21.
16 on the outside.
Samish Rowing Association from Redmond, Washington. And on the outside is ZLAC from San Diego.
Yes. I'm never sure if it's ZLAC or ZLAC, how they prefer
It's
to be pronounced.
ZLAC, but
ZLAC?
but we'll go with whichever for now.
ZLAC?
Yeah. It said bow 23, didn't it? Or no? Okay, maybe not. I want to make sure I didn't.
It's 23.
It was, so that was
Okay.
Cambridge.
Oh, crap.
Cambridge 23 has just gone through Elliott Bridge. We're sorry for that.
That's 21.
That was not bow number 21. Our binoculars, Jonathan's binoculars, had a smudge. Making up that Cambridge boat from Cambridge, Mass. was Erin Driscoll, Jessica Efert, Alex Spalding, Kendall Brewer, and Felice Mueller. One of the reasons why they were cooking is these are all national team members.
Yeah.
Oh, and we missed them.
18 and 17.
All right, we got bow number 18 and 17. Yampa River from Steamboat Springs, Colorado. And MITRC, another MIT rowing club. All right, this is going to be interesting to see how Cambridge does with all those ex-national team members. That was bow 23, Jonathan. You're going to have to look that up. In the meanwhile,
22.
we've got bow number 22 from Orlando, Florida, Orlando Rowing Club. They report that they are some of the sweetest and most giving people you will ever meet. All right, all the way from Orlando, Florida. Welcome to Boston. All right, buoy line, bow number 26 from Mount Baker, Seattle, Washington. And they're passing bow number 20, Westford Community Rowing.
In the middle of the pack is Row, New Jersey, bow number 24.
And 27's trying to pass. They've
overtaken-
boxed out. They've boxed out bow number 27.
That is Mount Baker from Seattle, Washington.
Wow. Oh, that is tight. Okay, now that is oar on oar.
Ooh.
Or, oh, dear.
Oh, yeah, that is bow deck on stern deck.
No carnage.
Not yet.
Not
but
yet, but
both of those crews have to turn pretty aggressively to starboard within the next 20 seconds.
Yeah. All right, this looks like Brown.
That's bow number 2, Brown, from the next event.
Oh, man. They're cooking.
Next event being the Women's Alumni 4. Bow number 28 from the current event. We're not sure who that is. Bow number 19, Long Beach, California. Bow number 25, East Grand Rapids.
Wait, Brown from the next event must be cooking.
And that is bow number 3, MIT grads from the next event.
Okay, that's interesting.
So next event had a 12:04 start time, so that is 16 minutes ago. Women Alumni 4's course record was set in 2023, 18:36. Penn came in first last year, with Brown coming in second place.
Okay.
Unofficial results from the previous event, CBC, first place.
Okay, that was our, was that bow number 23?
Breaking their course record. Previous course record, 2017, set 18:45. Their unofficial time is 18:33.
Was that bow number 23?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, that had Felice Mueller, Alex Spalding, Kendall Brewer, all Michigan alumni, but multiple medals on the world stage from that boat. But for the smudge on your binoculars,
BHRA in front of us.
We could have called them as they went through, but this looks like bow number 7, which is Trinity, the Trinity Mighty Bantams from Hartford, Connecticut.
My alma mater.
And they've passed bow number 8, it appears, Radcliffe alumni. Is that Oxford?
I can't see with the angle. 6.
All right, coming around now is USD from Coronado, California. USD alumni. All right, San Diego.
Wonder if Penn's scratched.
Yeah, there's no sign of pen. It's quite possible that they may have scratched.
If not a scratch, they may have been late to the start.
Yeah,
and
who
then
knows?
They are started at the back of the pack typically
We'll see.
if they're late.
All right, who's on the Cambridge side here towards us? Looks like they tried to.
9 and then bow number 11. So
Yeah,
that's
Oxford alumni, and they tried to give way to this oncoming crew as they should. And this is an RIT alumni crew that is on the inside trying to pass Oxford right now. But Oxford is going to have a killer line coming around Belmont Hill if they can hold on. We'll see.
I will say as a preliminary result, Brown broke the course record.
Well, yeah.
Course record set by MIT in 2023, time of 18:36.
Yeah.
Brown's preliminary time, 18:25.
I mean, you could see them hauling.
Yes, we could see them
That was
hauling
evident.
in the previous event. This is bow 16 entering the bridge and
Okay, they've
holding
moved
off
up.
13.
This is from another Irish crew from
Yes.
Trinity.
Trinity
crew from Dublin. These are all previous Irish national champions. So a stacked boat for the Alumni 4 here. And they passed Red Fox Navy Rowing Club from Poughkeepsie, New York. Oh, and now we have a party. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 boats coming around the bend. 12 is out in front, and that is from Cincinnati, Ohio, Trinity College Bantams. But they're from Hartford, Connecticut, so somebody's got a typo here. Go Bantams. Then we've got bow number 14, which is Middlesex School, another high school alumni. Middlesex School from just 2 towns over. And they have passed Rhode Island Rowing Club, URI alumni. And 15, Gorin College, another crew from Wenham, Massachusetts.
21 in the blue unis.
Bow number 21, Tufts, Jumbos.
22 in the red unis.
And they report an elephant may never forget, but they do lose fitness.
And then 19.
All right. And then bow 19, Friends of Tulane Rowing. All alumni from Tulane. And of course, with the classic blades coming around, approaching Elliott Bridge, Middlebury.
24 and 18 coming up.
All right, coming up, we've got the Alumni once again from Washington, D.C., bow 24. They're on the buoy line. Followed by Bryant University from Smithfield, Rhode Island.
And we think that's most of this event. We may be missing a couple.
I think we're missing our friends from South Bend.
Penn State.
Unless they scratched.
Notre Dame and
Penn.
Penn never showed up. So they may have been late to the start, which is possible. Sometimes you just get caught in traffic as you're warming up.
They may be at the Riverbender. Who knows?
Could be, you know, if you saw your favorite player, you just have to pull over, say hi. Or perhaps you wanted a Heineken, one of our sponsors at the head of the Charles this year.
Okay, that was a clever segue.
Heineken and Heineken 0.0 are refreshing the race this year as the official beer and non-alcoholic beer of the head of the Charles. Whether you're on the water, on the banks, or just soaking in the atmosphere, enjoy the moment with a cold Heineken. Visit the Riverbender next to Anderson Bridge or the Falls Bar near the finish line.
Okay, one of the crews that we thought may have been missing, we actually see evidence of life. They are coming around the corner. They're hanging onto the buoy line quite nicely, actually. Let's see, this is Penn State. They're in their 30th year as a team representing the Nittany Lions.
It's rowing with their fine checkerboard pattern
Right.
on their blades.
And we've got Miranda Duffy, Amanda Raphael, Caitlin Prakish, Jennifer Steinhardt, coxed by Nathan Knaus.
We did miss Notre Dame because they came in second.
All right, we were looking for Notre Dame. Jonathan's binoculars may have smudged again because right now they have technically come in second in the event. So they were so fast that Jonathan blinked and we missed them.
Yes, or they may have been part of the pack of 6 or 7 crews all at once, and they just didn't make it to the microphone. But the
Very exciting.
2 crews we have under 19 minutes for time.
Okay.
First place, Brown. Second place, Notre Dame. So we do believe that is everybody for this event. So the next event is event number 29, 12:22 start time. So that's about 6 minutes ago. Men's Master and Senior Master 8s. More big boats.
Yeah, and this is fun because these are quote-unquote older guys, 30 and 40-year-olds. Ex-Nemo, which is a Harvard alumni team, won last year. They are right now 1/10 of a second off of Fat Cat led by 3-time Olympian Paul Tatey from Fat Cat. That's a Princeton crew. So this is going to be really exciting. We do also have Marin, which is typically very, very competitive. Right now, Marin appears to be 3 seconds back in 4th place. And then we've got Old Glory in bow number 3. We'll see where they stack up. And then we've got a Brown alumni boat, which is going to be, again, Brown is...
So these are our times that we have from where they passed at the Riverside Boat Club. So this is before the Powerhouse stretch and before the river does an S-turn over by the Riverbender. So if you want to see some exciting racing action, head to the Riverbender.
So basically you've only gone less than a mile at that point,
yes.
right? You're a little bit more
some
than
of
half
these
a mile.
crews, they come out, they start fast and settle into their pace. Others like to finish fast. You never know.
You mean fly and die is what you mean?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That is.
That would be the English translation of...
I was being polite and giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Listen, this is Masters, right? So fitness levels vary, but the enthusiasm is always uniformly high.
Yes, I know myself. Sometimes it's a little difficult to turn off that competitive part of your brain, and you think, oh, I can row as fast as I could when I was 19.
Negative.
No, that goes away. But we should have a couple more minutes here.
Oh, look, our iPad is now up and working.
Yes, we do have the live feed. Those of you who are on the bridge and want to see what is going on elsewhere on the river, you can join our friends at the Rowing Channel. They have a live feed, live stream on YouTube, and I also believe at therowingchannel.com. Spoke too soon. It just
I was just
I think it's
exactly.
out of battery.
yeah, just
Yeah.
I'll replace it. 1 second.
So as we were saying, after the Riverside Boat Club, really anything can happen along the powerhouse stretch. The next checkpoint is Weld, so that's
Do you have weld results yet, or
the middle of the estuary, and I have the top 3 for Weld
Yeah,
results.
what are they?
We right now have Marin rowing.
See, I knew they would be in the mix. I
snuck
told
up.
you.
They have 6 seconds on Ex Nemo.
What?
Yes.
Okay, that is, and Marin is not typically stacked with national teamers like Ex Nemo, maybe, but Marin is incredibly fit.
Yeah.
They have an extraordinary training plan.
They have tryouts.
Right, both on the men's and the women's side, they are incredibly focused no matter what your age is. So they always come ready to throw down, and Marin has typically won this event.
Well,
so
This
that's
is
what's happening.
also how this head style racing is exciting, because you never know what's going to happen. Because as Fat Cat crossed Weld,
Yeah?
they have 6 seconds on Marin.
Well, you spoke too soon.
That's what happened. That is for sure. So
So Fat Cat, by the way, is made up of both lightweight athletes and heavyweight athletes from the 1990s.
I'll also say, don't discount Old Glory. Old Glory is about a second off of Ex Nemo, so they're still right there in the fight.
Right, and Old Glory typically ex-national team members, so they will definitely be putting up a fight all the way down the course.
But at this point with the racing, it's a bit of a drop-off after those top 4, but we don't know who's in the bottom half of the pack. It's 19 competitors in this event, so there could be one of these crews in the bottom half that is extraordinarily competitive, and we just won't know until we see them.
Exactly. Well, I'm just going to say we have a Dutch crew, and honestly, get ready for some beautiful technique. We really have not been talking about technique as these racers have been going by, because these are masters events and people can look a little ragged. But when you see the Dutch scullers, when you see the Olympic and national team athletes go by, you'll note how quickly and beautifully and cleanly their catches go in.
Yes, our international competitors who join us tend to be extraordinarily technical with their strokes. It's not often you see the powerhouse hammers that sometimes get cobbled together into an alumni boat or a master's boat, but
you mean former hammers? But
yes, former hammers, which as a former hammer myself,
Nothing
that is
wrong
not
with being a
disparaging
hammer.
them. But I will say I do not have the technique of any of these Dutch masters.
Did you make a boat go backwards by being a hammer?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. All right, we see our first contender coming around in a beautiful blue boat. Who do we think that is? Can you see the bow line? And it looks like Marin has passed Ex Nemo. You called it. Oh, what a beautiful line they are carving. They are carving up this course. I think that's one of the best turns I've seen all afternoon since we've been out here, Jonathan.
Yeah, as we were saying, or Greg and I were saying this morning, the singles, it's very risky to put the buoys under your oarlocks.
But it's going to pay
off. A master's
they're going
coxswain,
for broke. Look they've opened up really a
look at
stretch
that.
on some of these other decorated crews.
They're
but Fat Cat,
stretching out there.
well,
Look
hold
at that.
on. Bow number 4, Fat Cat, has just come around the corner, so they've passed and advanced considerably. We got Paul Tatey in there, who 3-time Olympian. His older brother, Mike Tatey, long-time coached the national team and now runs CRC.
And right on their tail, that is Old Glory.
Okay, there we go. Bow number 3, Old Glory. So Fat Cat has passed Old Glory. And then there's a huge gap. So likely those, until we see the Dutch crew.
I will wait a second or two longer until they're out of earshot to give you their CBC times.
Oh, yeah, please. But yes, absolutely.
But the preliminary timing shows Fat Cat 11 seconds ahead of Marin.
Okay.
And Marin appears to be 19 seconds ahead of Old Glory.
And where's Ex Nemo?
They haven't gotten here yet.
Okay.
Which I believe that is Ex Nemo approaching now.
In the all red blades?
Oh no, that is bow number 5.
That would be Pen AC, rolling in hot. Pen AC from, of course, Pennsylvania, have historically stalked the U.S. national team, tend to be big, strong fellers.
And in front of us now is the Navy Masters.
Okay, bow number 6.
Graduates of the U.S. Naval Academy.
Yep. And they are currently serving in the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps. Let's give it up, please, for the Navy Masters.
Seven next, Blue Cheese.
All right, from Santa Barbara, we've got the Blue Cheese Rowing Club, which is a hilarious club name. We've got Stephen Chang, Thad Pollock, Gillum Lomas, Austin Velt, Andrew Liverman, Andrew Morley, James Higgins, David Brown, and Adam Hackinson. And Blue Cheese is actually not from Santa Barbara. They may be, but those are old Yale lightweights. 8, 9, 12?
Yeah.
So bow number 8, which is, you can see the classic white and brown blades. That's the Brown Alumni.
Gorgeous Empocker that they're rowing out in front there. They've overtaken bow number 12.
They are rowing in memory of their teammate, Hakon Donnelly, class of 1998, who passed away, and they have donated the shell for its inaugural row. All right, give it up for Brown University. And they're followed by bow 17. Was that Great Bay?
Yep, Big Red. That is bow 12, Cornell alumni.
Okay.
And then bow
9.
Bow 9 is King's Crown from New Jersey. Bow 11 is approaching us now with the
From
yellow
Palm
and blue blades.
Beach.
U.S. Naval Academy alumni, class of 2000, former heavyweight rowers.
And they are a collection of active duty and retired military officers in the Marine Corps. Amazing.
University Barge from Philadelphia in the Brown Hall, or the White Hall. In the Brown Hall is bow number 10. Joining us from China, Shanghai SAIF Rowing Club.
Welcome to Boston. That looks like bow 16 from Wisconsin High Performance from Madison, Wisconsin. And bow 19 from the Netherlands. Here we go. This is a Hague-based crew, stroked by former lightweight sculler Bart Lucas.
Phenomenal technique. Watching them go through that center arch there, there's not even a slight wobble on those blades when they're on the recovery. I wonder if Ex-Nemo scratched or had an equipment failure, because they
were on the course, weren't
they? Yeah, they made it through well, and they just disappeared.
I wonder what happened. You might
I
see
mean, if
them.
they had an equipment failure, they probably just docked and went home.
Yeah. All right, we got some beautiful blue and green uniforms coming around here. And they are from Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, Roe Brevard. That's bow number 14.
Wow, that is a high visibility blue and green. They are being chased by bow number 15 in all white. That is West Side Rowing from Buffalo.
With great youth programs up there in Buffalo. That looks like Georgetown.
Bow 18, Georgetown.
Yep, HOCR60. Did I mention that Bradley Cooper rowed for Georgetown?
Yes, he did. Maybe he's in this boat.
I don't know. We got to keep an eye out for Bradley Cooper.
And coming around the corner, approaching Cambridge now, that is Great Bay, bow number 17 from Durham, New Hampshire. Oh, sounds like we have some Great Bay fans up on the bridge.
You know, I think that's it, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to Ex-Nemo.
That is all of the competitors in this event. Ex-Nemo, they have been re-qualified as a DNF. So they likely docked at Newell and just
either had
stopped rowing.
equipment failure or hopefully no one's injured.
Hopefully
So-
no injuries. That's always what we're hoping for. So sometimes the skeg gets knocked off. We have been seeing all morning multiple crews missing their bow card. So I think some crews might be getting a little too close over by the Anderson Bridge. And if things get a little chippy, your boat can get damaged.
What's up? Thanks.
Your next event is event number
You can
30.
come in anytime to spell me.
Starting time 12:32. Women's Masters, Senior Master 8s. That is the 30-plus, 40-plus age group.
Are you okay? When you're ready.
The Texas Rowing Center is bow number 1. They placed first last year. Capital, bow number 2, placed second last year. And bow number 3, Endeavor, placed third last year. The record for this event is 16:59.8. So anybody placing under 17, you're in record contention. Preliminary
But
results.
wait. Also coming up, Endeavor Racing. I'm seeing some names jump out here. Lindsay Shoup, Brett Gorman, Susan Francia. These guys say they're busy moms trying to get the meters in. They're once upon a time Olympic gold medalists. So that's going to be bow number 6, Endeavor Racing. Is going to be a pretty stacked lineup.
Preliminary results from the men's master and senior master 8s. We have Fat Cat, bow number 4.
Paul Tatey, everybody.
With a time of 15:13. So not quite a new record time, but they're right there. And then for the masters, so that was the senior masters.
Yeah.
Because we have 2 different age groups in one event, you get 2 first place.
Okay, give us the
Masters.
411.
Bow number 19, our Dutch rowers, with a time of 15:52.
Did I call that?
You called it all
Yes,
right.
Indeed, I did. All right, so coming up, the women's master, senior master 8s. I'm looking forward to seeing bow number 6 and how their technique has held up over these years, which will be super fun. And they have written in, this will be exciting. Do we still have it? All right, we'll be the judge of that.
I always wonder about those bios because these bios are self-submitted by the athletes or coaches or whoever put their package together. Sometimes they're a little tongue-in-cheek humor. Sometimes it's a genuine question. And you can never quite tell which one it's going to be. Well, we have a down moment here. I'd like to take time to thank the Massachusetts DCR. Thank you to the Department of Conservation and Recreation, DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The head of the Charles has been in a partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the regatta without the incredible support we receive from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR. As for those of you who do not know, the Charles River and all of the river banks are owned by and managed by the Mass DCR.
Is that all you're going to say about the DCR?
Well, I read their whole part. Mary, do you have a damaged rigger or perhaps ergometer? I know I do.
I don't.
Concept 2 Regatta Services is providing free speed by fixing up your old oars. Priority goes to crews racing today.
Good
Thank
to
you.
know.
Concept
Good to know.
2.
Thank you.
Oh.
I will say we do have a crew that may have opened up a lead because I don't see a second crew behind them. I'm going to venture that this is, look at the blades. This is Texas.
Also, if you can't tell by the blades, they have the classic Longhorn burnt orange unis that you can spot from the other side of the regatta.
Well, this is Texas Rowing Center,
Oh.
so they have a different uni, Jonathan.
Oh, they have the
That's
flag
yeah,
unis.
University of Texas at Austin is the burnt orange. You've
Yes,
got to
these
get
are-
your Texas facts correct, man.
Yes, I have only been a couple times, but it is a lot of fun.
All right, here we have Catherine Doring, Imogen Hawley, Nicole Younce, Jessica Baker, Stellar Emberton, Devin Fuller Knight, Lauren Cassidy, Krista Schmidt, and Tina Woodhart. And they're stomping. I mean, they've opened up a huge, huge gap on this field. But remember, we got bow number 6 in here. They're going to be dangerous. I'm just going to throw that in there.
I'll say it's interesting that they've opened up so much because
Well, look at this.
Weld,
Look at this. Look at this mayhem coming around the corner.
They were down by about 6 seconds at Weld. So
Who was? Endeavor?
Texas.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to venture bow 6 is going to be in this cluster, but who do we have in front, Jonathan?
3 then 2.
All right, we've got Endeavor Racing. This is Freya Pollock, Mariana Falco, Elsa McDowell, Julie Schaffer in that boat. That's one Endeavor Racing crew. They're followed by... they have gotten ahead of Capital Rowing, which is bow number 2. Cambridge side towards us from Redwood City, BIAC. Bow number 4, Bula Bula, we know where that is, Yale. And then here comes bow 6. This is a runaway freight train, ladies and gentlemen, with Lindsay Shoup, Brett Gorman, Catherine Sheehan, Susan Frankia, Molly Baker, Mary Murray. But they are stuck on the inside of this, on the outside of this turn. They're going to have to really put on the engines to get a better line going into Belmont Hill. And right now, Endeavor Racing, bow number 6, is in the pole position. Yep. They are leading the race. No surprise with all of those former U.S. team members.
Between Weld and here, they shaved off quite a lot of time, and they've actually now have a 1 second advantage over Texas.
All right, that's tight.
Which 1 second, if you blow your race line going out of Belmont
1 second,
Hill,
1 second is a bobble.
bow number 7 approaching us now.
Okay, that's Chinook Racing from Melfa, Virginia.
Rolodex crew.
It is a Rolodex crew from both the U.S. and Canada.
8 and 9 in order.
Then it appears we've got Lake Union coming around the orange buoys right now from Seattle, Washington.
They're rowing with the white blades.
And they're followed very closely by a British crew from Putney Town Rowing from London. These are women who have raced at Henley Women's, Henley Masters, and excited to be here in Boston from London.
Always love to welcome our international athletes here to the Charles.
All right, we know who's coming around in these orange and black blades. Fat Cats.
That's always Fat Cat. You
Princeton
know,
University.
16.
Yeah, they're moving.
Yeah,
That's bow number 16.
Coming in.
We're going to have to check the clock and see how they're stacking up.
12.
All right, they've passed University Barge Club from Philadelphia.
Also passed 14.
And they passed USD Alumni from Coronado, California.
And they've passed 11.
And they've passed 11 from Newport Beach, California, Newport Rowing Club.
So preliminary time as they pass CBC from the timing shows that Fat Cat, oh, now the app just updated. 1 moment. They had about 9 seconds on Texas.
Okay. Oh, that's sizable.
Texas is currently in first with a time of 17:24.
And that's my bow 6 Endeavor Racing, correct?
That's no. Says 11.
No, that's in the lead.
Because there's two of them.
It's bow 6.
Yes.
Okay.
Bow 3 is in 4th.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, coming around right now, we've got bow number 11. Okay, Jonathan, we do not have two bow 11s.
No.
This is Newport Beach.
May have been 10 in that pack.
All right. Thank you for coming all the way from California, our friends from Newport Beach.
13.
And we've got another festively adorned crew from Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, Roe Brevard.
And 15.
All right, looking to make up some ground, another British crew from Putney Town Rowing from London.
Oh, looks like Texas was able to hold them off.
Did they win?
Yep, so far, 3 seconds.
All right now it looks to be a battle between Texas and bow number 6 Endeavor Racing that was stacked with Olympians, and Jonathan thinks that Texas may have edged them out.
Yeah, it looks like preliminary timing has them about a second and a half behind Texas. So it's a very competitive team.
Yeah,
there.
super exciting. Good for them.
And Bear Island pulling in the bronze position right now as well, with only about a second and a half behind Endeavor. So very tight racing for a 17.5-minute race.
Yep.
It's about 17 in front of us now.
HOCR60, another Georgetown crew. Glad to see them here.
And Middlesex School alumni in the bright blue hull.
Coached by Laura Darby McNally, who's been there for years. Middlesex School.
21, which looks like Gentle Giant on the Cambridge side, is overtaking 20.
All right, and it looks like Somerville's Gentle Giant crew is overtaking Cascadia from Ithaca, New York.
Well, Cascadia is not lying down, though. It looks like they're putting up a
they're
good
trying
fight.
to hold on to it. They're going to have to really move fast and hard to be able to hold off 21, because 21 has the inside coming around Belmont Hill.
But love to see side-by-side racing as we come around the corner here. That's what makes this regatta so exciting. 22.
All right.
Milwaukee
Yep.
coming into view now as they cross in front of CBC. Sounds like we have some Milwaukee fans on the shoreline.
I mean, they're screaming. And coming into the CBC dock is number 1 placement, the bow 23 that was going former U.S. Team members and Olympians. Congratulations, bow 23. Kendall Brewer, how are we feeling?
All right, preliminary results have Fat Cat coming out on top. Bow 16.
Wow.
With a time of 17:12.
Amazing.
That's,
Princeton open weights from the 2010s.
12
again.
seconds faster than Texas Rowing Center.
Okay, wow.
That is a sizable gap.
Well, and they came from bow marker 16, which meant that they had to fight through a number of different crews. Again, Lori Dauphiny is the Princeton coach, has been there for many, many years, is just an extraordinary coach, was an assistant coach for Paris 2024. And the technique that she has taught her Princeton athletes, extraordinary.
Club fours.
Got anybody good here?
All right, our next event is event number 31, Men's Club 4. Start time 12:45, so that was 10 minutes ago. We have at bout number 1, Dartmouth, the returning champs. They had a time of 16:19 last year. They set the course record in 2023. Again, that year was phenomenal for racing with a 16:01.9. So I'm sure they're hungry to beat their own record, but that year was special for racing here. This event and the collegiate events, like none of the coaches submitted rosters, so it's best guess. Which I get it, you know, you're still doing selection up to whatever, 14 days, 10 days before, but just to give us stuff to talk about, it's annoying. While we have a moment here, I'd like to thank our volunteers. The head of the Charles Regatta extends a huge thank you to the 2,400 dedicated volunteers. Your tireless efforts and support are the backbone of this incredible event. From early mornings to late nights, the regatta simply wouldn't happen without your commitment. To all our volunteers, we appreciate you and thank you for making this a success. Now, for those of you who are just here as spectators and would like to know how to identify our volunteers, you will notice them wearing gorgeous Vineyard Vines vests. One of our other sponsors of the Head of the Charles, Vineyard Vines. Vineyard Vines is back as the official style of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head over to their tent near Elliott Bridge Enclosure to shop their limited edition collection. And remember, every day should feel this good.
It's what the cool kids are wearing. All right, we have the Men's Club 4s underway. And indeed, we've got Dartmouth College in the lead. But they are being pressured. Dartmouth is coming around the bend right now. Oh, they're just a little wide, but I'm sure they're going to correct. And I would bet that that's bow number 2. What do you know?
Yep, green and white.
Yeah, that's Riverside. Riverside is coming around the bend right now. They are really pressuring Dartmouth. I'd say they probably made up about 5 seconds on Dartmouth.
Wow, that Dartmouth crew is looking very strong. Look at those powerful finishes.
I'm not sure, but that could be Moose in the 3 seat. Let's go Dartmouth. All right, we got Riverside and Hot Pursuit.
As they went through Weld, they were about a second and a half off from each other, which looks like they've maintained that spacing roughly.
Okay.
In front of us now, we have bow number 3.
From Lincoln Park, Rowing Club from Chicago. Oh, yeah, they're really hauling on it, especially the 2-man. You can really see them hauling on those oars.
Bow number 4.
Bow number 4 from West Point.
That is, of course, the military college, West Point.
All right, bow number 4. They're being challenged by bows 6 and 7, which would be from New York, and also bow number 7, classic BU Blades, the BU men. Bow number 7.
Rowing out of DeWolf.
Yep.
Both of those crews have overtaken bow number 5, the New York AC in the black and yellow hull.
Yep, and then we've got bow number 9. This is another Harvard crew looking to move up. Harvard has passed Vesper
8.
Boat Club. Harvard's looking to get on the inside. This is a really clever steering, Jonathan, if you see what Harvard's doing. They've just moved over under the bridge to get the inside line. That was really nicely done.
That is well done of their coxswain because they're also not impeding the race line.
Yeah,
of the
that was
Vesper
beautifully
crew.
done. Yep. Bow number 10 from West Lafayette, Indiana, Purdue. And then we've got a Virginia crew coming around the bend.
Virginia, bow 11, riggers over buoys.
Yep. That looks like a Harvard crew, but they could be borrowing the oars.
They're wearing random sports.
In fact, it is a Harvard crew.
11 and 12.
Okay, so we've got Virginia, bow number 11, followed fairly closely by bow number 12, Harvard.
Aaron
And
Rodgers in 3-seat.
Jonathan reports we've got Aaron Rodgers in the 3-seat. This is a hilarious group of
and a Knicks
sartorial-
jersey
yeah,
at stroke.
exactly. They've clearly been to the River Bender.
Perhaps.
All right, we have a few crews. Ooh, being pushed wide. That's
13,
painful.
14, Riverside.
That looks
and-
like Riverside Boat Club on the Cambridge side.
And then Riverfront Recapture.
And they're
the
trying
club
to
out of
pass Riverfront Recapture, but Riverfront Recapture is putting up a battle.
Hartford. Yes, they are. And they,
So Riverside had to take a very, very wide turn to pass them.
well, since Riverfront Recapture did have the lower seated start, if Riverside thought they had to yield, they would have to go wide to allow
Yep,
Riverfront.
good point. Yep.
Bow
But-
number 20 is in front of us now in the Red Hall. That is the Canadian Calgary Rowing Club from Alberta. They have moved way up the pack.
Okay.
They just have overtaken bow number
16? Was that 16
16
UC Davis?
with the Trinity College Blades.
Yep, they've got one Olympian in that, apparently. Seth Weil in the alumni ranks of UC Davis. He's not in the boat.
And entering Elliott Bridge now, that is the UMass boat from UMass Amherst.
This looks like a CRI boat coming into view. Am I correct?
Yes, this is a CRI. That's bow number 19, CRI. See, this is what I meant about some of the crews losing their bow numbers. If it was a windy day or a choppy day, I would think, oh, maybe it was weather conditions. But
Yeah, but usually the carnage happens here, like not elsewhere on the course. So
sometimes you see it at Anderson in the middle of that S turn.
Yeah, okay.
We have bow number 18 now. That's
Is it Potomac?
Potomac. Bow number 22 is coming across
Is
now.
a Canadian crew, Open Aviron Rowing Coastal Association from Sydney, British Columbia.
Well, coastal rowing has started to become very popular,
Yeah.
both in Canada and the United States.
Well, there's a reason for it. It's going to be in the LA 2028 Olympic Games.
Yes,
so
it is.
there you go.
In the green hall, this is Clarkson from Potsdam, New York. Now, coastal rowing, we did actually host a coastal rowing event here in Boston just about a month ago.
Indeed, indeed. All right, friends. I got to depart, but Greg Benning is here, winner of multiple Head of the Charles gold medals, including this year. He's Benjamin buttoning this thing and just getting younger and younger every year. In any event, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day, and here's Greg.
Thank you, Mary. On one last, this is UNC Tar Heels entering the bridge. We have about 20 more crews in this event.
All right, friends. Thanks, Jonathan. That was fun.
Thank you. Good announcing idea.
Appreciate it. All right, Benning.
See ya.
Oh, boy.
What are they? Okay, approaching Elliott now is bow number 28, San Diego Rowing Club, which has overtaken bow 27, the MIT Rowing Club. That's a rowing club that sent their rowers to South Korea to row and represent MIT during the Ulsan Rowing Festival. And we got three across. We have bow number 29, Colgate alumni.
And then bow number 25 and bow number 24. 25 is in the middle. That's the MRA.
Alumni, followed by Oriel Kensington from London.
And trailing this pack in the red hull, that's bow number 26,
which is MIT
graduates from Cambridge, Massachusetts,
recent
just
MIT
downriver of us.
alumni crew. So the MRA alumni, they made a note that they're being sponsored by the Dr. Sedgley Waterworks Charitable Foundation. So thank you for sending the boat to Boston. They're doing a great job representing you. Got 7 boats coming into sight right now. So here's a little bit of action for all of you on the bridge.
All right, out in front here we have bow number 33. That's Iona University from New Rochelle, New York. Oh, we got some fans up on the bridge there.
Yeah, which has overtaken
bow number 23, the Shanghai SAIF Rowing Club, joining us from China. Let's make some noise on the bridge for our international visitors.
And then with the blue and orange checkerboard blades, that is bow number
37, Clemson.
37.
And in the middle of the pack is Gentle Giant with the Gentle Giant iconography. 31 in the blue hull on the Cambridge side.
30
That's
leading 31
Manhasset.
with 34 in tight. There's some action going on
we have
between
the stroke
31
seat
and
has
34. The
hit
coxswains
the-
are talking to each other. 30 is seizing on it and pushing ahead on the inside lane.
Yeah, that stroke or smacked that deck real tight.
This turn is something else. Bow number 32, which is Binghamton Rowing Club, followed by bow 35, Potomac.
And then bow number 36, BC High Alumni.
Honestly, Jonathan, I think the crossover under this bridge is more challenging than the turn approaching this bridge, because you want to be on one side and then you need to get on the other.
I fully agree with that.
The crossover zone is the hard part.
Because theoretically, your ideal race line is going diagonal through the bridge.
Yes.
But if you have anybody next to you, everybody just wants to get through the bridge as quickly as possible, so they're going straight.
Right, so you're approaching and you're hugging these orange buoys, and then you want to get to the opposite side of the river. Okay, we've got bow number
40, that is William and Mary. College of William and Mary, yellow and green.
Good efficiency, nice drop to the water with the blades, no wasted time on the front end.
And approaching us now is Washington College, bow number 38.
38, yeah, Washington College out of Chestertown, Maryland.
Yeah, let's hear it on the bridge. We hear some fans up there. Make sure your rowers can hear you.
I was walking over there. It's like 5 deep up there. It's like that bridge crowd is pretty substantial this year.
43 overtaking 42.
Okay, we've got 43 overtaking
43
42. 43 is Notre Dame from South Bend, the Notre Dame.
Fighting
and
Irish.
42 is Georgia Tech.
G-Tech in the yellow. And 41 in the rear.
And then 41 in the white hull with the orange oars is Carnegie Lake.
Is that everybody on this event?
Taking a nice tight approach on Elliott and then looking to cross over.
We may have,
okay, so let's
should be everybody.
Let's do some setup work on the next
preliminary results on this event has Calgary Rowing Club first place with a time of 16:16. No new records set this year, but that is a smoking time. They are 14 seconds ahead of Dartmouth, and Dartmouth is 2 seconds ahead of Riverside.
So the next event is the Women's Club Fours. They're competing for the Marcia Hooper Trophy. Course record was set by Duke in 2023, who had bested a previous record holder, which was Calgary. We've got 53 competitors in this event. In bow number 1, the defending champions, we have Kansas. Bow number 2, who was the silver medal crew last year, we have Columbia. And bow number 3, who was also a medalist last year, and third is the BU women. The wind is getting quite favorable right now. I was looking at the wind map a few minutes ago, and it was showing sort of 2 degrees coming down the powerhouse, flipping over to 2 degrees coming up the powerhouse. So it's just kind of swirling around a little bit. Great conditions for racing, and we should see some really fast times. We're going to try to set these races up before they get into sight, just because we've got the time to do it. And we also have a few sponsors that we need to make sure that we properly acknowledge. But we had mentioned the first 3 crews in this next event in terms of starting order being Kansas, Columbia, and BU. Following them will be BC, Colgate, and Dartmouth. And then rounding out the first 10 will be Fairfield, Georgetown, Holy Cross, and Vesper. Compared to the Masters events earlier today, these crews, generally speaking, there will be some club crews in there, but there are a lot of college crews in here. And generally speaking, they're going to be rowing with their signature blades and with their college colors in terms of their uniform. So from a visual standpoint, you'll be able to know who it is without seeing the bow number.
Yes, the collegiate crews and club crews at the college level are usually very dedicated to wearing their pride. Preliminary timing coming out of Riverside, we have top looks like 8 or 9 crews are all within 10 seconds of each other, so it's pretty tight crew. Coming out strong, watch out for bow number 2 and bow number 6, Columbia and Dartmouth. They've put in a strong showing already, and we'll see if they can maintain this pace as they keep coming up through Weld and then CBC.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trick because it's a 16, 18-minute race, and you're transitioning through the energy zones. So you're on the starting line. You go for your first 30 strokes, your first 60 strokes, sometimes your first 90 strokes, and then you notice your breathing rhythms start to change. So at that point, you're accumulating more than you're getting rid of in terms of CO2 and in terms of stuff starting to build up in your blood. And then the burn starts to set in. And you pretty much race it from there at a pretty high level of discomfort. So you'll have some crews that will fly to Riverside, and then they get there and it starts to get pretty unpleasant. And what's happening at Riverside is not going to be indicative necessarily of what's happening at Weld or what's happening at CBC or what's happening in the last 700 meters.
Yes, the distance from start to Riverside is a little over 1,000 meters, and our time difference from Riverside to Weld, Weld being the second check-in point, is about 50% longer than that.
Yeah, so it's like 4 minutes to Riverside, 10 minutes to Weld, 15 minutes to CBC. But there are so many lead changes that happen in the last 3 minutes, and we've seen so many races that are within a second of each other. So what you do to hear matters, but if you're out in front, are you able to hold it? And if you're close, can you dig deep and drive it for the last 60, 70, 80 strokes?
So as we were saying, the initial timing at Weld, we're getting timing updates as these crews pass those timing checkpoints. And Columbia and Kansas, so that's our number 2 seed, number 2 bow, and number 1 bow, are 0.4 of a second apart from each other. So that is half of a breath, 1 bow ball.
So it's an outdoor sport, and we talked about the weather. The river is in great shape. The flow is characteristic of what we see in October. So it's calmed down from the storms a few days ago. One thing we've got just out of sight of the Elliott Bridge is a line of Canada geese sitting right on the orange buoys downstream. And if you row on the Charles, you tend to know which geese are the smart ones. The mallards and the cormorants get out of the way super fast. The Canada geese will take off right before you get to them, and you thump the swans. I'm not so worried about these geese, but there's a nice little procession line of about a dozen geese coming up the course in our direction.
I'll say outside of racing, just talking about birds and fowl generally, you can kind of rank those in that order for how aggressive and territorial they are. Swans expect you to move.
Yeah. Yeah, you looking at me?
And geese will fight you. Mallards are no hazard to anyone.
But this is on the flyway, so we get a lot of migratory birds, both in the early spring and again in the late fall. Another fun fact is right behind the Cambridge Boat Club, about a couple hundred meters behind us, is the Mount Auburn Cemetery, which was originally started as a multi-use kind of a horticultural cemetery. And at one point when it was built, it was as popular as Niagara Falls as a tourist attraction.
Wow, I've never heard that.
It is also one of the premier bird watching spots in Massachusetts.
Yes, it's that and the Audubon Society hotspots throughout the state are all amazing, but it does draw ducks and geese and swans who like to sit on our docks and get in the way of our regattas.
Yeah, well, and sitting on the docks during molting season is always special too. It's like whoever comes down to the club, whoever leaves the club at the end of the day is responsible for the goose fence, and whoever comes down first thing in the morning gets to see how well the goose fence worked. Is that a announcer bingo box?
What is?
I've been told I need to work in some Harry Potter stuff. You know, because if you had a boathouse like you had in Harry Potter with all those decrepit boats, you know who you needed to talk to? You need to go talk to Filippi. They will take care of you. Get a boathouse full of super world-class fast hulls. All right, back to business. Here comes our first crew.
So this is bow number 1, Kansas.
Yep. And
as we anticipated, the top half of this event, which there are 53 crews in this event, safe to expect the top half to be close to in order.
And they're out of earshot right now, so I'm going to tell you there's 0.2 of a second between them and bow 2.
Didn't we put speakers over at the director's end?
Yeah.
They're not out of earshot anymore.
All right. So this is very close to the margin that they had at the start line. Bow number 2, Columbia, followed by bow number 3, BU. So they're coming along very much in order of starting. That's sort of characteristic of experienced crews that come back year over year. You know, the one thing I would say about this being a club event is that no athlete in these boats were in the boats that were here last year. So the programs have turned over the lineups because if you medal, you got to move up.
Looks like 4, 5, 6 in order.
Hugging the buoys really well is bow number 4. Is that Boston College? Yep, with the maroon blades with the gold crosses on them.
BC Eagles.
Yep. BC's out here every single morning practicing this move.
I can see the BC rowing banner hanging from the bridge.
BC's on the bridge.
We got some BC fans showing up. Make some noise for your crew.
Okay, and right behind them, hot on their heels, undeterred by the local fan base, is Colgate from Hamilton, New York. And right behind them, also in order, is Dartmouth from Hanover. Part of this team was the group that went to NCAA championships last year.
8 is on the buoy line.
Very competitive in the Ivy League. Looks like I see Georgetown blades on the buoys, so I'll make a guess. That's bow number 8, Georgetown, and then is that 7 on the outside? So on the outside is Fairfield from Connecticut. Finally made it into the top 10 last year, and they plan on staying there.
In purple, 9.
And then with the purple tops and the white blades, that's Holy Cross.
Yep, has the Holy Cross crest on the back of the blade.
You can tell from a spotting standpoint, we're shifting our MO here a little bit.
A little bit. You have to, especially with events like these that get moving really quick, it becomes more about identifying the crews rather than the lighthearted banter.
So, yeah, if you, I was talking a little bit earlier about Filippi. If you get a chance, they've got an expanded presence over in the fouls area, and some of the team from Italy is here. And I think you go over there, you can talk boats with those guys, but they've just been a great supporter of the head. Now we've got bow number 11, Creighton from Omaha, Nebraska. This is an experienced boat. 3 of the athletes in the boat have been at this regatta before, but there are also a couple of juniors.
Also interesting to note that they are rowing a bucket in the 4. The bucket is a organizational strategy for making your boat go faster and sometimes straighter.
Make your boat go straighter.
Especially with this big turn, it also gives your bow seat a tremendous amount of leverage.
I think in general, when you tap that rudder, it's 1 second of speed. So,
12.
All right, now we've got bow number 12, the Sacred Heart, out of Fairfield, Connecticut, and we've got what appear to be, it looks like bow 14.
Northeastern in the
bow
yellow
14,
Empocker.
Yeah, so moving up, bow number 14, Northeastern, with the white blades with the red and black stripes.
Vesper.
And then bow number 10, the white over maroon blades of Vesper.
13, West Point. And then in the dark hull, bow number
Cadets
13,
of West Point.
Yellow and gray chevrons, that is West Point.
Yeah, go Army. Yeah, a couple crews contesting the buoy line very tightly coming up.
17 and 18 in order.
These are bow numbers 17 and 18 in order, which is Lincoln Park out of Chicago and Monmouth University from New Jersey.
They've both overtaken 16, who's pulling up the rear here. Those two crews, 17 and 18, so Lincoln Park and Monmouth, they've overtaken bow number 16. Carolina Masters Rowing from North Carolina, rowing with the light blue and white blades.
Is that good? Everyone good?
Is there a water or something in there?
Yeah, there's a...
All right, and with the T's on their oar, this is bow number 19, MIT, from down the river. They had a very short trip to the start line, all of about 800 meters.
Yes, sir.
And now we have Riverside in the stripes, blue and white stripes. Go Stripes!
20 going wide, 21 on the line.
On the buoy line is Marist, the white oars with the red tips. And then close to the Cambridge Boat Club is bow number 20.
Yep.
CRI.
CRI, always
red oars, white stripe with the black wave on it.
That is a staple here on the Charles River, the fleet of CRI boats. Bow number 24, we can hear some noise being made. That is an Ireland boat coming from Trinity College, Dublin.
And bow number 15 followed by bow number 26.
Bow number 26, they're rowing
bow
a
number
brown
26
hull.
that's brown. You can
15
tell by the bear on the bow.
And bow number 25 pulling up the rear in this pack, that is another Ireland boat from UCD Boat Club, University College Dublin. Crew of student athletes from UCD. This is their first time entering this event. They have won at club and intermediate levels elsewhere, both domestically and internationally. And they have left a large gap between them, this group of crews, and the next group of crews.
All right, through Cambridge Boat Club. They're starting to come across the finish line, but through Cambridge Boat Club, we had Kansas, bow number 1, in just over 15 minutes, with Columbia 4 seconds behind them, and the brown women 1 second behind.
Yeah, if we're talking records,
1/100th of a second behind Columbia. So we'll see what Bruno can drop in the last 700.
if we're talking records here, it's got to be under 18 to even be in the conversation.
Yeah, Kansas right now.
Bout number 27 is in front of us now. This is a Great Britain crew from London Boat Club. London Rowing Club Young Master Squad, retired from rowing, and the club's performance squad with a number of Henley women's and Henley Royal appearances.
The Kansas crew right now is on top of the leaderboard with an 18:05. Columbia in second with 18:11, and the BU women in third with 18:25. But we've got a bunch of crews between here and the finish line still on the course.
In the black hull with the white blades, that is Bryant University from Rhode Island, our neighbors just to the south.
You know, if you're on the bridge and you like what you've seen so far, don't worry. They're still coming. Here come another 5 crews.
In yellow and green, that is William and Mary, bow number 31. Yep. College William and Mary. They placed well at Dad Vales and SIRA this year.
And then we've got bow number 30, which is University of Georgia.
That's the Bulldogs.
And in the white boat with white oars, we have bow number 34.
Lehigh.
That is Lehigh from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
32 Fat Cat.
Yep, we've got 32 in the orange and black. It's a Princeton-affiliated club. It's the Fat Cat Rowing Club. These are graduates from 2023 to 2025. Welcome back to Boston. That was on bingo.
Yes, it was. That was on the bingo card. Welcome to the head of the Charles, or welcome to Boston. Bout number 23, that is Rowing in Color, rowing out of Brooklyn, New York. This is a
Rowing in Color, the bio, that's the boatload of Native American women.
35,
and
36.
there's some geese racing the crews through the bridge. Oh, the geese are going to go over.
All right, we have 2 crews back-to-back out in front. That is bow number 35, VCU crew, and they are trying to hold off St. Louis from Maryland Heights, Missouri.
About a dozen more crews in this event still to come. Here we've got bow number 37, which is Milwaukee. They're followed by bow number 41, sorry.
Bow number 41 is Jacksonville. Is being overtaken by 46. So we coming into view now is Gordon Rowing. So that's rowers affiliated with Gordon College, and they have the inside line. But it looks like bow number 46, the Southern Methodist crew, joining us from Dallas. They are trying to overtake on the outside, going the longer route around the slow arch.
Yeah, they'll be set up well for the next turn.
Yes, that is what I was going to pivot to, that even if you take the longer outside arch, if you're positioned well at the middle of the bridge, you're going to have an excellent angle for the next turn, which is the last turn going into the finish.
Yeah, the blue oars with the red Mustangs on them.
39 is approaching now.
In the white boat with the white shirts and white oars. It's bow number 39, which is West Side Rowing Club out of Buffalo. It's one of the more established Boston rowing, U.S. rowing clubs. And we've got bow number 40 in the middle with 29 on our shore and 44 on the Boston shore.
So 29, that is Simmons College being overtaken by Concord.
And 44 is LaSalle out of Philadelphia. And here with the orange oars is bow number 45, which is Virginia, from Charlottesville, Virginia, powerhouse undergrad program.
Which they look to have a great angle going into the bridge,
Couple
unimpeded
of
by
nationals
anyone.
winners there. Bow number 38 is next. That is Passaic River from Lyndhurst, New Jersey. It's a young crew from northern New Jersey. They're all rowers within their first few years as masters. So they've dropped down from the masters category down into the club because of where their ages are.
Now, approaching us now is bow number 53, the last starter in the event, Cornell University.
Yeah.
So they have
White
moved
oars
through
with the
quite a
red
pack.
tips.
And in front of us now, bow number 48, St. Catharines Unis. That is, yes, St. Catharines, rowing out of Lake St. Catharines up in Ontario, joining us from Canada.
and is the head coach for the U.S. Paralympic rowing team. So as we get into some of those boat classes, I really just don't think there's anybody in the country that has more insight than she does. But I think also as we start to get into some of these championship in the women's single, in the men's single, and some of the doubles events, some of the comments on technical rowing that Ellen will be able to make are going to be really a kind of a special treat for everybody that's listening to the regatta. So welcome back, Ellen.
Yeah, thanks. I'm super happy to be here. We'll be calling a lot of exciting events later today, and as you mentioned, my role with the Paralympic program, we've got 22 entries in that inclusion double later this afternoon. That's the largest field, and there was a wait list of about 10 to get into that event. So it's becoming one of the hottest seats in town, that inclusion double, and that'll be later today.
So I'll be doing the bow numbers, and you'll be doing all the color commentary and analysis.
There you go, there you go. That sounds great. Looking forward to a great afternoon of racing, and I do want to thank the weather gods for this amazing day, but not just the sunshine, it's the flat water. The flat water is what everybody wants, and we're going to try and get a lot of cheering over there from Elliott Bridge, so let's really bring the place alive on the Elliott Bridge and here on the Cambridge Dock. It's going to be an exciting afternoon. We'll get some sponsor info to you in just a minute.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got about 20 of the crews through the Riverside checkpoint. These are going about 4 per minute, so that's probably about 5 minutes into the race. They'll get to the Weld checkpoint next. That'll be at about 10 minutes into the race, and then we'll be seeing them roughly 2.5 minutes after that. This is the men's Club 8 event. We've got 36 competitors in it. These are a mix of collegiate and club programs. Some of the club programs on this river, in particular Riverside, the competition to be in these boats is just intense, and it goes on all entire cup. The course record in this event was set in 2023 by Brown. I'm guessing that was probably their their junior varsity. And last year, the winning crew was Dartmouth. The second place crew was the aforementioned Riverside, and the third place crew was another club crew out of Philadelphia, Penn AC, which has had a tradition in the last 30 years of putting a lot of athletes on the national team. So places like Philadelphia, places like Boston, you get these people that graduate, they get their first jobs, they figure out how to find a house where the boathouse is between the house and the office. They might be in a graduate school program, but that's a lot of what you're looking at when you're seeing Riverside and Penn AC, are people that are training for the national team and recent college grads. So again, bow number 1 will be Dartmouth, bow number 2, Riverside, bow 3 is the BU men, bow 4 will be a Harvard boat, it's their A boat. Then Northeastern, Potomac, Riverfront Recapture, Holy Cross, Georgetown, and rounding out the top 10 will be Brown.
Yeah, that should be some exciting races. And while we think about this great water today, we also should really thank the Concept 2 as a sponsor again for this year's regatta. You can make your way over to the Concept 2 booth and you can bid on a one-of-a-kind custom row erg that's going to help raise funds for the A Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund. I was at the talk with Arshay Cooper last night. It was absolutely phenomenal. The erg is beautiful. You know, forget this like plain blue or plain black rowing machine. It's awesome. It's bright blue. It's all tricked out with logos. It's excellent. So go ahead and make your way over to the Concept 2 booth, and you can bid and take that spectacular erg home and train again for next year on it.
So I'm obviously thinking like a single sculler in terms of my splits. These 8s tend to move a bit faster. So we've had about a dozen boats come through the Weld checkpoint, and at that point you had Dartmouth, Harvard, and Brown in that order, with about 3 seconds separating them. So the top 3 boats are within 1 length of each other, with about 2,000 meters left to go on the race course. And the geese are taking off and heading our way, which means the boats are coming right after them. And yep, there's the first one. It's an MPOCR, and that's bow number 1, Dartmouth. Green and white blades. Looks like they're striking something in the mid-30s. When I say that, that means how many strokes per minute they're taking. Now we'll look to see what the coxswain does on this buoy line in terms of how many meters can he shave off their course. It's an aggressive but not overly aggressive line. Blades are just outside the buoys. Lines them up nicely for the Elliott Bridge. Good technical rowing, good coxing. Now coming up behind that are the Riverside club crew and the Harvard club crew with BU right behind them. Looks like Harvard has made up some margin on Riverside, so we're going to have a little bit of action here around the bridge. This buoy line out on the turn, that last orange buoy before you start braking for the Elliott Bridge, has challenged a few crews. Bow 2, Riverside coming through the bridge. Bow 4, Harvard right behind there, about a half a length separating them. As soon as they go through the bridge, they'll switch over from the Boston shore to the Cambridge shore. Looks like both those boats should be able to steer the line they want. Now here's bow number 3, BU. So Harvard actually caught and passed bow number 3. About a length and a half behind BU are the Northeastern men. And then there's a bit of a gap back to, looks like Potomac. Potomac is one of the oldest clubs in the U.S. It goes back to like the late 1860s. Yep. Very distinctive red blades with white stars on them. And coming behind that, I think that's Riverside Recapture, right? Oh, that's bow number 8. There's been a pass, so that's Holy Cross. And then bow number 10 is coming up on them. So that's the brown boat. And then there's bow 7. That's Riverside Recapture. And this is Georgetown. Bow number 9, Georgetown. Then a decent gap back to the next boat, which is BU, the BU second crew. So a couple of those crews were moving up pretty aggressively. BU crossing that one particular buoy. We've seen a couple of boats in the last few races have trouble with that one. BU handled it really well. This is bow 12, BU. The Terriers, coached by Tom Bohr, boat CBC member. Their boatman is Russ Cohn, who is another CBC member. It's a big river, but it's a small town. And then number 11 is the second Riverside boat. Go Stripes. And then in the white, the gray blades, right? MIT? Yeah. Gray blades with the T on them and the white jerseys. That is the signature look of MIT. And then coming up behind them is bow 15, Harvard University's, is that their third entry in this boat? Second, Harvard's second entry. I think they're boating 6/8 this fall.
Bow 15 has got some crazy jerseys as they come into view. Something a little bit different from the traditional.
Yeah, there is a costume contest at the head of the Charles, being that close to Halloween.
They've got some nice Hawaiian shirts on there, so they're going with the Jimmy Buffett theme.
And then we've got bow 13. This is the Jumbo 4V8, which means the Jumbo is Tufts University. So this is Tufts' fourth boat. Nice leg drive. They know this river pretty well.
Yeah, but they're over
They know
on the.
exactly how far they have to go.
Yeah, they're on the.
4 boats coming up, 3 sort of on the line, 1 taking a bit of a tour. And these green buoys are a little bit tricky out on the Cambridge shore. So the first crew here is bow number 17, which is Deposits Rowing Club out of Brookline. It's some Wesleyan alums. They missed the deadline for the Alumni 8, but they've been training and still wanted to compete, so they entered the Club 8. And then we here have bow 20 on the Boston shore. This is the Bantam. This is Trinity alums. Bow 18 on the Boston shore. That's the Olympic Club from San Francisco. 16. And then bow 16 near us is MIT. 1425 Brown A. Those are unofficial results. We did see some cut buoys from our position, and there are turns down the course where the buoy line can be similarly challenging. So those are your unofficial results: Harvard over Dartmouth over Brown, and look for the official results to be posted as quickly as possible. Next up is the Women's Club 8 event. So if you like the Men's Club 8 event, just wait, there's more. The Women's Club 8 event has 43 entrants in it. They are competing for the Nikolai Kermakov Trophy. Nick was a long-time fixture on the Charles River, and a longtime member of Riverside Boat Club and coach of Simmons Crew. We miss him a great deal. And in his honor, he rode at the head of the Charles, usually in the Adager Masters 8, which was made up of leadership of the Regatta. In his honor, the Nick Kermakov Memorial Trophy is awarded in the Women's Club 8, I think in part because of his work with the Simmons women. The course record was in 2024. It was set by Yale, 1558. And obviously that was last year, so Yale is starting bow number 1. Second place last year was Radcliffe. Third place was Princeton. There was a pretty good gap last year, but those two crews will be starting second and third. You'll know the Yale crew by their white over blue blades. Radcliffe is black with white tips, and Princeton is the black over orange. Rounding out the top 10 will be MIT, Dartmouth, San Diego, Georgetown, Clemson, UMass, and Northeastern. Again, we have 43 entrants in this race, and it's an all-U.S. field apart from the French crew starting at bow number 34, which is also from Aviron Villeneuve, and their bio is also in French.
Well, with so many international people coming to the regatta, which is super exciting, we'll take the opportunity to thank Delta Airlines. They're our partner again this year. Just like the athletes competing this weekend, Delta is committed to excellence, precision, and going the distance, whether it's across the finish line or across the globe. With service to more than 300 destinations worldwide, Delta connects you to where you want to be. So whether you're heading home after the regatta or planning your next adventure, fly with the airline that goes above and beyond. Delta Airline, official airline of the Head of the Charles Regatta.
And the commentary from the French team is they are the women's team from Villeneuve rowing called the 8 Ellen Nevois.
I have nothing to add to that.
It takes me a while, but I get there.
Also, how about Heineken this year? Heineken and the Heineken Zero, which I'm a big fan of, are refreshing the race this year as the official beer and non-alcoholic beer of the Head of the Charles. The non-alcoholic beer segment is like really growing overall, so I'm a big fan. They're down the end near the finish line area there. Whether you're on the water or the banks or just soaking up the atmosphere, you can enjoy a moment with a cold Heineken here at the Head of the Charles. So really big thanks to Heineken as official beer of the Head of the Charles.
Yeah, and we at Cambridge Boat Club typically send 6 to 8 crews to the Heineken Rover Comp every year in March. Down on the dock are Ed and Jen Ford wearing long white sleeve Cambridge shirts, but if you can see that they've got detail on their long arm sleeves, those are all Heineken logos.
Well, from what I hear, you don't do the Heineken 00 over there, though. Is that right?
No. Well, they have it there. It's definitely an actionable option, but yeah, it's all Heineken all the time.
All right. Well, we've got some action, I think, on the course already in the next division, although not here in front of our desk yet, but I see the bow numbers coming around.
Yep. We've got our first crew in sight, and it is white over blue, yellow MPOCR. These are the Yale women from Yale. Bow number 1. Again, they typically try to space these crews with a couple of lengths between them, but that looks like the spacing they had at the start. I'll double check the split times.
They certainly look like they've opened up a gap, because right now we don't even need the binoculars on this one. It's the Radcliffe blades kind of charging down. They got super clean blade work, but it looks like maybe they've lost a bit of distance on Yale.
6-second differential at weld, but there's some action a few bow numbers back. So,
so indeed,
here we go. It's a race.
So bow number 2 now, the Radcliffe crew in the yellow MPOCR, coming right in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now.
And when I was talking about some action, you can see that the third place crew is not orange and black, it's green and white. Dartmouth, bow number 5, has overtaken Princeton, bow number 3. And Dartmouth at the Weld Boat Club had the fastest split. Still a lot of racing to go, but good first half of the race. Good boat moving in both of these crews, just getting the oar in and pressing on it with the legs.
And bow 4 is MIT, coached by Holly Metcalf. They're doing a great job. Very familiar with this course, doing a great job on that buoy line.
Yep, bow number 4. And then we've got bow number 6, which is USD, San Diego. And we've got some Elliott Bridge. I've got an Elliott Bridge special coming up here. 4/8 in close contact.
Yeah, we've got
Georgetown on the outside.
Yep.
With UMass on the inside.
Yeah.
And coming up right behind them in the white is
bow number 8.
Yeah,
in the white.
That's Clemson.
So bow number 9 of UMass have really moved through. They're commanding that buoy line right now. They're looking to keep moving through Georgetown, so they're going right through the bridge together. Behind them, a bow number 10 from Northeastern.
Yes, that is Northeastern. Go Huskies.
And again, these fearless coxswains just putting their boats right on the buoy line, as is legal. Right on the buoy line right now are bow number, God, I can't see them.
And we've got Riverside on the Boston shore.
Bow number 12.
Bow number 12 with the comp blade. They're the this is the Olympic Club's newest sport.
Bow number 24 is next.
And bow 24 is rowing in color.
Rowing in
It's
color.
9 strong black women showing what they can do when they come together.
They've got an awesome presence at the regatta here. Welcome Rowing in Color. Have a great last bit of the race here. They're getting pressure from bow number 27, though.
Number 27, which is Chaos. It's a club for everybody addicted to rowing. It's a welcoming, diverse, fun club.
Well, it's not too much chaos,
And
but
then
they
we
are
got
getting
33,
pressure from
they seem to be knowing what they're doing.
bow
Bow
33.
number 33 is Colgate going under the bridge right now, followed by bow number 31, George Mason.
34 is next in the other HOCR.
And there go 2 more of the champ women's singles, including Emily Calfels, Cambridge Boat Club member. And is that
34 is another one of those French crews that's here. They're in the Elliott Bridge right now.
Is that Fiona? I'm pretty sure the other sculler that just launched is Fiona Murtaugh, who recently won the Women's World Championship in Shanghai. If you haven't...
Out in front, though, we've got somebody without a bow number, so let's see if we can zoom in on that bow seats shirt. Bucknell, possibly?
Yeah, that looks like Bucknell.
Bucknell, new head coach, Katie Ruderman, also coached
Bow
the
number
Paralympic
40,
floor this
Bucknell
summer.
has had some frisky business under the somewhere with an oar, followed by bow number 35 from Harlem River and bow number 37, Mercyhurst. Those bow numbers, if they, you're in close contact with another crew, it doesn't take a lot to send them flying. They become part of the geologic record of the Charles River. And here we have bow number 36, HKS. Again, these are Kennedy School students.
But look at this bow number, 42, another entry from Radcliffe.
42, yeah, moving up. Radcliffe. And it looks like a Riverside boat behind them. We'll see if they are Riverside. Yeah, bow number 43, Riverside. So this is their second Riverside 8, but they consider themselves to be a strong contender.
Bow 42 now is coming just in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. They've got white blades and the yellow hull.
So,
excuse me, that's bow number 41.
bow number 41 is Merrimack College.
Merrimack College, coached by Andy Finch. They're an up-and-coming program up in the Merrimack Valley. Have a great row, Merrimack College.
Andy Finch, a BU grad. And coming up next is one of the regatta sponsors, Gentle Giant Crew.
Yeah, so Gentle Giant is a moving company, but they sponsor an amazing program over on the Mystic, the Gentle Giant Crew. That's your bow number 39, right out in front of Cambridge Boat Club right now in the maroon and gold blades. Have a great row, Gentle Giant.
So here's some Charles River trivia for you. As we were talking about bow numbers settling down into the muck and becoming part of the geology, we're sitting, the current river that we're on right now, the shores are essentially man-made. And they dammed the river back in 1903. And all of this parkway that you're on has been designed and built up since then. But the area actually has a pretty old history. So if you're thinking about bow numbers and seats and stroke coaches and other things that have sunk down to the bottom of the river, there's about 80 feet of muck. And then you hit bedrock. And we are actually at the very end of the Charles River Valley. That is a bedrock gorge that runs from here up to Fresh Pond, up to Arlington, up to Wilmington. So there's a really long geologic history of this area. All right, back to rowing.
Looks like bow 38 coming into view just around the corner here. Yep, bow number 38.
And bow number 38 is the Harvard Waves out of Brighton. So this is a recreational club of Chinese students and scholars that are at Harvard University and other schools in the Boston area. Did you know that there was a river gorge 100 feet below you?
No, but I know there's about 10 feet of muck because I had to jump in and try and rescue somebody. And when I went to get out of the river, I had to be rescued because I sank so deep in the mud. I was knee deep in muck and I couldn't get myself back onto the dock.
And you were
at
never
CRI,
able to
so
get that smell out, or you
no,
just had to throw those clothes out.
I will never forget that feeling either. So I don't recommend it.
It is world-class muck. So the Cambridge Boat Club actually sits on, and a lot of the Boston area buildings sit on pilings, which get driven down to the point where they're actually close to that bedrock floor. Because otherwise you just kind of sink into the muck.
All right, we've got some of the doubles that are heading out for their event, which is going to be an exciting one for sure. While we're having a little bit of a break here, we're going to thank our volunteers. There's over 2,400 dedicated volunteers this year. This is run by volunteers, so people carrying oars, people helping with directions, people with all kind of river support up and down. It's really an amazing thing, led by a very small internal staff and a board, but otherwise the backbone of the regatta are the volunteers. From early mornings to late nights, the regatta simply wouldn't happen without the volunteers and without that strong commitment. So thank you to all our volunteers for making this event such a success.
Okay, so let's do some setup for the next event, because this is one when they come at us, they're going to be coming fast, and there's a lot to know about this. This is the men's championship doubles. The trophy is named after Cy Cromwell, Cambridge Boat Club and Riverside member. Cy was just inducted this weekend into the National Rowing Hall of Fame for his Olympic medals in the early 60s. The course record is held by the Sinkovic brothers. Martin will be racing in the championship single later today. That was 15:40, and it was set in 2014, so it's about an 11-year-old record. Last year they were here, the Sinkovics, and they were in first place, but they're not defending this year. Second place was the team from Italy with Fiamme Gial, which is the Italian national team training club. Third was a combination of Jamie Copus and a Belgian friend from Ghent, and they are not in it. So this is a new field. So it's anybody's race. It's highly competitive. Bow number 1 are Irish Olympians Fintan McCarthy, who was a double gold medalist in the lightweight men's single in Tokyo and Paris, and Phil Doyle, who was a bronze medal in Paris in the men's double. So it's a light men's middleweight kind of combo. They competed recently in Shanghai together, and they were third at the Worlds. So that was about 3 weeks ago. These guys were top of the A finals in Shanghai. From the U.S., the national team, oarsmen Cedar Cunningham and Mike Herman, will be starting at bow number 2. They're going to be looking to hold off the British duo of James Cracknell and Harry Atkinson. And at bow 6, the Manson brothers, Robbie Manson, who has the world record in the men's single scull, rowing, I think, something like 40 strokes a minute a few years ago, the whole way down the course. And he's paired with his brother. And his brother is Carl. So Robbie's 36, Carl's 37. And they've raced together before. Carl's rowed internationally, but I think this is the first time they've been at the Charles together. So again, bow 1, the Irish from Belfast and Skibbereen. Bow 2 is Penn AC's Cunningham and Herman. Bow 3, Itchen Imperial. Bow 4. Wait for it. Yep, this is bow number 4. So bow number 4 are Anne Levine and Carl Engel. And they started to get rowing together at White Marsh Boat Club down in Philly. Actually row with Mike Smith, who won in the 60-plus double yesterday.
So bow
and now
16.
we've got a handful of boats coming at us, and it's a handful of different approaches to course.
Bow 16 leads that pack. Greg, who's bow 16?
Bow 16 is Newport. That's Jackson Gallagher and Ryan McCarthy. Harvard Light grad, Ryan, and Jackson was a Columbia Light grad. Both did really well in the IRAs, and now they've switched it over into the double sculls.
And bow 13 is making a huge move. They've just passed bow number 9 right
this
in
is
front.
Western Reserve's James Murr and Eric Paquin. And bow number 9 rowing with a mix of blades. That's Marietta Training Center.
But look at bow number 17. It's got to be a Potomac crew with those blades. Bow number 17 plowing through these bow numbers here.
Yep, bow number 17 is Potomac. Yep, with a Ellen called it. It's the red top, red blade, white star.
Yep, and they've moved well through bow number 11 in that cool aqua boat.
And that is Colorado State crew.
Nice. Bow number 10 now out in front, white boat and white blades.
And right now, the Irish continue to lead. Second place is the Penn AC Copus boat. Third are the Manson brothers from Waikato.
Bow number 8 is now coming into view at the Cambridge Boat Club. Bow number 8 with the dark blue and light blue striped blade design.
Bow number 8 is Gordon College from Wenham.
Bow number 15 also doing a nice job here. Bow number 15 in the dark jerseys.
Yeah, and bow number 15 is Dominican University from Orangeburg, New York. That's Alec Castillo and Stephen Palacios. And they're focused on they've got a collegiate sculling program. So this is the race for you guys.
Bow 14 now coming out in front of Cambridge Boat Club in the red jerseys and the yellow Empacher.
This is the Unity Boat Club out of Washington, D.C. It's Brooke Yimer and Zachary Ramsey. And this is their Head of the Charles debut. They've been training for this regatta since the summer, and they've been peaking for this regatta as the fall has shortened.
All right. Up
Nice
next,
course.
bow number 5.
Looking good.
Number 5 has the stage all to themselves. Let's see what kind of show they put on. Bow number 5.
And yeah, this is a CRI. About number 5. Okay. Apologies, guys. That's the RC Germania. Jonas Musko and David Musko, the Musko brothers from Dusseldorf.
Must be borrowing some equipment from Community Rowing, just a few miles upstream.
It's a very recognizable look. Yes. So, bit of a change in the leaderboard. The Irish combination of McCarty and Doyle continue to be in first place, but in the last 700 meters, the Manson brothers from Waikato and New Zealand overtook Penn AC, rowing a 241 versus Penn AC's 246. So they finished in second place. Waikato finished in second by 0.5 seconds. Penn AC was third. The second Penn AC boat is currently in fourth. And then the British double of Cracknell and Atkinson is in
and you have to imagine that
place.
steering had something to do with that change of order in the final bit there. Remember, those 3 doubles came through the Elliott Bridge pretty close to one another. All the bow people having to look over their shoulder to try and steer. So it's not just the skill and the power of the rower, it's how well they steer this course.
Yeah, 16:22.
How far behind first? You guys, we're still on the mic, so. All right, well, if you're getting thirsty, Rainstorm, the exclusive energy drink of the Head of the Charles, invites you to the Live Life Better at one or both of their locations. One is at Weld Exhibition. We can hang out and relax and drink that wonderful drink. Also down at the Rowing and Fitness Expo. Either way, it's on the house, and it has the clean energy, immunity support, and zero sugar to get you through the excitement of Regatta weekend. Thank you, Rainstorm Energy Drink.
All right, let's set up the next race. Championship doubles, women's. There are 2 trophies being contested. For the champ double, it's the R. Craig Swayze Trophy. The collegiate entries, it's the Liz O'Leary Trophy. The course record in this event was set by Ellen Hogerwerf and Inge Janssen from KNRB, the Dutch national team, in 2014 in 17:27.5. There was a fast race last year. It was the British national team combo of Wild and Byrne that finished it first in 17:41. GRP, Green Racing Project up in Craftsbury, supported by Concept 2 in part. Calabrese and Bus were 17:55. And third place was an LRC-SRC combo of Kremen and Casey. So Green Racing Project is in bow 1. Is this them? They're not. The Brits are not back. So we've got Green Racing Project bow 1. They may look like sisters, but they're not. But they sure do get along. You write it, we say it.
We're not responsible.
Yeah. We print what we read what they print. Brown number 2 is Brandenburg and Hansa Dortmund. That's Sarah Wiberens and Tabia Schendendeckel. Their German national team. They were in the 8 and in the quad in Shanghai 3 weeks ago.
But look at this bow number 1. They're rowing so clean and got a great gap between them and bow number 2, and they've got the line they want. It's awesome. Have a great row. Green Racing Project.
Sculling focus program coached by Hap Welpe. And I think this is bow number 2, the Germans coming next. Bow number 3 is Concha Haken, Claire Friedlander and Aislinn O'Brien. Ashlyn, sorry. Yeah, exactly. That's what she wrote. She knew I'd mispronounce it. Then the BU women in bow 4 with red over white blades.
Yeah, and that BU program, they have taken to sculling quite a bit. I see them coaching when I'm coaching in the morning, I see the BU crews out, but I also see quite a number of doubles out there. So it's an exciting addition to see more colleges get into the sculling scene. We need that on the national team to have our oarsmen and women have sculling experience when they come out for the program. So well done, BU, out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now.
And coming through CBC right now are the women of BU. Right now, the fastest split through this point of the race is GRP in 14:59. That was a very fast split for the Green Racing Project. They're currently 20 seconds up on the Germans. I will point out back at bow 15 is a Rowing Canada high performance crew that was laying down some decent splits to weld. We'll be seeing them shortly.
Bow number 6 out in front. They have passed bow number 5. So bow 6 in the red hull and the white T blades. They've got to be MIT. Is that right, Greg?
That is MIT. Audrey Lynn and Grace Hutter.
And bow number 5 right behind them.
And bow number 5 behind them, that MIT has passed. Riverside, that's Chloe Lewis and Meg Combs.
Here come bow number 15, though. That's moving up in the ranks.
Yeah, this is the Rowing Canada boat. So this is Cassidy Dean and Kirsten Siermakeski, and they were a spare for the Paris silver medal 8.
And they've moved well through bow number 7, who now trails them by about 3 boat lengths.
They both raced at Shanghai.
Who's bow number 7?
And bow number 7 coming in front of the Cambridge Boat Club is Sophia Stafford and Hadley McCormick. They're representing Vineyard Vines. Well, they represented Vineyard Vines last year. Hopefully that's still going on. Bow number 11 is Riverside's Jillian Zeef and Ariana Lee.
And bow 16, right behind them in the multicolored blades.
Yeah, bow 16, Pen AC. Elaine Tierney and Emma Tierney, 2 sisters with 2 rowing parents.
And they're lucky to miss this pack of 3 going bow ball to bow ball. It's bow 20 on the Boston shore, bow 17 in the middle, bow 10 closest to the
And
Cambridge Boat Club.
Boston to Cambridge, it's Mary Lou Duvarney, Tardif, Evan Park. Bow 17 is GRP, Sue Holderness and Anna Jensen. On the Boston shore now, bow number 9 is Gentle Giants, Elizabeth Gilbert and Victoria Loy. And bow number 13 is Green Racing Project's Grace Donabedian and Natalie Hofer. And then we have bow number 19 in the red hull and the white blades. That is Laura Feinson and Morgan Zahner, Ohio State and University of Minnesota alums who competed at the World University Games this year.
Bow 21 is now out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
Bow 21 is Riverside's Amelia Demopoulos, Pengrad, and Simone Verparian. These are both U23 U.S. rowers.
Bow number 8 is the first crew of this pack that's coming in front of Cambridge Boat Club right now. We've got a tight pack of 2 doubles right after them, but bow number 8 is...
And bow number 8 is Oriel Kensington from London. That's Issy Stewart-Harris and Nadia Fontaine.
And bow number 12 near the Cambridge Boat Club have moved over because a charging bow number 22 is demanding that buoy line.
22 is Potomac's Catherine Nash and Alexander Gluntz. And 12 making way for them very diplomatically is Kelani Doring and Lena Gossett from Fort Collins, Colorado. UC Boulder and Colorado State grads.
Bow number 18 is trying to make up some distance there. They've passed a few crews en route to the final 800 meters.
And these are have some champ double alumni in that. This is Peyton De La Cruz and Jordan Hilliard from Narragansett. Peyton rode this event last year. Jordan is in grad school at Northeastern.
Bow number 14 now in front. Look like almost like a reverse BC blade. They've got that same design.
Yeah, these were URI teammates. This is Hannah Backert and Emily Olin. And that might be our last one.
All right, well done, bow number 14. This may be the final entry in this field. We'll give it another check over our list here and make sure.
And right now on the leaderboard, it's Green Racing Project in first at 18:01. RCA Canada in second in 18:14, and the German composite crew in 18:26.
Those are some great times, and what a great row for that Green Racing Project double, because, you know, yeah, it's fun to pass people and maybe mix it up a little bit with the oars, but to have a clean line like that on a beautiful day and row uncontested through the race and come out the victors, at least unofficially right now, is such a great feeling. So well done to the duo from Green Racing Project.
So now we have a couple of the blue ribbon events of the regatta, the championship singles. These are some of the most prestigious events at the head of the Charles. Tomorrow we'll have the championship eights, but today it's the singles. First up, the men's championship singles. There is a $35,000 cash purse on the table in this event. $10,000 for first, $5,000 for second, $2,500 for third. So this is a money race. They used to have boats back in the 30s when rowing was really popular called wager boats that you only took off the top rack when it was a race like this one. This one is a money race. Course record was set in 2023 by Soren Kosek. Soren is going to be back in bow number 13, 15, so this is going to be one of those ones.
I'm going to correct you there because I believe Soren was a scratch for this event. What bow was he?
Oh, sorry, he is a scratch.
That's really unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. I was looking forward to that. So last year, Finn Hamill won with an incredible push from the middle of the pack, but now he's up in bow number 1. And I think he has the distinction of being the first champ single winner to use a mirror. He competed at the 2025 World Rowing Championships for New Zealand with his partner Ben Mason, and also had an epic race this summer. If you ever get a chance to go watch YouTube Henley racing, go pull up the I think it was the next to last day race between Finn and Ollie Zeidler. It is just incredible. His teammate Logan Ulrich, the men's single sculler for New Zealand at this year's World Championships, is starting in bow number 5. So there you go. 1 and 5 are both World Championship athletes. Last year's 3rd and 4th place finishers are not here today, so Cooper Tuckerman of Green Racing, who was 4th last year, bumps up to bow 2. I know Cooper has been on a very, very focused push towards this regatta, and right behind him is Andy LaRue, who raced in the U.S. men's double in Shanghai last month. Now, if that's not enough for you, in bow number 4 is Martin Sinkovic. If you're not familiar with that name, Google it and you will find Olympic gold medal, Olympic gold medal, Olympic gold medal. The Sinkovic brothers owned the double scull for a number of years and then switched over to the pair just to liven things up. And Martin typically wins the Silver Skiff Regatta in Turin, which takes place in about 3 weeks.
And I just have heard that Sinkovic has the live stream in his hull. So if you're on the app and you want to watch what's going on in that single, it's really incredible.
And we have our first single sculler within sight. And this is no doubt Finn Hamill from Waikato. He's the defending head of the Charles champion, winning last year from bow number 16. He's a New Zealand national teamer and has won the men's doubles event at Henley. And as we said before, has a rep for being a giant killer. He will have the red over yellow over green singlet. And we see bow number 2, I'm thinking, coming up behind him. So here's Finn Hamill, back in Boston again. Has nothing good memories here from last year. Rowing with comp blades in an M-Pocker. Looks like he's striking 36-ish.
Got an incredible line, and he's moved out a little bit, it looks like, on bow number 2.
Really smooth hull line. Not much bobbling up and down across the stroke. Extremely efficient motion.
With no sign of bow number 3, it's bow number 4 that is the next sculler to come in front. So out in front of Cambridge Boat Club, as we said, in order is bow number 2 in the red hull.
Bow number 2, as we mentioned, is Cooper Tuckerman. Cooper is an EMT in his spare time.
And he can see bow number 4, and they are bow number 4 looking over his shoulder. Cooper hauling through the Elliott Bridge. This is exciting racing.
Yeah, this is Martin Sinkovic, who knows Boston well and has set course records here.
Come on, Elliott Bridge, best in the world here. Let's get alive, Elliott Bridge. Let's hear it.
All right, before Sinkovic, we had Hamill in first and Tuckerman in second at CBC, but there's a lot coming fast. Here's bow number 3. This is the Boston Rowing Federation's Andy LaRue rowing out of Cambridge Boat Club. Go Andy.
And bow number 5 now out in front, taking a look over both shoulders.
Is Logan Ulrich, also from Hamilton, New Zealand, and the Varsity Boat Club. He's the New Zealand team single sculler from the 2025 Worlds.
Bow number 6 now is trying to escape the pack that's just behind him. He's solo out in front right now, bow number 6.
updated splits, Hamill over Sinkovic at CBC by 12 seconds.
Bow number 6 is the Irish sculler.
Bow number 6
Go
is
Ireland.
Conan Pazaya from Queen's Belfast. He's a member of the Irish team along with Fintan McCarthy. He was part of that bronze double scull boat at the Europeans.
And in a line is bow number 12.
And here's bow number 12 hauling it. Bow number 12 is Sam
Melvin.
Melvin from Penn AC.
And he's
Sam knows this river. He was in the men's double in 2025, so he's a current U.S. team member.
And he's past bow number 8
on
and
the far
9.
side. He is past bow number 8, which is John Clement Sanzone from Maritime, and bow number 9, GRP's Caleb Nolenberger.
And bow number 7 now emerging
and then
into
we've
the bridge.
Bow number 7, Will Drescher from the USTC in Sarasota, and bow number 10, NYAC's Finn Putnam. Finn's a member of Cambridge Boat Club, now working down in New York.
And some incredible racing there in those
So
top
we've
10
got
bow numbers.
Right now through CBC, some changes. Sam Melvin lit it up. He is currently in second place ahead of Sinkovic. Hamill continues to lead. And they'll be approaching the finish pretty soon. I would say they'll be under 3 minutes. I would say they could be doing 250s at 14:11. We've got the potential for Finn to crack 17.
Bow number 11 in the aqua and black hull out in front of Cambridge Boat Club leads bow 15 by about 2 lengths.
And Finn has crossed the finish line, 17:04.5. Screaming fast time, about 5 seconds off a course record.
Bow 15 is from Brock University, leading bow 16 now by a couple lengths of open water. Bow number 16 is another green racing project.
And then we have bow number 13, Wyrell from Beinheim. That's Kobe Miller, rode for Northeastern the last couple of years.
And bow ball to bow ball is bow 18 and 17. Yep. 17 giving a bit of a yield there. Bow 18 now cleanly away.
You can get away with that in the single because everybody can maneuver. That's San Diego's Bernard Aparicio and Penn AC's Thomas Foltz being very diplomatic.
Bow 20.
They're followed by bow 20, Riverside's Kevin Mador. Former U.S. team sculler. Kevin knows this river. He's been throwing down some fast times ahead of the Kevin.
And going
followed by bow 19.
And 22.
And 22. 19 is GRP's Jesse Rhino. 22, Baltimore's Mark Cohenhoven, who was a bronze medalist in the most recent Pan Am Games. So let's see if we got anything going on here from a lead standpoint. And Sinkovic dropped a time of 2:53 between CBC and the finish line to move ahead of Tuckerman into second place. So your leaderboard right now for the prize money is Hamill in first, Sinkovic in second, Tuckerman in third.
And bow number 21 right out in front of Cambridge Boat Club. It's the sculler from Maguntacook up in Maine.
We'll see what happens with Melvin. Melvin was 4 seconds faster than Tuckerman to CRP, to CBC. Sam was actually 2 seconds faster than Sinkovic to here. So Sam's in a real race. And Sam has finished in third place, 0.9 seconds behind Martin Sinkovic. Wow. Pretty good company. Cooper Tuckerman was 17:21, and Logan Ulrich from Varsity was 5th in 17:47. Again, all unofficial. This is assuming that nobody missed any buoys, nobody gets any interference penalties. Everybody's friends. And we have one more single coming up, and then we will do the intro for the women's single. Oh, lightweights? Lightweights. I'm sorry. We have a different division. So this is the men's lightweight singles. They're competing for the Ernest Arlett Trophy. Ernie Arlett was the Northeastern coach who inspired the head of the Charles. And this is bow number 1 from Conshohocken, Justin Schmidt, whose bio says he's a cool guy. Bow number 2, we've got a bit of a gap here. Will be Riverside's Chris Crawley. So the course record in this event is one of the oldest at the regatta. It's 17:25. It's interesting now whether or not, I mean, at one point Andrew Campbell dropped to 17:10 rowing in the open weight, but Paul Fuchs owns this record. Paul was the national team sculler in the mid-'80s and was interviewed last year on how do you set a course record at the Charles. So with Riverside Blades, this is Christopher Crawley. Dave Lefebvre is his coach. And now we've got bow number 5, also from Riverside, having a great row. Sean Richardson, who was on the 2022 team for the U.S. and also raced Pan Ams in 23 and was rode in the Olympic trials. And now we've got bow number 4, which is Seattle Scullers Perry Olix. Perry had good success in collegiate sweep rowing, and last year was 4th in this event. It's coached by Matt Zatorsky, former CRLS coach, known well on the Charles River. And now we have bow number 3 from Rowhouse, Miami. This is one of Frankie Viacava's athletes. This is Rodrigo Silva Urbaneja, originally from Brazil, but he grew up in Miami, and he's an architect there. It's his 5th head of the Charles.
I think this is the Dutch guy, bow number 6.
Bow number 6 from Triton in Utrecht. This is Brian Pohl. He's a 2025 World Cup sculler. Rode in Varese in 2024. He was also a World Cup sculler for the Netherlands, and competed in the Diamond Sculls.
And we're going to have to turn the page for the next bow number that's coming up. That's how far he's moved in the field. I'm looking at bow 14 right now, leading this tight pack of 3 scullers.
Yeah, so bow 14 is Riverside's John Mannion. He won the lightweight men's double the past 3 years at the head of the Charles, and now he's over in the single.
He's ahead of bow number 7 in the dark boat.
Riverside has blue and white striped oars, blue and white striped tops, and the simple message is go Stripes. Bow number 7 is Narragansett Elias Delbys, placed 6th last year in this event. Last year, bow number 8, Osprey from Saunderstown, Rhode Island. That's Tyler Gillette. He's a Trinity grad. And bow 10 on the far side is Lincoln Park's Seth Binder. Has competed in the Masters Nationals recently. And bow number 9, nearer us, is Undine Boat Club's David Joyner, who's a George Mason grad living in Philadelphia. 11. And with the orange hat, bow number 11, from Canada and the Gulf Rowing Club in Ontario. That's Amit Gosaran. He's a PhD student in nanotech at Waterloo, and he won the university's first ever medal at Canadian Championships.
Bow number 12 is next in the white hull and the gray blades.
Bow 12 is Undine's Diego Delgado.
And he's getting some pressure from bow 16, who's in the green hull just behind him.
And then the green hull is Clarkson. That's Ryan Muldoon, who's a Dad Vale medalist. And you're starting to see the mixed quads crossing the river. That means they're in about 45 minutes. And this is another pause because after these next few scullers, it's probably one of the most competitive events of the whole regatta, the championship women's single.
Bow number 15 now in the dark hull and dark jersey, doing a great job on this buoy line.
And this is Lucas Root from Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, and Kansas crew. Competed twice at the head of the Charles in the junior quads as part of NorCal. So this is his first entry in a single and the first time Kansas crew has appeared at the head of the Charles.
Wow. Well, for somebody who's from out of town, he looks like he's been practicing secretly here, because I have yet to see a great buoy line like that in this singles race. So well done, the sculler from Kansas.
All right, we're going to start to do a little setup work for the women's. For the women's single, it's bow 17. Leo Williams from Delaware approaches. Leo's goal for the regatta is, I want to go fast. I think that's like from a movie.
Well, it's not like you don't want to go fast. I think that's everybody's hope.
So champ women's single. How do we begin to set this one up, Ellen? Okay.
I don't know. I have to take a breather
All
and
right.
drink some water.
I'll start. Ellen's going to come in with something insightful because she knows these athletes. They're competing for the Cambridge Boat Club plate. The course record is held by Kate Burko. Kate was a U.S. national team rower at the time, set the record 12 years ago. It's 1833.015. I mentioned the specifics because this one could go down today. Last year, the results were Michelle Sexer in first, Cambridge Boat Club, the fifth different Cambridge Boat Club winner in 5 years. Cambridge Boat Club has won this event between Jevi and 4 other women 12 times in a row. The second place finisher last year, Cara Kohler from California Rowing Club, not here today. Third place was Savannah Briha from Orion, 1903, and she is here today. So this is another pot race. There is 35,000 at stake. It's 10,000, 5, and 2,500. So yeah, it's 35,000, half to each race. Just to give you an idea of the creds that we got here, Michelle Sexer, gold medal 3 weeks ago in the lightweight women's single. Savannah Briha, World Championships. Caroline Florin in bow number 3 from Neris and the Dutch national team, Olympic gold medalist in Paris. In bow number 4 from Galway and NUIG, Fiona Murtaugh, gold medalist in Shanghai 3 weeks ago in the women's single. Behind that, in bow number 5, Julian Farlisch from FRG Germania, German national team sculler with strong results, recent World Cup competition. Bow number 6, Teal Cohen from the NYAC, 2025 World Championships straight 4, 2024 Olympian in the quad. UST in bow number 7, USATC's Asia Shizakowski, U.S. Training Center athlete. Bow number 8, RCA Canada, Canadian national teamer, five heads of the Charles, and rode at the World Cup. Katie Clark. Bow number 9, GRP's Grace Joyce. She's a Paris Olympian. Bow number 10, Imogen Grant, World Rowing's Athlete of the Year, based on what she did in Paris, where she won the Olympic lightweight double. Bow number 11, Orion's Karina Ventnor. Bow number 12, U.S. Paris Olympian Christy Wagner. Bow number 13, RCA Canada's Shannon Kennedy, winner at the Royal Henley, and the last chance qualifier for the Olympics. Bow number 14, Katerina Mestrenko from the Ukrainian national team. Bow number 15, GRP's Kathleen Castle. Bow number 16, and we'll pause there. Emily Kalfels, Paris Olympian, defending head of the. She's a Paris Olympian. She has won the head of the Charles, and I think she was the closest one that came to breaking Jevi's streak.
Incredible. We're going 20 deep, and it's going to be anybody's race across these scullers. So, Elliott Bridge, do not sleep on this one. We want to hear it. These are the best in the world. They've come from all corners of the world. Imogen Grant is also on that live feed, so if you've got the app, you can see what's going on in her hull. You can see her tearing it up. She's probably just past the Newell Boathouse, about half a mile downstream from us, but this is going to be one of the most stacked events at this regatta, and it's going to be incredible.
This field is nuts, and right now through Weld, Sexer and Florine are both through. Sexer in 10:18.2, Florine in 10:20.2. So 2 seconds separating bow number 1 and 3, and we will be refreshing this as often as possible. Okay, in third place now at Weld is the reigning world champion Fiona Murtaugh, and behind her is Farlisch from Germania and Briha from Orion.
And you have to figure that Michelle, knowing this course as well as she does, that steering is going to come into play for her. It's a big advantage for her in addition to starting in that pole position at bow number 1. So hopefully she makes good use of that advantage, and we hopefully will see them all soon.
Look for the Boston Scullers to hug the orange buoys and for the really aggressive internationals to do the same thing. But this is a race where, you know, a deck is half a second. So anything where you can pick up meters on this course is critical. Doing a refresh. Right now we're showing Sexer over Florine over Murtaugh at Weld. As we pause.
I'm taking a sip of water because I know this is going to be a great race. So rain, pure mountain spring water. So yeah, no, it's not a Heineken, but it'll do.
Perhaps a rain energy drink?
Top 3 at Weld right now are Sexer, Florine, and Joyce. They should be here any second.
And we'll probably see some Philippis in this race. And Filippi is, in fact, the official supplier of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They're down at the competitors area at the finish line. So Filippi having a huge presence at this regatta, and no doubt we'll see them in this event coming up next.
And there's a launch coming up the course. Wow. Oh, they're setting they're fixing a buoy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That one buoy on the corner jags out about.
Thank you.
Further than the rest.
That's one of these things where if you don't have a mirror on, you don't see that kind of stuff, and you're probably happier. Calfels has slid up into 4th place ahead of Murtaugh. But Sexer 10:18, Florine 10:20, Joyce 10:29, Calfels 10:31. That's 2 or 3 lengths, 3 lengths separating the top 4 scullers.
That's exciting. I personally would love to see Calfels have a nice race today. She was a bit sidelined by injury, and she's made such a comeback, so dedicated to her own recovery. So looking to have a great race from Emily among this very, very tight field.
And we have bow number 1 in sight. This is Michelle Sexer, Cambridge Boat Club member representing USTC Princeton today.
Yes, she's got a great line, not too close to the buoy.
Lightweight single scull champion.
And she is tearing it up. Here she comes. She's charging. She's every other stroke looking over that right
Careful
shoulder to
line.
make sure
Yeah,
she can
she's
hit
not
that
overlapping
line
the
without
buoys.
being too aggressive on it. Cannot afford to take any chances too much here.
And there's the Dutch single sculler, Florine, in the yellow Empacher. White blades. Here comes Michelle. Let's hear it for Michelle, Cambridge Boat Club member, U.S. National Sculler Lightweight World Champion. Defending
Here we go,
head
Elliott
of the Charles
Bridge. Let's
Champ
make
Women's
some
Single.
noise for the best of the best in the world. This women's champ single event. So much stardust in this event. We can hardly call it, but it's bow number 3.
And bow number 3, Caroline Florine, the reigning Olympic champion in the women's single from the Paris Games, representing the Netherlands. She's been a top athlete on the World Cup Championship circuit for the Dutch team, and this is her first appearance at the Head of the Charles.
Well, she's doing a fantastic
representing
job.
ARS Neres in Amsterdam.
She's opened
Caroline
up
Florine.
She's opened up a big gap on the sculler behind her, which is in fact bow number 4.
So we've got bow number 4 coming up next. That's Fiona Murtaugh. Fiona is the Olympic in Tokyo, is an Olympian and Tokyo bronze medalist, and is the current world champion in the women's single scull, winning that 3 weeks ago in Shanghai. We had to update her bio.
And that pack has passed bow number 2 now, who is out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club.
Orion Savannah Brija.
Bow number 5 going just a bit wide.
Bow number 5 near Cambridge is FRG Germania's Julian Faralish.
Bow number 7 on the Boston shore with the white hat.
Bow number 7 is Aja Sosakowski, USTC Princeton. Bow number 6, MYAC's Teal Cohen, Paris Olympian.
Bow number 9.
Bow number 9, GRP's Grace Joyce, another Paris Olympian.
She's in the double this year too. Bow number 8 now emerging solo in front of the Cambridge Boat Club with the pink visor.
RCA's Katie Clark.
All right, doing a great job out in front. That's bow number 8 now moving into the Elliott Bridge. Bow number 10 now on the Boston shore looking to move up into the ranks.
At Cambridge Boat Club, it's a 2-second margin between Sexer and Florine. Bow number 10, Upper Thames, Imogen Grant.
Oh, and she's got the live feed on, so tune in, everybody.
Olympic champion Imogen Grant going under the Elliott Bridge. Bow number 12.
Bow number 12 is Christy Wagner.
Christy Wagner, Boston native, Paris Olympian, double sculls.
And here comes bow number 16.
Bow number 16 is Emily Calfels.
Yep.
Emily's goal for this race is to make the last one the fast one.
And she's doing a great job. She's also a member of Cambridge Boat Club. As I said, sidelined a bit by injury, but looking in fine form today on the head of the Charles. Bow number 13 trails her.
And bow number 13, RCA Canada's Shannon Kennedy, Henley winner, Olympic OQR competitor.
And
bow number 11 in the pink hull, Orion, Karina Feitner.
And bow 15 now out in front, getting a little bit of pressure from bow 19 right behind her by inches.
And at Cambridge, Sexer, Florine, and currently in third place, Calfels.
Bow
number
19.
19, GRP's Paige Wheeler, wheeling and dealing, grown in D.C. on the Potomac, but hardened in the Midwest at The Ohio State University.
And she's almost got overlap on her teammate from GRP at bow number 15.
That's Kathleen Castle. Castle ain't lower in the drawbridge. These guys had to work together on these things.
Bow number 18 now
Bow
out in
number
front
18,
of Cambridge.
GRP Charlotte Wiley. Okay, here goes another one. This one's a Wiley one. So look out, UCF and Blood Street sculling.
Bow 14
Bow
now,
14.
green blades.
That's the Ukrainian, Katerina Maestrenko, Ukrainian national team rower, just returned from Henley Royal. Trains with Seattle Scullers, WSU. So she's a Seattle resident.
Bow 17 now, right in front of Cambridge Boat
Bow
Club.
17 is DeWolf's Seraph Maeda. This is her 12th head of the Charles. Florine, 1842. Sexer, 1843.5. Florine rode the last 700 meters in 304 to Sexer's 308.
Bow 21 now right out in front of Cambridge Boat Club.
Bow 21 is Greater Columbus, Aneta Kiridu. She's a 10th Olympian in the 2021 single. Oh, she placed 10th in the Olympics.
Looks like the lightweight might be starting. We got a bow number 1 and a bow number 20. So where are we in the women's champ singles?
We're like most of the way down.
Looks like the final entry is bow number 20 here in the women's singles, and she's getting some pressure from what I think is the lightweight division.
That looks like Liz Martin.
That's Liz Martin at bow number 1.
Yeah, so we've got overlap here between the women's open event and the women's lightweight singles. Liz Martin, Riverside Boat Club, first place last year. Liz she earned that position based on her performance last year. She competed for the U.S. national team in 2022, at the World Cup in 2023, at the Pan Am Games. She's a 2-time defending champion of this event, and she's showing it.
Yeah, nice aggressive stroke rating there. Very clean blade work. Liz Martin doing a fabulous job. moving right into the event that started ahead of her. So that tells you the kind of gap that she's made up on the field right now. And the next sculler from this lightweight division is bow number 2.
Bow number 2 is Vespers Mary Wilson, silver at the Pan Ams in 2023, in the double with Liz Martin. And unofficially in the women's championship singles, in first place, representing ASR Neres, Carolyn Florine in 1842. In second place, representing USTC Princeton and Cambridge Boat Club, Michelle Sexer in 1843.5.
But right now, out in front, we've got bow number 5 from Ireland charging up the course in the green jersey.
Bow number 5 is Carlo Cleota Nolan from Leinster.
Bow number 7 pressing her, though. Bow number 7 is the Dutch sculler.
Bow number 7 from Triton is Bet van Kernbeek, who is a recent international competitor.
And they've
bow
both.
Number 4 from Austria, WLRA, Australia. WLRA, Maggie Foley, who was in the winning sweeps boat here a couple of years ago. And then bow number 8, City of Oxford on the Upper Thames, Hazel Wake. Okay, back to the women's champ singles. Florine in first, Sexer in second. In third place, unofficially, Emily Calfels from the Cambridge Boat Club. Fourth place, Grace Joyce. Fifth place, Shizakowski from USTC Princeton. Sixth place, Murtaugh from Ireland. Seventh place, Wagner from Cambridge Boat Club and the U.S. Whatever place we're up to. Eighth place, Teal Cohen. Ninth place, Imogen Grant. Last splits, Florine 304, Sexer 307, Calfels 308.5, Grace Joyce 310. So Emily poured it on in the last 700.
That's great.
Those are unofficial results. You know, there are buoys out there that bite, and we'll see what happens when the official results come out.
Yeah, but we've got bow number 9 right now from Community Rowing in the blue hull, familiar red blades of Community Rowing.
But that was great.
This is Madeline Carlson.
I feel like the end of Waterboy. That was something.
I believe that is all completes our field of the lightweight division in that race. Well, some incredible racing and all those single scullers. Incredible job.
I would point, you get the lightweights, and then you have the lightweights who go into the champ because it's the money race.
Well,
so,
hey, and they're doing quite well. We've got Sam Melvin, we've got Michelle Sexer.
Yeah.
It's really incredible to see the tenacity of these single scullers.
Sexer. Melvin, Sexer. Lightweights doing well in the champ events. Right. Yeah, spectacular. Yeah. Okay. Little bit of a change. Now we've had a bunch of championship events to get you all fired up. We now are switching over to some of the Directors Challenge events, and we've got several of these. We've got the mixed doubles coming up next. They should be coming by in about 5 minutes. The course record here was set by a ringer boat that included Ollie Zeidler last year. So the course record in this event is 17 minutes, which is sort of champ single speed. Following that, we will have the Directors Challenge Mixed Quad. And this is one where the lineups will be pretty colorful, so I think you'll all enjoy the bios. After that, we've got a special event with 14 boats in it. It's the Survivor Row, which is a special exhibition event hosted between the head of the Charles Regatta and the Survivor Rowing Network. And this is a boat. These are boats that are put together of cancer survivors. So I think that in general that would qualify as masters rowing, although pediatric cancer is still a big issue. But Then we have the para inclusion doubles, which I think we've got the world's expert on that event sitting next to me, and the mixed para inclusion fours, which will feature boats from Boston and DC, and that will that's what we have for the rest of your afternoon. So, lovely weather, still plenty of action to come on the bridge, and next up is the mixed doubles.
All right. Well, we are here in the shade at Cambridge Boat Club, but in the bright sunshine just downriver from us is a new feature called River Bender, which I think you can get a beer at, hence the name River Bender. But soak up the beautiful weekend, formerly known as Reunion Village, where the vibes are as strong as the racing. Inspired by the riverside rivalry of the 70s and 80s, River Bender is the spot to be all weekend, with DJs, lounge seating, lawn games, and unbeatable views of the course. So we've also got an announcing station down there, so make sure you check out a new feature, River Bender, the ultimate spot to chill and cheer.
Said it better myself. I'll go over the other side of Elm. Slide over. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Doctor.
Is this yours?
No. Did Emily get third?
Where it came from?
Did Emily get third?
And our next event, the Director's Challenge Mixed Doubles, are making their way up the course. Again, mentioned the course record last year was set in 17 minutes, featuring Ollie Zeidler and Meekin, Sophia Meekin, the Swiss sculler. They beat the course record on raw time alone, no age handicap. And this first boat with the Cambridge blades is the USTC Saratoga. This is Mary Mazio Manson and Alexander Hedge. Both were members of the 2024 Olympic, 2023 and 2025 World Championship team. They also apparently dance a fierce line dance.
Go Daisy.
And they are ripping it by. Go Daisy. Daisy grew up at Cambridge Boat Club.
Let her go. Whoa, nice line. Very nice line. Wait a minute, what are we seeing?
All right, I will. Their time through Weld was 9:29, and the second place crew right now is 10:04. So I'll toss out an early bet that they're going to medal.
I think your money is safe.
I don't know. They might be going for that course record. They were 14:18 to CBC. They'll be under 3, so the course record's 17.
So this is number 2.
We can you can go on DraftKings and place your bets on the CBC finish line split for them. Okay, and here is bow number 2. Bow number 2 is the City of Cambridge. Christopher and Kate Ware, third time racing, love the event. Over from Great Britain, welcome to Boston. Nice line. Looks like they're rowing in a fluid with comp blades.
That was amazing. I'm going to get my other glasses. See how these work. Okay, this is 3. And bow number 3, no strangers to this course, Olwen Huxley and Sean Wolf from Riverside Boat Club, rowing a perfect line through the bridge. Okay, this is... And bow number 5 with the Potomac Rowing Club blades is coming up. That's Margot Saylor-Schmidt and Philip Hoyle from Washington, D.C. They've gotten by bow number 4.
Yeah, they've got a good preseason. Having the course record down at the head of the Occoquan, and they've medaled at the Hooch, so they're going from the regional regattas up to the head of the Charles. And bow number 6, this is Ellen Kennelly and Nicholas Potter. This is the first time that they've raced together. This is a godmother-godson duo, and Ellen and Nicholas's father were all classmates, and mother were all undergraduate classmates together. They all knew each other. So that's a very special boat. Godmother, godson.
And number 4 is...
and they have overtaken bow 4, Nyack's Laura Stearton-Aust and Chuck Windeconnect. Both lightweight rowers. Chuck's been on Chuck's one of those guys that I race against. And Laura is also a Masters rower. They've been competing and training together for 10 years now.
Number 10. This is number 10. Moving right up. Did you get a name for number 10?
Bow number 10. Bow number 10. We have Elizabeth Pratt and a mystery partner. No bios submitted. And on the shore, Boston side, Orange Buoys is bow number 12. That is... Texas Rowing Center's Simon Borschelt and Jessica Pendleton. They have overtaken bow number 7. Vespers, Stella Willoughby and John Leakley. Now in front of the Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 16. Bear Islands, Aisha Chow and John Carlson.
This is bow number 9.
And it's Potomac. We know this is Potomac. Bow number 9 with the red blades and the white stars. Carol Dinian and Christopher DePita. This is their first race together.
15 coming next.
Followed by bow number 15, Sarasota County's Ann Marichal and Gregory Simons.
Number
And in the red hull behind them is bow number 8. That's San Diego Rowing Club's Glenn Bolitho and Colette Bolitho. They're a Cape Town couple. Bow 17, now in front of CBC, is Maine Coast Rowing's Donald Townsend and Leslie Krishko.
And 18.
Bow number 18 is Quinsigamond's Harry Sonkarath and Megan Highland. Been training together for half a dozen years. And now we've got a cluster of boats coming at you for your Elliott Bridge entertainment.
The 20 is the first.
Which one?
20.
20. First up from Rhineland is Franz van der Steen and Mignon Goussin. Franz won the 65 plus yesterday, a 6-time winner of the Silver Skiff. Mignon is stroking, very smooth, great line, splitting it right up the middle of the bridge.
22 on the buoys.
And on the buoys is bow number 22, Lake Washington and the Martha's Moms. It's Evan Jacobs and Elizabeth Rund. Near us is bow 11, which is John Poulin and Brooke Yeager Hamilton. They're followed by bow number 14, Duxbury Bay Maritime, who has, that's bow 19?
Yeah.
I think bow 19, yeah, that's Narragansett. I can tell by the blades, and they're rowing in a Van Dusen. That's Alden Bumstead and Edward Gay. They were 5th in this event last year. Now you've got bow 21, College Club Seattle, Roy Colvin and Darcy Parker.
And 23.
And 22, Lake Washington's Evan Jacobs and Elizabeth Rund.
No, that was 23.
23? Yep. Oh, sorry, 23. Cornell alumni, Western Reserve alumni, Adrian Nino de Rivera Frost and Elizabeth Nino de Rivera.
This is 26.
Here's bow number 26 from Nashville, Madeline Cawley and Dietmar Kuttelwasher.
It's 13.
It's a loud crowd for the director's double.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Bow number 13 is Crabtree. That is Florian Herbst and Michaela Herbst. Florian also rode in the Crabtree 40s four with. Michaela just picked up rowing in her 50s.
27 is not in
Bow number 27 is rowing in color. It says no roster submitted, but then it says Calvin and Allison are 2 strong mixed Hispanic rowers, proud to be racing at head of the Charles.
28 on the buoys, 30 close to us.
30 plus?
30 close to us in the purple, 28 on the buoys.
And near us in the purple is bow number 30, the Windermere Rowing Club from Great Britain, Tasman Kidwell and David Kidwell. They have just overtaken bow 29, St. Catherine's Brian Thorne and Vanessa Moores.
28.
And then we have bow number 25, Green Mountains, John Haynes and Christine Haynes.
35.
Approaching CBC now, bow number 35, Gentle Giants, Catherine Kern and Sasha Podlik. On the Boston side, bow number 31, Narragansett's Bjorn Sadstedt and Gene Hambert. 32. And in the yellow Empacher, bow number 32, Nereid's Arthur Ware and Janice Holzman.
And here,
now approaching CBC, bow number 33, that's Station L and Willamette's Phil Volz and Lori Jensen. And on the Boston side, in the yellow and black, bow number 34, Roe Brevard, Amanda Francis and Bryce Crossley from Indian Harbor Beach, both UCF grads.
we're missing, oh, here they come. Way back there. 36 is next. Then 37. In the green is 36. Audrey Novak.
And
Peter
in the
Becker.
green is bow
36.
36. I could have known. It's New Haven. Audrey Novak and Peter Becker rowing on the Housatonic.
37 after them.
And following them is bow 37 from Fort Worth. That's Cullen Archer and Brendan Allen.
And 42.
And behind them, moving up, is bow number 42. That's Marlowe and Rockland's Jacqueline Easton and Marwan Sharif.
Ed and Jen Ford from Cambridge Boat Club.
And next
Number
up,
24.
Ed and Jen Ford from Cambridge Boat Club. Let's hear it for Cambridge.
Go Ed. Go Jen, pick it up. She rode. Jen's got a history of unusual entries in doubles. She rode with her daughter in the champ doubles. She's the oldest and youngest in the course. And then you get 40. And 40.
So I know I teased you earlier on the record threat. Mazzio Manson and Hedge clocked a 17:08, definitely the second fastest time ever in this event. They rode a 2:49 last 700 meters. That is at least 15 seconds faster than any other crew on the course.
This is
bow number 40 crossing under the bridge right now with the Belmont Hill blades. That is New Haven's Andrea and Dan Schley.
also Cambridge.
Also Cambridge members. In front of CBC right now, bow number 41, Vespers, Lisa Armstrong and John Kolbach.
Being pushed hard by
Followed by bow 45, Riverside's Catherine Widgery and John Tracy, both head of the Charles medalists, and the greatest mixed double on the Charles River.
How about this one here?
On the
Carlo
far
and-
side, they might challenge you for that title, Catherine. Bow number 39, going under the Elliott Bridge, Margarita and Carlo Zeza, combined 30 times winners at the head of the Charles.
And 38 and 40.
Bow number 38, Nantucket's Sarah Kate Snyder and Michael Springer.
And then 49.
Bow number 49
Yeah.
with the Cambridge Blades. That is Tom and Elaine Caughey, Crimson rowing for Crimson Death Barge.
No, it isn't.
And then we've got bow number 47, Pocock Rowing Club. That's Hank Corner and Irene Baker.
Wasn't that Mary Jo and Tom Kohler? With the Cambridge
Now
Blades?
coming to the dock is the winner of the Champ Women's Single, Caroline Florine. Congratulations, Caro.
Okay, 29, Greg. This is Brian Thorne and Vanessa Moores from St. Catharines, Ontario. Bow number
39?
29, yeah.
Excuse me?
29.
29?
Yep.
Okay. Now crossing in front of Cambridge Boat Club from St. Catharines are Brian Thorne and Vanessa Moores. Started rowing together the double at 2009 at the head.
This is 50. These are better except this. They don't. Yeah, I did try them. I had the same problem you had. Yeah. I think I only moved the left one. I'm going to take this apart and fix it. Usually I send them back to Nikon and get them fixed. This one is bow number 50.
Just like to take this opportunity to congratulate the three women out on the dock right now, the three medalists from the championship women's single. Caro Florine, Michelle Sexer, and Emily Calfels.
Okay, 5-0.
Now in front of Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 50 in the mixed doubles. That is Swan Creek's Steve Platt and Andrea Dynan.
At 44. 44 is
bout number 44.
Lindsay and Kyle Wilstetter.
Kyle and Lindsay Wilstetter. It's a brother-sister team. Started rowing in high school in Northern Virginia. That's a long partnership. Bow number 46, Marin's Sylvia Thiner and John Proctor. John was in the MIT varsities of 1963, 4, and 5.
Jerry, I'm going to swap in for the
Okay, jump in.
Asian races.
Let me get out.
And I am guessing that we have bow number 48, Cambridge Boat Club's Tom Kohler and Mary Jo Meisner coming next. They've rowed the mixed double at the head for 5 years now.
I'm going to take this.
She's got the
You're gonna
best
stay with
Rolodex
me.
of all of them.
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna,
getting up.
we're gonna.
I'm getting up.
He's going to shuffle one down. No, you're good. You're good. But this chair is broken. That's what sucks. That front half is cracked. You don't feel that? You don't. All right. Is that the next event then?
Jerry, can't tell the entries without them.
Oh, is he going to call it? You can call it. I need help though. All right.
Want me to call it? Yeah. No, you call it.
I'm calling the next one. I'm definitely calling this one. Yeah, you keep watching the computer. All right, and in this break in the action, we'll thank our Hudson Boat Works. You can find your inner shark in a Hudson rowing shell. Built for energy and speed, Hudson sets the pace in high performance. Every stroke is powered by precision and innovation, never accepting the standard. They are proud to be an official supplier of the Head of the Charles as well, so go be a shark and check them out down at the finish line area. Would also like to shout out to our premier partner, Red Hat. Be sure to check out all the new big screens within the Falls Bar showcasing the live stream and 60 moments from the last 60 years. Thank you, Red Hat. That visual aids down along the race course where you can see on the Jumbotron the live action, showcasing the live stream, etc. It really makes the Head of the Charles such a fantastic event for spectators. I know that was a big goal coming into this 60th Head of the Charles, to make sure we are as rowing friendly and spectator friendly as possible. This event really is for everyone. Everyone should find something for them here at the Head of the Charles. So that the premier partner with Red Hat is a big part of that. So thank you, Red Hat. We'll also want to thank 776 BC. They've got really awesome rowing gear. You can head down to their pop-up shop to find limited edition collection honoring this year's 60th regatta, unisuits, long sleeve performance base layers, summer hoodies, and other accessories. They are an incredible company, an incredible partner, and they can even customize your kit. So check out 776 BC for all your rowing gear needs. We're also going to thank WBUR, official media partner of the Head of the Charles. You can stop by their booth. They're down at the Weld exhibition venue. But big thanks to WBUR, and make sure to tune in to 90.9 Boston's NPR news station.
are you going to read the color, or do you want me to?
Probably, but I'm like, it's kind of like, we almost need, we can do whatever. Call it, so
You can come back for the para events if you want.
Well, I haven't really called too much. I've just sort of been jumping into gaps when you are, so maybe I should try to. All right, well, up next, we've got the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad. We just had the Director's Challenge Mixed Doubles. That was an exciting race. The Director's Challenge Mixed Quads, we've got 30 of these entries. The Mixed Quad is an extra entry. You can row twice if you've already raced in the regatta, but you want to enter a Director's Challenge race. That is allowed. So it's pretty exciting. There are some crews that come back year to year. There are some newcomers and new combinations. So kind of anything goes in the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad. But last year, the CBC MCRA composite crew finished first. Second was the Cambridge Boat Club. And third was the Blood Street Sculls.
But Ellen, I think it's the case with these directors' quads. These are incredibly popular events in terms of the participants, and the only thing that limits the size of these events is how many quads there are in New England.
Yeah, that's true. It's like hard to find a hull to go train in anywhere around here. We've got so many clubs helping, loaning, and renting out equipment to visiting crews. I mean, really, probably every boat up and down this river has been used at least once over the regatta, and the quads are always in big demand, and there's not that many of them. So there's going to be a ton of CBC entries out in this event today.
Exactly. Yeah, and so Ellen and I, and Jerry Murphy's up here with us as well. We're all Cambridge Boat Club members. And there are 4 quads here, which is a lot, but they're spread across weight zones. And then you look at the weight of the crew, and then you look at the speed of the crew. And then there's a whole protocol for how the boats get allocated, and it's a heavily diplomatic exercise.
And it's really tight where they store the quad. So my goal would be being one of the quads that crosses that finish line first and be the first to get back, because it's much easier to put the boat away after that. It's tight quarters down in the lower bays at the Cambridge Boat Club. But enough about Cambridge Boat Club. Let's talk about the West End House. West End House Boys and Girls Club, an amazing partner. They are one of the charity partners at the head of the Charles Regatta, and thanks to the incredible generosity of the charity program competitors, more than $150,000 have been raised for the official charities of the head of the Charles. West End House is a West End House Boys and Girls Club. It's a great youth program, and the support that comes through the charity program makes a lasting impact on the community, and we really thank you for all your contributions, those of you that have raced for the charity entries or contributed to the charity entries. Thank you so much, and big shout out to West End House over in Brighton. Well, we're going to have, we'll announce some bow numbers right now, just in case it gets a little bit hectic here in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. At bow number 1, we're going to have Lake Washington. The course record was set last year in some really ideal conditions, 15 minutes, 47 seconds, 0.5. That's your course record, and that was set last year by that winning composite crew, but they're not returned this year, so Lake Washington moves into that pole position, bow number 1, followed by Potomac, followed by the Cambridge Maine Coast combo. After them will be Blood Street Skulls at bow 4. We've got an international duo at bow number 5 from Cambridge and Mexico. We'll announce that a bit later, but that's going to be a fun crew featuring our co-chair Nick Copley is in that crew. Station L, Pen AC, another Cambridge entry, and some Amish. They round out your, and bow number 10 will be community rowing. So that rounds out the first 10 bow numbers of our next event, the Director's Challenge Mixed Quad. And look at this water, it's almost glassy. Absolutely spectacular weekend.
Why don't we ever get water like this?
We don't get water like this because we row too early and we wait too long. That's why.
Okay, so there are half a dozen crews through the Weld Boathouse, which means we'll probably be seeing them in about 3 minutes. Right now, running in first. And again, this is a race where it's very... Hey, guys. Sorry. Yes, this thing is on. It's tough for us to gauge the seeding in this event because these lineups can be very much year to year. But right now, Lake Washington's Great Seattle Quad has the fastest split to Weld. And this is also an age handicapped event, right?
Yes, it is. I could have used that in my race.
So a super fast young boat may wind up not winning.
Yeah, and
that makes it really hard for your announcers. Yeah. So Lake Washington through Weld in 9:15. They're followed by a CBC composite crew, another CBC composite crew. Back to our thing about who gets the hull, and then Potomac and Blood Street Skulls, and then a couple of Riverside Pen AC boats. It's all good fun. Shout out to the Elliott Bridge. The quads clearly have a fan club.
All right, and here comes our first entry. It is indeed bow number 1, the Lake Washington Rowing Club. This is going to be Megan Northey, Cody Jenkins, Kelton Jenkins, and Carolyn Newbert. Last year they posted the fastest raw time, and they're hoping to race until they have a more competitive age handicap. That's what Greg was referencing just a moment ago. 5 times they've been in the top 25% finishers in the club singles as individual rowers, teaming up today with a beautiful line and clearly moved way out on the field. So bow number 1, that's what you want to do. It's such a great feeling to come in front of Cambridge Boat Club with no one else in sight. Well rowed so far, Lake Washington. Have a great rest of the course. Let's go, Elliott Bridge. Let's give a cheer for Lake Washington. Still no one in sight. It's most likely the next crew here, but a huge gap. I mean, I can't even count the boat lengths here, but it's going to be Potomac at bow number 2. We know that familiar blade design, the red field with the white star. They're rowing in red jerseys today. This is going to be Erica Steve Caldwell, Jason Hughes, Mark Guatz, and Lena Wang from Potomac Boat Club. Yeah, very nice rowing. You see the bow person is generally in charge of the steering, looking over their right shoulder to make sure they're on track. That's the most important thing on that buoy line. And otherwise, make sure you go through the proper arch. They seem to have opened up a pretty good gap on the next crew. Jerry, who's next?
Yeah. So watch this bow number 3 because they were ones last year that had a minute 48 handicap. So that'll be a minute 55 this year. But it's a combination of...
We got Mike Tata, CB Sands Bohr, Mitz Carr, and John Tunnicliffe. So quite an experienced quad out in front now. They're bow number 3 there with a mixture of unisuits. Right behind them will be bow number 4, the Blood Street Skulls from Old Lyme, Connecticut.
And the Cambridge
Charlotte
boat that
Hollings,
gave
former
them a
national
hard
team member,
time
is in that as well as Candace Fuchs. Bow number 5 is the first of our Cambridge entries. This is the international combination with Cambridge and Antares, Mexico. Christian Molvig from Mexico, Kate Boyd, Mary Nabel, and Nick Copley. Nick Copley, the announcing books are doing great. Nothing to worry about. Take it home. Bow number 7 from Penn AC, actually a Penn AC Riverside combo. This is Alexis Sneff-Belikovsky, Igor Belikovsky, Greg Kaplan, and Shannon Kaplan. So
the Kaplans and the Belikovskys.
Yeah. A fearsome crew from Penn AC and Riverside. Bow number 7 doing a great job.
Looks like Alexis is steering.
Yep.
That means Igor and Greg are just there for the power. Shannon's stroking.
Little brother Maddie, and that's 3 generations of work. That's their message.
And what's his name?
Craig Wolf.
Craig.
They enjoyed the last announcement.
Okay. What was that, bow 5? Did we get that? Bow number 9 out in front. Bow number 9, that was Sammamish Rowing Association entering the arch right now. Bow number 6 out in front of Cambridge Boat Club, the Station L from Portland, Oregon. Bow number 10 now, that's Community Rowing, rowing in the funky hats. Jeff Nelson, Libby McCann, Yu Lee, and Jonathan Bernblum. Bow number 8 is another Cambridge entry. This is the Family Stone, the rowing legends on the Charles and International Waters. This is Greg Stone, Lisa Stone, Robbie Stone, and Jevy. Well rowed, Family Stone.
That explains why we got to announce the champ women's single. They were out on the water getting ready for a race. Yeah.
They're getting a bit of pressure, though, from bow 17.
It was fun working with you this year, Ellen.
Bow 11, yeah, it won't happen much. Bow 11 was the Marin from Greenbrae, California. Bow number 13 is another Cambridge entry.
Yeah, this is Celine Phillip and Patrick Bennett and Sophie Palmer. Oh, sorry, no, that's bow 11. Yeah, the bow number 13, the Cambridge entry is Barbara Elfman, Aubrey Oldman, Diane Bevan, and Julian Bahane. I think this is the second entry that Julian has done with Cambridge. The first one was a Heineken 8 where we got there and they canceled the regatta. So I'm glad to see Julian getting in a race with us.
So more Heinekens for everybody. 14 is again another entry from the Maguntacook Rowing Association from Camden, Maine. This is Hugh Brock, Amy Dyer, William Shatsky, and Meredith Courier. Bow number 12 from New Haven and Saugatuck combo, a Connecticut combo here. This is Kit Huber, Victoria Madden, Bill Gardner, and Bill Hatch.
And that CBC composite was moving pretty fast.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mary Nabel rowing in the 3-seat.
Bow number 15 in the high vis jersey. This is the Rocky Mountain Rowing Club from Aurora, Colorado, deciding to take the conservative steering approach and stopping and holding water on the port side. Bow number 22 giving them a bit of pressure. Bow number 22 from back in the pack. Also another Rocky Mountain crew. So they're probably just being a little bit friendly with one another. We've got a crew coming up in a blue hull with sort of multicolored oars. It must be a composite crew. That's bow number 21, the Treasure Coast crew from Palm City, Florida. featuring Coach Stephanie Faulkner. She's the coach of the junior program. Michelle Weller, Chris Camel, and Mike Cameron. Rowing together for nearly 20 years. So have a great Head of the Charles, Treasure Coast. Bow number 18 now. 18 is Rowing in Color. We've seen a few entries from Rowing in Color.
Yeah,
I don't have a bio here, but they're dedicated to amplifying the voices of color in the sport of rowing. Have a great rest of the race here. Bow number 18, Rowing in Color.
I think I've seen a half a dozen entries from there. They've probably grown to the point where they've bought a trailer.
Bow 23 now, the Herring River Rats from West Harwich, Massachusetts. Bow 20 trails them from Nashville, Tennessee. Welcome to the Head of the Charles, Nashville. And having to negotiate through a few crews here, bow 24, steering here is Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club. Bow 17 right behind them, that's the Allies with Oars crew. Bow 16 now getting back on track. Bow 16, oh boy, it's a combo crew of the Genesee from Genesee, Rivanna, Rogue Rowing, and Sarasota. Bow 30 now moving up on them. Bow 30 is the Riverside combo. No bio submitted there, so hopefully they've got some hometown fans on the bridge. 25 is next, the Palmer Racing crew from Newton, Massachusetts. These are the full Palmer family. Henry, Callum, Louisa, and Sky Palmer, all in the family. Let's go Palmers. Bow number 19 now. Bow number 19 is Cambridge and Hull Life Saving Museum. The little brother from the cycling committee is cheering 3 generations of the Wolfpack, encouraging them for speed. Here we go. Bow number 19, Cambridge and Hull Life Saving Museum. Craig Wolf, Sid Coggle, Susan Bryant, and Dykeman Coggle.
So I've got to give a shout out to Palmer Racing. The youngest members of that crew were 11 and 14.
No, that's amazing. We need to start them younger here in the U.S., so whatever crew had that entry, well done. Bow 26 now right out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. That's the Saratoga crew from Saratoga Springs, New York. Geraldine Stellato, Laureen Brame, Timothy Brame, and Anthony Stellato. Another family crew. Looks like bow 27 is the next one coming into view, I think. Bow number 27 are the Pelham crew from New Rochelle, New York. Chris Clark, Mary Caulfield, Brian Clark, and Susan Salas. They're in the blue hull. See the bow rower just taking a look over her shoulder to make sure the point is good, and off they go through the Elliott Bridge. Next up in the red jerseys and the white blades, bow number 29, the Crimson Death Barge from Wellesley, Massachusetts. Maintaining the spirit of their original college crew, which they named themselves the Death Barge. Rowing together since 2017. Hopefully they remember the construction that's going on here on the Charles. There they go, entering the Elliott Arch. Well done, Crimson Death Barge. Bow 28 trails them. Bow 28 is the Riverfront Recapture crew from Hartford, Connecticut. Don't have a bio there, but that's a fabulous community program down in Hartford. They're rowing with the blue jerseys with the bright green stripe on the side. All right. Remember, these these crews do not have coxswains, but that doesn't mean they're silent. You can hear the bow seat of that last crew going by, giving instructions to her crew to get right on course for the final corner. So well rowed. I think that's the full field in the Director's Challenge Mixed Quads. All right, well, that was some great racing. I really want to thank the Department of Conservation and Recreation, known more as the DCR. They manage the parklands that today's races take place in, and they are a huge part of making sure this event is pulled off without a hitch. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965. We'd never be able to do it without the incredible support that we receive from their organization and their hardworking staff. So thank you, DCR, for helping this regatta be the best in the world. And I haven't really thanked Vineyard Vines yet, but Vineyard Vines are the official style of the Head of the Charles Regatta, so be sure to head over to their tent near the Elliott Bridge enclosure to shop their limited edition collection. Every day should feel this good, and every row should have this kind of water. I mean, really? This is incredible water. I don't know that we've had any records fall today yet, but we certainly have the conditions.
Yeah, we had a few go early.
Okay.
But yeah, the thing about records is at this point, you sort of kind of need southeast, south winds pushing you. So perfect weather like this actually isn't necessarily the fastest.
True, true, very true. Well, if you want to extend the weather that we have today, you could go and visit Savannah. Are you ready for a southern adventure if you're tired of Boston? I don't know how that's possible, but we'll see. Step inside
wait 24 hours.
There you go, yeah. Step inside the surprisingly Savannah Mobile Tour, an immersive experience at the Weld Exhibition Area. Discover why Savannah, Georgia is the South's most charming escape. Come by and see us there and taste the true Southern hospitality down in Savannah.
Now coming to the dock are Carlo and Margarita Zeza. Between them, 30 Head of the Charles wins.
Well, and well-deserved. They train so regular. I'm out coaching more than I am rowing these days, and they're out there all the time. It's really incredible. I'm so pleased that they have had a great race again today, and returning back to the dock here, we should give a big round of applause to that crew. Let's go, Cambridge Boat Club dock people.
Yeah. So, every now and then I do some podcasty kind of stuff, and I have been wanting to do a fireside chat with Carlo. He's 89 this year, and his name is on an outstanding freshman plaque at Harvard that goes back to the early 50s. And I was saying, so what would you say your goal is at 89? And he has a goal to be the first person to row in this regatta at age 100. So we've got 11 years to go, but that guy down on the dock right now is on a 10-year training plan.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. My memory is, don't remember how old Ernestine Bear was when she last was in this regatta, but it's really incredible to have folks out on the river at all walks of life. So we're super happy about the events today.
But I thought that was pretty good because you get your Olympians that train in 4-year cycles or multi-Olympic cycles, and you get people at the Head of the Charles that'll say, okay, it's a 10-year cycle until my next age group, things like that. But it's the first time that I've seen somebody throw out a century as a goal.
Yeah, exactly. So let's here's to hoping that actually happens and that we get to announce it. That would be fantastic.
As Carlo would freely admit, one of the big determinants is luck.
Well, up next is going to be the Survivor Row. This is an exhibition event this year. And it's one of the most inspiring races of the weekend. The Survivor Row, a special exhibition event hosted in partnership between the Head of the Charles Regatta and the Survivor Rowing Network. Now in its second year, the Survivor Row brings together cancer survivors around the world, individuals who have found the strength, healing, and community through rowing. They help survivors rebuild their physical strength, rediscover the joy of movement, and connect with teammates who share their journey. Quite simply, rowing helps these survivors heal both on and off the water, and quite frankly, it helps the rest of us heal. It's so great to have them at the regatta, and there's a ton of entries this year. We've got 14 entries in this
Well, there's
in
a
this
lot
event.
of it going around, and you know, I agree with you, Ellen. I think things that have intrinsic value. I mean, you know, we talk about the championship events and the pursuit of excellence and all that kind of stuff, but I think in their own way, the Survivor Network is about the pursuit of excellence. I mean, the amount of science and medicine and community support that goes into enabling results like this, as well as the determination and the drive and the grit of all of these people. So that's the pursuit of excellence. The other thing, to what you just said, is it's about shared experience, right? The fact that we get to see this accomplishment together, I do think is better for all of us.
Yeah, for sure, and it's so much more have grown since the days. I think Holly Metcalf has started Row as one, and now there's so many more people getting involved, so many organizations getting involved, and here is a beautiful display of color and rowing
I think
prowess.
we're going to see some pink.
We've got the Survivor Row exhibition. The bow number 1 is the White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. They're rowing with the help of We Can Row Philadelphia. Again, I mentioned Holly Metcalf, who founded We Can Row. They're looking to send their championship crew to defend the title from last year's success. Look like they're doing a fine job to me right now, so I don't have any individual names, but if you've got fans on that Elliott Bridge, let's give a huge round of applause to the White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania. Pink jerseys, green blades. Let's go, White Marsh.
And looking at the crowd on the Elliott Bridge, knowing this event's coming through, it explains why there's a crowd. Thank you for being there. Let's hear it. Elliott Bridge, crank up the volume.
There we go. Amazing. And just like the championship events we've seen earlier, bow number 2 not even in sight. So this is the best of the best. Yeah, the coxswain already knows. Hands up in the victory sign. White Marsh Boat Club having a fantastic row right now.
I think this is the only race in the well. I'm generalizing here. I think this is one of the races in the regatta where every single entry is a winner.
Yeah, and this year's regatta has been incredible. I've been wearing a few different hats at this regatta, coaching, competing, announcing, strolling about as a spectator, and this is one of the best.
Yeah,
best
this is
I've
cool.
seen. Yep.
And next boat, I said we might be seeing a little bit of pink. Here comes a whole bunch.
Yeah, for sure. We do have some folks here, so I'm going to try and get the names through. This is the Saugatuck entry. Bow number 2 is next in the bright pink. This is a Saugatuck crew. Allison Riley, Lisa O'Gorman, Karen Herman, Pamela Moss, Amy Bauer, Bridget Healy, Lisa Norat, Susan Rutz, and Holly Sexton. The Saugatuck Survive Oars, their breast cancer rowing survivor, affiliated with the Saugatuck Boat Club in Westport, Connecticut. Bow number 4 moving well in the field. This is the Italian crew from Rome. This is the Rosa Ramo ASD. Their club was born in 2019 for women who have had breast cancer surgery. They also participated last year and they came 4th, but they're looking to improve on that. So let's give a big round of applause to our friends from Italy. That would be Valentina Rodini, Simona Lavazza, Daniela Gianzi, Elisabetta DeSantis, Valeria Schiavo, Barbara Cavallo, Amelia Plunkett, Katie Flaco, and Michaela Mascoli. A little bit of contact there, but everybody is doing okay. Bow 4 looking to untangle themselves. Bow 2 letting them through, and bow 2 will be underway because they've got somebody right behind them. And that is bow number 5, the recovery on the water. Yep, we've got to get untangled a little bit sooner here. Bow number 5 looks to have a clean line. Bow number 2 waiting patiently for their moment to rejoin and reclaim the line. Everybody looks okay after that minor clash. Well done, coxswains, on that one. Bow number 3 now approaching. This is the Crew 309 from Peoria, Illinois. They were founded in 2017. They have a team of over 75 breast cancer survivors, most of who learned to row after their diagnosis. So they're doing a great job here, starting at bow number 3. And bow number 9 is putting some pressure on them. Bow number 9 moving up in the field. This is the Survivor Rowing Network from Wilton, Connecticut. This boat actually is a composite of survivor rowers from all around the world. They're all members of the Survivor Rowing Network, and they call themselves the Warriors instead of the Warriors. That's bow number 9, your Survivor Rowing Network.
Hey, Elliott Bridge, I have to comp you guys. You guys are outdoing the Junior 8s crowd. You guys are awesome.
Bow number 10 now approaching. That's from Upper Valley Rowing up in Hanover, New Hampshire. This is Margot Laurie, Katie Driscoll, Mary Mergis, Ann Morris, Thomas Griggs, Sarah Dunbar, Liza Sakena, Erica Walczeko, and Megan Bouchard. And another entry from the Survivor Rowing Network, again based in Wilton, Connecticut. Bow 14 has moved up very nicely through the field. Again, an international crew. That's what the Survivor Rowing Network is. Their boat name is Resilience.
Yeah, it's quad. Yeah, quads and 8s, just about as fast as GCR. But one thing that's kind of cool about this event are the bow cards. I mean, they're extremely distinctive.
Yep,
they've got the combo like teal blue.
Bow number 6 now coming out in front. Bow number 6 is We Can Row Boston. As I said, founded by Holly Metcalf, but this is a wellness and recovery program right here in Boston. Kim DeGudis, Chris Goslin, Shelley Smalley, Sheila O'Brien-Jones, Carola Lovall, Kristen Kosman, Claire Wonkum, Kelly Kuhn, and Susan Jacobs. Well done, We Can Row, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Bow number 8 now is from New Orleans, Louisiana. Rodat. Inspired by studies showing the tremendous benefits of physical fitness on decreasing cancer rates. That's how they formed, and they're doing a great job. Right behind them is bow number 12. This boat is called Brilliance, and they are doing a brilliant job in this brilliant sunshine and brilliant conditions.
Sunshine. This is picture perfect.
That's right. That is
These
Deb Small.
athletes are getting memories that they're going to remember forever.
Deb Small, Kelsey Allman, Jane Berry, Katerina Yiannopoulos, Ashley Nelson, Kate Peterson, Mahinda Ferdinando, and Bridget Protas. Bow number 7 now with the white blades and look maybe like purple and blue caps. Bow number 7, they are from Pittsford, New York. This is the Naiadis Oncology Unit. They were established in 2009, offering survivors of any cancer recovery through body and spirit through rowing. This is Cam Tran, Linda Quinlan, Lita Riedlinger, Yvonne Paul, Andrea Maurer, Andrea Peterson, Michelle Bissett, Ludi Lefebvre, Abby McCarthy. Well done, bow number 7. Let's give them a huge round of applause. What they're doing on all levels is just tremendous. Bow number 13 now from Cortland Community Rowing. Look like they've got like dark blue and gold jerseys. They are also part of the Survivors Network, but they're based in Verplanck, New York. This is Judith Rose, Ann Carpenter, Sharon Prouty, Leslie Hunt, Lorraine Daly, Elizabeth Winkleman, Mary O'Hara, and Sarah Beeg. There we go. The bridge is cheering for you, and you are on camera on the live stream, bow number 13. So let's put on a great show. You're doing a great job. Cortland Community Rowing coming through the Elliott Bridge. And we've got a few more crews end here. So there were 15 that began somewhere down at the BU boathouse. And we have 2 more to go, I believe.
See what? They provide results for. Yeah. My laptop died.
Oh, okay. Well, I can see here that
Yeah, that has pros and cons. Let me see if I can get it up on this. Yeah. Oh, is this thing on?
All right, bow number 11 now, just peeking its bow out around the corner of the Cambridge Boat Club. But I'll go ahead and announce them anyway because they are featured here on the live stream screen here. This is a tri-state We Can Row crew from Salisbury, Connecticut. They were started in 2004 with a small group of just 14 rowers, so basically 90% of their club is here representing. They learn to come together each week to row as one, learn, laugh, and enjoy life each and every day. What a great way to describe your experience rowing together. The Tri-State We Can Row crew in the yellow jerseys. I think I've got time to say the full crew. This is Jean Anderson, Cicely Hadjick, Shelley Whitlock-Pope, Jacqueline Brown, Benjamin Frund, Michael Kelly, Sylvia Muller, Donna DiMartino, who's 73 years old. So incredible group, small but mighty, Tri-State We Can Row, coming out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club. You can see they're rowing with MIT oars. That's because all the boathouses up and down the Charles River lend their equipment and their time and everything they can to help this event be such a success. The Tri-State We Can Row at bow number 11 out in front of the Cambridge Boat Club right now.
Okay, so sorry for the oversharing on the technical fail of my laptop dying, but I've switched over to my phone. Para-inclusion doubles are on the course, and again, Ellen is the world-class expert on this particular event and field. Through Riverside right now in first place, we have the Unity Boat Club, bow number 2. In second place is bow number 1, Old Glory, and in third place is bow number 8, Rogue Rowing. There are, I think, a couple of dozen entries in this event, so this is a deep field. But front out for us.
Yeah, so inclusion in 50% of the crew have qualified for rowing. 50% of the crew does not. So it's called inclusion because it pairs up people with and without disabilities, but it also encompasses the 3 Paralympic boat classes or sport classes, which is PR1, meaning upper body only, arms and shoulders, PR2, which is full trunk but no sliding seat, and PR3, which is sliding seat, use of the leg, trunk, and arms, as we used to call it. So there'll be different divisions within this. The majority of the entries are PR3, so that will be somewhat easy to call. There are no restrictions on the PR3 doubles. They would row standard equipment. The PR1 and PR2 would generally row, they have to row with a fixed seat in order for that to enter that event. For the PR3, ones to watch would be the Paralympian Todd Vogt, who is retired and now rowing as Old Glory, which is the national team alumni crew. With his hometown training partner, Kerry Connell. So they're at bow number 1. And last year they raced as Portland, but now since Todd's retired, rowing as Old Glory. They were just barely ahead last year of the Unity Boat Club, and it seems like Greg mentioned maybe Unity has got the best of them this year. But we'll see. That Unity crew is Matt Hauser and Maurice Scott. Matt has been competing very well at Crash Bees and Dadvale in the para events, and he's teamed up with, I think, Maurice maybe as coach as well. But they're back at bow number 2. In the PR2 category, we've got some exciting competitors. Maya Rosenberger, who's a freshman at Pitt and rowing with that squad as a PR2 rower, which is going to be amazing. Daria Rubin of the Capital Rowing Club, who was just classified here at the head of the Charles. They're back at bow number 15. And we've got a bunch of exciting entries. We've got an entry in the PR1 division of Max Lyman, who is rowing at Community Rowing, and he's looking to make a spot on the U.S. national team eventually. So it's going to be an exciting race.
Great. And so how many athletes are we looking at here that are thinking about LA?
Well, we've got a number of them, and as I said, there were a bunch that were waitlisted, people that I've been recruiting into the Paralympic pipeline who didn't get an entry this year because it's a tough race.
So now put on your recruiter hat. What are you looking for?
What am I looking for is I'm looking for boat speed. But mainly, you know, our PR3 division is well established. The PR3 athletes can row in pretty much any high school or college program, and that's what helps us to be successful at the PR3 level. PR1 and PR2, it's harder to find your pathway. So I'm so excited.
And do a lot of these athletes even know that this is an option?
Are
you creating awareness?
Yeah, we often find them through multi-sport clubs or different clubs in the U.S. that are featuring para-rowing. So it's kind of a bit of a different pathway. But we've got some exciting crews coming along right now. And who have we got at
we got one coming onto the. We got crews coming onto the turn right now. So we're going to get to the actual racing, but we're going to come back to this because I think this is one of those things where rowing is quote unquote a late entry sport. And these are, in general, I think people that were doing something else before they decided to row, and then they pop onto the scene like an Oksana Bayul, and they just rock it.
Yeah, well, you do see many Paralympians a bit different age ranges than the Olympic counterparts, but an exciting race is developing right now because bow number 2 has overtaken the Old Glory entry. That's your U.S. Paralympian Todd Vogt and Carrie Connell. And but bow number 2 leads them now. This is Maurice Scott and Matt Hauser. They were second last year in this event, so they've got some satisfaction already. We'll see if Todd Vogt can put that boat back on track. They won this event in 2023 and 2024, and they were the course record holders back in 2024. So fresh off of that Paralympic fitness that fueled them to victory.
I'm correcting myself immediately. That was Oksana Masters, not the skater.
I got that.
They're both Ukrainian.
All right, so there's Todd Vogt. He's sitting in the stroke seat. He's also a huge advocate for people with Parkinson's. That's his qualifying impairment. And he's been doing a great job advocating and promoting sport in general. And he said rowing just makes him feel so much better. That his best times are that sort of 90 to 1 hour window after competing. So. So far we don't have, we've got the next 2 doubles are very far back, so clearly Old Glory and Unity will be likely favorites in that PR3. Now keep in mind though, the Unity Boat Club are 2 men, and Todd and Carrie is a man-woman, a mixed double. So there's, as I said, a few divisions within that. But right now we've got bow number 8, the Rogue rowing. This is Tobias Pugh rowing with his teammate Marcel Starbard. They're also among the youngest competitors here, average age 16. So Tobias Pugh is 16. He participated in selection camp for the PR3-4 this summer, rowing with his teammate from Southern Oregon. They're rowing for Rogue Rowing, doing a great job, clawing their way to the top from bow number 8. They've got fans on the roof deck here. Bow number 3 from Pioneer Valley Riverfront, Massachusetts' finest. That's Layla Morris, who also competed for a spot at that PR3 camp, but Toby and his partner are doing a great job. The young high school competitors looking to make their mark in the PR3 scene. Bow number 5 is next. This is Andrew Wigan, a former national team
Charlotte
para rower, rowing with Charlotte Ballow.
So Charlotte grew up at CBC. Andy is a U.S. para athlete, and they're paired up. Charlotte is the daughter of Adam Ballow from the club, and they're rowing. That's a great. They're moving along really well.
Yeah, he's doing a nice job. 3-time national team member sitting in the stroke seat. That's Andy Wygren. Bow 6 right out in front of us now. That's the capital crew of Lauren Fish and Ann Eiler. Lauren participated in the U.S. Rowing Speed Orders a couple years back. Looking forward to teaming up and having a great row again this year. Well done, Lauren Fish. Bow number 12 is next. Bow number 12 is the Three Rivers entry from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh, and that's Aiden Porter. Should have recognized Aiden Porter from Three Rivers. And he's rowing with his wife today. Doing a great job there from Three Rivers. Aiden Porter tried out multiple times for the U.S. national team. Gabby Bigler from San Diego. She also participated in the selection camp for the PR3-4 this year. She's doing a great job with her partner. That was Katrina King is her partner. Another high school entry. So these are teammates from the San Diego Rowing Club Junior program. So that's the female counterpart to that Oregon crew. Bow number 9 is next. That's the West Side entry from Buffalo, New York. This is Andrew McClellan rowing with Daniel Sullivan. They've coming up a great season. They competed at Rowfest Masters this year. Andy's also competed at the Canadian Henley. And getting older doesn't mean you're not getting faster. So well done, Andy. Welcome back to the head of the Charles. Bow 17 right now out in front. This is the NorCal crew. Hayden Houghton and Thurston Gunther. Third-year oarsman at NorCal, racing in the PR3 category for the past 2 years, with Josh Trammell, who's now moved on to the collegiate division.
Pretty good job by the seeding team. Bow number 2, Unity, was the fastest time through CBC. Has just crossed the finish line in 1908. Bow number 8, Rogue, was second through here in 1617. Bow number 1, Old Glory, was third in 1619. And Three Rivers, bow number 12, was 1707 in fourth place. But generally looks like the seating understood the boat speed pretty well, which is a challenge.
Yeah, for sure. But what a great row for that young crew from Oregon with Tobias Pugh in there, moving his way in among some of the top contenders for the U.S. national team. That's really exciting showing from that crew.
That's Rogue.
Bow number 20, this is Emma Eshelman from the White Marsh Boat Club. She's an up-and-coming junior para rower as well. She's rowing with her teammate Sanson Liu. Emma has been competing for almost 2 years in para rowing, including Mid-Atlantic Regional Championship and Youth Nationals Inclusion, where she finished third. She's also competed at the Beata Regatta and is looking for a great future, maybe even competing in an upcoming speed order.
And the athlete you were talking about just now is a junior, right? Yeah, which this is the kind of a sport where somebody can have an elite career.
Bow number
that runs
15,
for a
as we
dozen
said,
years.
is the capital entry. This is a PR2, so there'll be a fixed seat, and you have to kind of look closely. So Daria is in the stroke seat, rowing fixed seat PR2. She's in the white hull on the buoy line. Bow number 14 trails them by just a little bit. This is Maya Rosenberger, who participated in para camp that we had down in Philadelphia. You can see she's rowing just upper body. That is a PR2 entry. She is just a freshman at Pitt, and she's rowing on the varsity crew at Pitt. So thank you, Pitt, for being inclusive of people with disabilities in your varsity program. Yeah. In the black boat across from them is bow number 18. That's the Rocky Mountain crew of Diana Straub and Lauren Steve Pack.
And bow 21.
Bow number 19 was the Sudbury crew. Bow 21, CRI's entry. Lisa Chiango rowing in the stroke seat there.
Looks like 17.
Oh, and that's Buffalo Scholastic over in bow number 7. Bow number 7, Chris Donnelly and Paul Rogers.
16.
Bow 16, the CRI Brighton. This is PR1. This is Max Lyman sitting in the stroke seat. He's also a member of the Spalding EXPD program. That's how we recruited him. And the next event is kind of plowing through and trying to break its way into the inclusion doubles. And this is the first of the inclusion fours. I'm going to have to flip a page to see where we got. That was the Unity Boat Club. So Unity might be going for a sweep in the inclusion events. We'll have to wait for the results, but that's a great showing by that Unity inclusion 4.
Yeah, they hauled up the course. They made it here in 17 and a half minutes. So that's why they caught the prior event.
Bow 13 is another.
Smoking fast.
Bow 13 is a unity entry of Bruce Worley and Josh Martini rowing in the inclusion double here. This is bow number 3 from Community Rowing.
That's
Stroke
Aaron
seat.
Arnold, Teresa Lawton, Cecily Bird, and Giovanni Parmigiani. Coxed by Robert Ezel.
All right, so this is the second of the CRI entries. Let's give them a big round of applause here. Well rowed, CRI.
Yeah, no.
And coming up next, we still have inclusion doubles out on the course.
One
This
more 4 to go.
Inclusion double is the Sudbury entry. This is Sophie Brown, who's been rowing several times here in the Head of the Charles. She's from the UK. She's a PR2 rower, as we said. She'll be rowing with a fixed seat, rowing with her partner, Sarah McErlin. So welcome, Sudbury, to the Head of the Charles once again. Sophie's also got several international races under her belt, so she's doing a great job checking out that line. They've got a pretty good line from folks from out of town, so well done in the bow seat there. Sophie, the para rower, is in the stroke seat.
No. That is bow 19.
Bow number 22. This is a Nashville entry. Austin White, who's participated in some of the para camps we've had in the past. Case is the nickname of Austin. Case represented Nashville rowing in the PR2 Men's Masters Single Final A at Rowfest. He claimed first place with a time of 4:48. He's joined by Neva Duckworth, a current coach with Vanderbilt. So the two teammates are taking on the race together here at the Head of the Charles and doing it in fine form. Let's give a big round of applause to Case White, rowing in the stroke seat here with his teammate and coach, Neva Duckworth. And this will be the final of the inclusion doubles. Yeah, I like that, Elliott Bridge. Keep it coming. Yeah, Nashville, way to represent. And we've got one more 4 from Community Rowing, and this one is going to be pretty interesting to call. This 4 within this one crew is also having a mix of categories. So we've got a PR2 rower is going to be in the bow, Cass Eady, and it's going to be stroked by Matt McLaughlin, it looks like to me, longtime CRI member of the para program there. And indeed, you can see that red hull coming across.
And there they are. They're coming into sight. Absolutely glorious day at the Head of the Charles.
There we go.
We're about to see our final competitor of the day.
Yep, this is the final entry of the day. Mixed para inclusion 4s. They're doing a nice steady rhythm here. I'm really happy to see Matt McLaughlin. I used to coach him probably 10 years ago, and he's still sticking with it. It's really awesome to see him taking that leadership role in the stroke seat. There you go, Coxon doing a great job. You can see her maneuvering that corner. Just got the course all to herself. She's going to lay it down there, the Cox there, Serena Blacklow. sorry, the coach is Serena. I read that wrong. The coxswain is Alexander Walsh, of course. The bow is Cass Edie Stewart, as I mentioned earlier. 2 seat is Ben Lendorf. 3 is Desiree West McCarty, and 4 is indeed Matt McLaughlin. So let's go, Maddie, lock and load.
So, before we wrap things up, I think, Ellen, this has been really special having you here to talk through the Olympic events. And if you had a message to give to everybody for the next 12 months in terms of how they can help, in terms of like directing athletes to you or resources, or what's give us the pitch.
Yeah, sure. I mean, for the PR3, a lot of athletes don't even know they have an eligible impairment, so they're being found in clubs across the country. So if you have an athlete who is restricted from running for some reason, that's usually a clue that they may have an eligible impairment. But realistically, showing up at regattas is a rallying call that I've asked of the athletes over the last couple of years, and they've showed up big this year. 22 entries in the inclusion doubles, and it just really, that's what we need to see, because if we're going to be successful at the international level, we have to have enough races under our belt to know what that feels like. And I'm so proud of, like, you know, when athletes create their own opportunity. For example, there's no PR1 single here at the head of the Charles, so Andrew Mangan rode in the open single this morning, competing as a PR1 rower, and that's what we need to do. We need to get tough.
Racing is racing. Get at it.
Exactly. So
it's going to the line.
Yeah, absolutely. But they can find out about anything. Our training center is here featuring Olympic and Paralympic rower